beautiful scenes of the beautiful Nairobi skyline. A little bit deceptive given the current weather conditions here in Nairobi, but now this is the current view of the city, and you can see from a bird's eye view the RFE Air Grounds, where we now have kickoff in the second Challenge Cup quarterfinal between our host Mwamba RFC and Nondescript. We continue to honor, we continue to remember and cherish the memories of our fallen legends in today's and this weekend's George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens.
Welcome everyone to do this task today. We're grateful to be part of this memorable event. I'm here in commentary as Willie Wex, joined by the one and only Ernest Akorebirunji, all the way from Kampala, representing Kampala as I handle it for Nairobi. It's going to be a tight day because don't forget, day 2 is where it's you win. If you lose, you don't go home, but you just go to a lower pedigree in terms of what they award. You go ahead to a better placement of the next tournament and also a better placement into the monies.
Weather conditions a bit tricky for all the teams. It's been showering since about 7 o'clock in the morning, and now as the rain dies down a bit, or it's just a slight drizzle, teams will have to juggle between a slippery surface, a wet ball, which will make for a tricky sevens day and competition. Nondi is now fast in action, carrying it strong and hard into the Mwamba in goal area. They're just 5 meters short of the try area. Daniel Okito is the first receiver. He cuts against the grain and goes towards the uprights. Back to the short side goes Nondi's. Numbers are plenty, but they will not use them. Ronnie Omondi first to strike over for the Nondis against the host Mwamba.
Mwamba, being the host, had a dismal first day and were able to win one game. Not able to make it the cup quarters. That will have been a good result for them to play in the cup quarters, being the host. Unfortunate for that, but now this is day 2. You go into your games with all that happened yesterday being set aside, and you focus on what is to come today. This is their first game of day 2. Nondis were in a tricky group where, apart from Strathmore, all the other teams won one game. Again, it was all a mathematical chance in terms of who will be joining Strathmore in the quarterfinals. And this one, not Strathmore, sorry, it's the one for Harlequins, Nondis, Daystar, and KU. Nondis, Daystar, KU all won one game, and it was only Kenya Harlequins who won their 3 games, leaving all the other teams to juggle it up into the mathematical scenario of who had a better goal difference.
Ball pops up on the side of the Nondis in the hands of Charles Omondi, but he loses it forward. The gap was wide open for him to take, but like we mentioned, slippery surface, wet ball.
Slippery hands.
Can prove to be all tricky conditions for these two teams. I like the Mwamba kit. It's a colorful kit. Gives that, is it reggae vibe?
Gives a reggae, complete reggae vibe. It's well done. If I'm not wrong, that was done by Tekken. And Mwamba looking to get out of danger. Good kick, overhead kick. Stays within. And it's a good chase. Ronnie going for it. You have to be very confident when you pull that. Good offload by Ronnie. And they maintain possession, gaining ground. This is Charles Odhiambo. He was very great yesterday. He's seen the step in and out, and he was able to throw the defense wide, and he's gone to the corner and got the second try for Nondescript.
Charles Odhiambo with pace and that hop step to beat his opposition. I think the Mwamba players have changed their jersey numbers from yesterday. Couldn't recognize some of the players. But we shall figure it out as the day goes by. Nondis, on the other hand, do not have the luxury of switching jerseys, so they are playing the same kit from yesterday.
Conversion not successful. Scores remain 10-0 in favor of Nondis. Mwamba with 2 minutes to play in the first half. There is a replay of Charles Omondi in and out. Charles Odhiambo in and out. Less than 2 minutes to play. The kickoff ball is kicked deep inside the 22 of Mwamba as Tabu taking it wide to Tony Omondi, who plays it further wide, the winger. Good combination from Tabu and Tony Omondi, and they're able to make some move. Charles is a formidable force, so it's in the centers right there. You cannot miss to see his presence. He is Tony, the Olympian, co-captain of Team Kenya, 7's alongside Vincent Onyala. Is what you'll see in basketball, a double dribble. Ball hit the ground twice.
Yeah.
Off the hand. And this player was going for a steal, but not successful, so ball remains a Mwamba ball. The winner of this one proceeds to the position 5 semi-finals.
Position 9 semi-finals.
Position 9 semi-finals. And the loser goes to
position 13 semi-finals.
Wow.
Good switch play from Mwamba, but like we mentioned, it's a slippery ball. It's a slippery surface with a wet ball, so you have to watch the handling. The goal is to pop the pass, float it in the air for your teammates to meet, but a sharp pass out wide or long will most likely prove tough for your teammates to catch.
Tony Omondi being very tough in defense. Charles is a heavy runner. It's not someone you just try and stop. And Ronnie going for his second try of the game. He's been at the right place at the right time throughout this match.
Yeah, for sure. When you're a playmaker, you do not, only know how to set your players up, but you know where to be when the gaps will open up. He just kept patient, stayed out wide. Mwamba on that rush defense got sucked in, and Nondis found the opening on the outside through Ronnie Omondi.
And the 2 extra points are converted, letting this be a 17-0 lead.
There's that break from Charles.
It's Omondi.
And then he sets up Ronnie Omondi for the try. It's
an Omondi duel there.
These two teams will have to, figure out a solution to, especially Mwamba, to how they can figure out their ball handling. These are shots from Nairobi from yesterday was much better than it is right now for 7's Rugby. In as much as I felt the overcast skies were not giving us the favorable weather, but today has shown that it can get worse.
That's the Nairobi Expressway, and you can see there you have the GTC buildings, the tallest buildings in the city at the moment. Some good views of the city. The weather is slightly chilly, not slightly, and this will differ with me heavily, so I'm not saying slightly chilly. The weather is chilly in Nairobi. When you're coming for these games, kindly dress warmly. Just carry that jacket. Don't freeze and shine. When the sun is out, you can offload.
Well, sometimes I'm not Gen Z, but I would understand when someone says drip knows no weather. So be as colorful and as fancily dressed as you can possibly be. But I think the main concern will be footwear for the mud. And yeah, the rest the rest will take care of itself at the end of the day. I'm hoping that it will clear up. I'm hoping that by the time we get to, this is already the business end of things, but by the time we get to the Cup semi-finals and finals, the weather is as clear as possible so that there's no excuses. Fine, both teams will be playing in the same conditions, same ball. As you can see, Tony Omondi trying to get some grip on that ball with the soil. At the end of the day, it's the same conditions for both teams, but we would love to see a much better playing condition, much better surface as well when the weather has cleared.
Very good high kickoff. And to remember that this is the Mwamba that had the likes of Humphrey Kayange, where such kickoffs will more often than not be well executed to perfection, courtesy of the one and only Lavina Sego. Charles Odhiambo, Charles Omondi making it a stool performance right there. Just putting the defender on their back.
Nondis are doing the basics right. They're just sending it through the hands. Nothing fancy, just get back in shape, send it out wide, and then now you have your playmakers deciding to take matters into their own hands or feet, like we can see with Ronnie Omondi. The job is just simple for the Nondis. They've figured out that Mwamba are doing a lot of work on defense. Tony Omondi is in the first line of defense. Ronnie Omondi kicks it. There's a couple of Omondis on this team, on this playing field. Kicks it all the way to the back, foot race, and he's able to beat his man to the whitewash. A try in the second half means that Ronnie Omondi has now had a hat-trick in this Challenge Cup quarterfinal.
A total of 3 Omondis in the playing field. And it's quite an observation. Yeah, we have quite an Omondi affair. The Omondi cubed. Sounds like a graduation for Bachelor of Medicine. We have Omondi A, Omondi Ba, Omondi Cha. Well executed there by Ronnie Omondi, beating his compatriot Tony Omondi.
It's just the simple basics Nondis are doing. Send it through the hands to the outside edge, bring it back. The rushing defense is lots of hard work. The rushing defense are overcompensating, and the gaps will slowly open up when you do just the simple basics. Now Mwamba need to figure out how either to do their simple basics as well, or maybe some of their individually brilliant players can get a breakthrough for them and then maybe open the account. It wouldn't be nice for Mwamba to get out of this quarterfinal without putting points on the board.
And here Mwamba trying to get all the way from back deep in there. 5, I believe that was a forward pass.
Yeah, the pass to Kaikai. The gap was there, it had opened up, but for a moment he just delayed to send it out to the gasman Kaikai on the wing, and pass not good. It is thrown forward as well. Scrum for the Nondis. Ooh,
there's another forward. Clear forward pass. Charles Odhiambo had already picked it and he was ready to go, but he had to be slowed down a bit and just told, hold your horses. It's a Mwamba scrum. Quite unfortunate to state that from where they left yesterday, for Mwamba they're continuing with where they left, and which is a losing scenario. So not a good outing for the hosts. This Memorial Sevens, an opportunity.
I mean, overall, Mwamba have been, you could say, a shadow of their former selves, and you can see how Nondis are running roads straight through their defense.
Certainly been not their tournament. It's only their tournament by virtue that they are the hosts, and their split of their defense Fred Shisia splits that Mwamba defense and goes to the center for another try. Scores as it stands is Mwamba 0, Nondi's 27 with the conversion to come. And the conversion was successful, pushing the scores to 29-0.
It bounces on and off. Good kick. The Mwamba had their hands up, but the assistant referee on the touchline had a clear view of that. And so they now have to work. This is the first set piece we're seeing in this game. The line out and
Didn't feel straight.
didn't look straight, wasn't straight.
Once it's crooked, so that's the scenario. So Nondi scrum right inside the 22.
I like how the Nondis are just doing the simple basics with, given the conditions. Nothing fancy, they're just sending the ball through the hands. And it's only now that they've tried some of the fancy stuff, but as you can still see, it's working for them. Mwamba, clearly not their day, clearly not their tournament as well. The whole circuit has been a, I could say, a shambles, to be polite. They finished 14th at the Christie Sevens, and again at the Ingo Sevens in Kakamega. The best they have done was last weekend at 12th. They are still in line, because this is a Challenge Cup quarterfinal. They're still in line to finish 12th, given their result, because they'll be playing for... Actually, it's beyond them as well, yeah.
So it's totally beyond them.
Yeah, that is still the range in which they're playing for, so you can imagine.
So the highest they can be is actually 13th.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's the quarterfinals.
Was the first, from the challenge quarters, the first four will go for the 12 positions. That'll be 8 to 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah.
So quite unfortunate. You've said this is not their tournament. I'll say it's only their tournament by virtue of them hosting. But in terms of performance in the field, it's been totally dismal. Kick,
especially for a team
deep.
Especially for a team with that rich history and all the talent that you mentioned that played for them. Mwamba, I could say maybe it's a period of transition the past 2-3 years, but it's taking a little bit too long for them to find their footing and become the 7's powerhouse that they used to be.
As a statement, there used to be an advert back in the day where someone will be asked, for how long have you been in Form 1? So I'm looking at a scenario of how do you state for how long will Mwamba be doing a recollection and trying to rejuvenate a team. So it's not been, as stated, it's not been their tournament. Last couple of years, they've not been as good as they used to be. But as you state, it's always a time to reevaluate and seek better from the charges that are usually sent out into the playing field. It all goes into your development, moving into the main team. And contrary to that, the ladies team is one of the best. So unasema bibi anafunika aibu ya mzee.
Well, that is the final piece of action in the game, that ball lost forward. It sums up how their tournament has been. We shift on to the next Challenge Cup quarterfinal. Stallions up against Impala. And these are two teams I would say are, you could say, evenly matched in terms of the size, in terms of the skill set that is currently on the team. But of course, the Impala enjoying a lot more history, a wealth of experience, as well as I think we see one of the the kickoff is being delayed by one of the Mwamba players rather being walked off slowly towards the medical bench.
This is Impala.
I think they also have to wait for their opponents to take to the playing field. Stallions.
And that's the lineup for Impala Rugby. Avon Mesmas Gishao, Gerald Onyango, Brian Owino, Jared Wire, Emmanuel Kepsike, Patrick Mutuku, Ambrose Genga, Churchill Obat, Timothy Makia, Derek Kinyari, Benjamin Madaga, Hilary Olemba, and Isaac Nyongesa at position 13, at number 13 jersey. For the Stallions Rugby, you have Joshua Omondi, David Obiero, Lawrence Ndungu, Anthony Onyango, Brian Ondieki, Buyuni Zolik, Dennis Mwangi, Cesar Otieno, Amosi Omiso, that's a very good name, Obediah Sorek, Duncan Shamala, Boniface Chulu, and Humphrey Kimani. It's Boniface Chulu. It's written KY, but it's Ch.
It's a 12+1 setup for the teams. I think a couple of teams have had to trigger their 13th man because the squad only allows 12. The 13th man is the reserve, and due to injury or maybe any other occurrence, then you have to trigger your 13th man, and that's why those teams have 13 players. I think if the Stallions are a no-show, then we shall have a walkover awarded to Impala, but a walkover in rugby is not as straightforward as it seems. You
have to show up.
You have to be on the pitch to take the walkover, but you must score a try. You must have kickoff, score the try, and then you can get the walkover. In some tournaments, that's not an issue. If you're on the playing field and your opponents have not shown up, you still get the points. But what always, goes to hurt some teams is that they have shown up, their opponents have not shown up. They get the walkover, but they need to kick it off. It goes 10 meters, pick it up gently, march and score the try. They don't do that. It's counted as a draw. But I think now that we're in the knockouts, there will be no need for that. Only one team has shown up.
I had a twist to your question. I had to ask you if you kick the 10, then you go and knock. You don't have an opponent to go with for that scrub. But that's the scenario in how well World Rugby is set up. Rules to execute. I'm surprised. I believe I saw the Stallion players warming up in the warm-up area.
It's difficult. I'm trying to imagine the scenario here in Nairobi, given that a couple of teams are based here, maybe most of the teams are based here for this National 7 circuit. So most likely the players will be coming from home, as opposed to when the circuit is up country like in Kisumu, where apart from the teams based in Kisumu, where most of the teams will be coming from a hotel. So it's difficult to bring everyone in, and for an early kickoff like 8 a.m. as it is, gathering everyone and then getting the setup ready, especially given the weather conditions. It's a Sunday, public transport might be a challenge as well. It's a bit slow. Teams will struggle to get their men in, but Stallions have just about managed to raise their team. And
this is Nakuru.
It's likely that they're wearing the Nakuru kit.
With the Nakuru kit. I was wondering, that must have been the issue, was the jersey, because more often than not theirs was also red. So I'm guessing that was a hold up, and I'm glad it was not a no-show. They're already in Nairobi. How do you miss the second day?
Exactly.
And glad that we are able to have this game ongoing. And here, kick it off is the Stallions. And Impala coming with all the might. A team that has done a whole reset, considering Impala are 7-time champions of the Kabeberi Sevens.
Yeah, they have the rich history in this tournament, but it's not showing in how they are playing over the last, maybe since the turn of the decade in the 2020s.
Well, since the turn of the decade had a twist to it, because 2019 Mwamba won it, 2020 there was COVID, 2021 there was COVID, 2022 KCB took it, 2023 KCB took it, and now 2024. So not really, it's, if you say turn of the decade, I believe it's only KCB that has shown up. but it's now a twist to it to look at what other teams are able to execute. For Impala, I would say if you're asking about a rebuild, this is a team that did a rebuild. It took a longer process compared to Nondi's when both teams were sent to relegation into Div 2 in the Kenya Cup. They were able to rebuild and get back into Kenya Cup. So Stallions being able to get off from the danger. There was Victor Doris, center referee, calling it back for an infringement by the Impala players. He was holding on the ground, not releasing, and the Stallions ask for a scrum. These are those instances where you ask yourself, what's the alternative? You can kick for touch, go for a line out, or you can tap and go, but there is a risk of, well, first and foremost, slippery weather. The dew is still on the grass. The weather is still, what's called, there's some slight drizzle. Your hands are be wet, so it's a bit tricky to handle that. Stallions looking to get out of danger, to get out of their 22.
Ooh.
Big man running. Stallions a good run back into the center, and he's able to make some good ground. Ball is played wide, unfortunately. I feel like saying the weather did him badly, though at the end of the day you knew about the weather by the time the pass was coming.
Yeah, there's going to be a point when the excuse of the weather no longer stands. Unfortunately, it's tough, it's harsh, but that's just the way it is.
And scenarios that every player is playing in that weather.
Yeah.
It's not an isolated case.
And these are not conditions that are unfamiliar to them. It was almost like this in Dala. So they'll need to figure out a way of working with the ball. And teams have trained for such conditions to ensure that they can handle the ball well in wet conditions. They can play better on defense because the players are slippery as well, because they have wet kit. Their bodies are also have some, let's say, like their weight as well, so it's slippery out of the hands, slippery out of the kit.
There's an infringement by the Stallions player, attacking, going into that ruck from the side, through the side, instead of the right point of entry. And Victor Duor penalizes that. Going to Impala electing to go for touch. And this is their line out.
It's interesting to see how this set piece is going to go, because the lineouts will most likely suffer the most from these conditions.
It was not straight?
Ball was straight, but he cocked the gun. And it's like a fake. You must throw the ball in one motion.
If you're going, please go. Yeah. Stallions looking to gain ground. Good offload. He had brought in two players. That's a forward pass. Quite unfortunate to them. Not much ground. Ground was gained, but then lose possession.
Yeah, that attempted offload clearly sails forward out of the hands. It appeared it to have come off the forearm instead of the wrist. It's an Impala ball, but the backs are standing nearly flat, almost as if they are on defense. They are attacking the ball from a standing start, and you can see you can see the effect of them standing flat when it's their ball. You're going to end up throwing forward passes just like that one, because the player you're giving the ball to you're from a standing start, he is standing flat on your shoulder, and once you start running, the winger is certainly faster than you, so he's going to find himself in front of you and you throw the forward pass. And now you can see the contrast in how Stallions are standing. They're all standing deep. They've split the defense into two parts, left and right. There's going to be a very stark difference in how they approach this attack phase. Look at them.
And to imagine the Stallions are what you'll say still new into this level of rugby compared to Impala, who you're expecting to have figured this over the years that they've been part of this tournament. We're going to the halftime break with no score.
Yeah, the teams have not had any ascendance in this game. Game has been played in the midfield region, that's just between the 22-meter zones, and we have our first game where the halftime score is a stalemate. But I would expect better from both teams. You know, I would expect Impala to look like they want to play. That last set piece for me was, it looked like they were on defense and then realized that the ball was theirs before they started moving. On the other hand, Stallions were not ready. They've just done about enough to show up, get ready for the game, switch their jerseys to the Nakuru kit, and have put up a, you can say, a performance that you will be happy with for this first half. This is the 2024 George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, and Mwamba Rugby Club are remembering and celebrating the legacy and memories of some of our departed members, some of our colleagues, including the team manager, most recently Stephanie Rose Otieno, and a host of others who have played for the club, who have led this club from day one with George Mwangi Kabeberi in 1986.
That's a kickoff for second half. It's a fixture that is a barren draw. No team has been able to capitalize from the first half of play, and Stallions back deep inside their 22, looking to release their winger. Good offload to their big runner, and then with the grounds, he was, oh, I thought he slid off, but still stayed within touch. And here they are, they've already passed their 22, heading towards the 10. Good dummy, makes way, makes some ground. They've lost the ball, but it was infringement by the Impala players. Dummy that was set. And here Stallions going for a run, going into the space. Nice, nice split. And could you imagine, this is the Stallions, as I stated, and the shark fin is out again. I think it's the same player,
yeah, same
yesterday.
Player from last weekend, from the last round of day one. He made a good catch of the ball.
Very good way to score that try for the team.
Should be Duncan Shamala. It's tricky given that they are wearing the Nakuru kit. Not sure if they've ensured to keep the jersey numbers from yesterday. That he had to juggle that ball and run past the chase of Onesmus Gishao, one of the co-captains of Impala. And now Stallions with 7 points are going to make it as difficult as possible for Impala to come back. They've kept the kickoffs short and contestable. And you can see the rewards. They're getting paid. They're getting rewarded for those efforts, for those decisions that they are making with the ball.
There's a knock. It's committed by an Impala player. Thus, the current scores with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to play. Stallions are leading 7-0. Against Impala. Holding on to the ball while on the ground. Impala, some razzle-dazzle, making ground. A slippery ball has been Achilles heel for the Impala side today. They've not been able to hold on to the ball whenever it's in their possession. They've had instances where they lose that ball and it's becoming costly.
Yep. Impala need to figure out a way of keeping possession. One of the ways is once you've gotten into contact, keep the ball. Across the border we say yingiza, you have to carry the ball and keep it. And at that point there's no fancy stuff, just carry the ball, we set up the rack and then we play from there. And you can see that's what Stallions are doing. Once they've gotten into fast contact, they keep the ball, they do not try to do any fancy offloads. And
there's a chase right now.
And they're playing from the right zones, just kicking it all the way to the back. Impala now have to work 80 meters from all that side. I think that.
There's a yellow card because the player was playing the ball while he's in the ground. Victor Dora sent him to the naughty boy chair. That was coming. Victor has insisted on giving the yellow from all angles. If you didn't see it from this angle, this is the reverse angle of the yellow.
Oh yeah, he slapped the ball backwards, and it's not a penalty try because, as you can see, there's 2 defenders there.
If there was no one
covering
there,
so it's only going to be. It's supposed to be. It's a penalty, but Stallions have asked for a scrum.
They're looking at the man advantage that they have.
And then also, you have 30 seconds to make your decision.
Yeah.
To set the scrum, and then you have another 30 seconds to get it going. So you can chew about 45 seconds, depending on how quickly the referee urges you. You can chew about half a minute on the clock. And when you're leading by just 7 points, that 30 seconds can feel like an hour.
The best of passes going wide, and I believe the Stallions winger was not able to hold on to the ball.
So the clock is at 1:42 by the time he lost the ball forward. So we'll just check again to see how many seconds
it goes before they set
the scrum again. And remember, the scrum was on the other side. There's
yet another scrum on this other side.
There's a frustrated forward who just got his head up and noticed that that the ball has been lost forward on this side.
Because that's usually
that's at 1:18. So we've had about 30 seconds also gone like that.
Ball came in at 1:12, so you can imagine. And then here's the run. Don't forget there are 6 men trying to do a run all the way from inside their own 22. Good offload. Good running with the block on the side. The smart running. Oh, proper defense right there. They should be able to clear that track.
That's from the side, but well secured by Impala.
Impala playing good, maintaining possession. As a playmaker, trying to figure out what a good but his players are all covered all sides because they're one-man shot, so they have to figure how well to get a score from this angle.
I think that contact is just marginally high.
There must have been an infringement. I think it was a by the Stallions.
They're playing the ball in an offside position, but that contact...
That's a yellow card?
Yeah, it was a high tackle. But he's been penalized for having his hands in the rack.
If I'm not wrong, now right now I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's, you can see the contact on the head to head. So maybe the referees could have missed it. The yellow card has actually gone to the wrong person.
Should have been the 11.
Should have been the player in number 6. But either way, he committed a high tackle, so direct head-to-head contact is a yellow card. Unfortunately, the penalty has been for hands in the rack, but he has still gone to the sin bin. Now 6 on 6.
No, I believe 7.
7 on 6. The tables have turned.
And because the time is really lapsed, they have to convert this one for it to make.
They can choose not to convert and play, so it's 7-5, and there will still be another kickoff. They've scored a beautiful set piece try, sending it through the hands to the gasman on the wing. But you can choose not to take the conversion, and then you can have the kickoff. Kick it short.
He's already being informed by Victor.
And that's the hooter. So I'm not sure if there's going to be any other play. That's the
As you stated, it's all about what they call it, game management and figuring out what do I have, what can we use, what can we do.
Yeah, they could have, there were a couple of seconds on the clock, they could have opted for the restart, 7-5, and then they have a restart to fight for the win. But at the end of the day, they've come second best in this Challenge Cup quarterfinals. Stallions Rugby have won 7-5 against Impala.
I can see I think I hope you've seen the players with their actual jerseys, and it will have been chaotic trying to have a game for Victor Draw looking at both, but you'll not be sure who is which red is red.
Even for TV, it's not good for TV.
The optics are tricky.
To have the kit clashes, and World Rugby is also trying to be as inclusive as possible, especially for people who are living with color blindness. So you want to have that clear contrast for all to be able to identify the players. There's the Black Blood squad, led
Black
of course
Blood
by that man. He's number 1 on the squad, but he's wearing number 8.
Obat Kuke.
And we have MKU Thika as well. Matthew David was instrumental in some of their performances from yesterday's pool games.
Let's see what comes out of this university sides. Methodist Kenya University Thika taking on Kenyatta University Black Blood. He's able to stay within playing field. Ball moving right to left. There's a knock. Unfortunate for MKU. Inside their half, lost possession from a position which they ought not to, but is stated weather is very tricky. They're still dew on the grass. The ball is slippery. Your hands are slippery. Still some drizzling happening here.
There are a couple of things that teams can do. The old-fashioned way is to keep wiping your hands on your kit and keep them dry. Wipe the ball, keep it dry. The other way, for some of the fancy ones, they have some adhesive that they can use to spray, or to others use glue, office glue, to ensure that the grip on the ball is good.
MKU able to secure. MKU able to secure. He didn't start it off at the right placement of the mark, and he has to be called back. Tap and go, and there is also a medical emergency, medical stop.
It's Derek Onyango Shimenga. See him touching his head. Was there? We have a time stoppage to attend to Shimenga. I don't know if maybe he got hurt at that turnover, because there were 2 MKU Thika players over the ball. The substitution has been called Hopefully Shimenga will recover from this unfortunate collision. Wouldn't want to take another look at that, no. But good to see him back on his feet. And his participation in today's tournament, in this weekend's tournament, has ended. He'll go through the return to play concussion protocols. The bit is that next weekend is a break before we hit the road, or the SGR, or for some of those who will fly to Mombasa for the Driftwood Sevens. That's enough time for him to return to play, and if MKU Thika are in that tournament, then he will be available to be picked by the coaches. Black Blood win the ball at the front of that line out, and they send it out to the wing. It's in Major Mulonga's hands, back inside the 22, but he's isolated as well, beaten to the ball by Ian Jakabila, and another turnover. MKU Thika might not be having lots to say on attack, but their defense has been on point, isolating the attackers, being the first to arrive and winning those turnovers.
And still in possession, and smart play right there. Ball is lost, but it goes backwards, so he doesn't lose possession, just loses the hold of it. As stated, MKU are putting in the shift. They're able to get an opening, lose the possession in contact, and it's a Black Blood attack. And another knock on knock, it's the reverse of it. That's Major, I remember him from yesterday.
Just right next to him is Wesonga Schwab. The two are leading Black Blood from the front.
There's no clear release. There's no clear release by Obert Kuke.
Not time to waste as well for MKU Thika.
The playmaker.
That's David Milimu Sahani.
He says we only have this few minutes to go, so let's just play it. He's not seeing a reason to hold on to.
It's a line out that's going to be thrown in by Wycliffe Angatia. And Sahani is waiting for it. He sends it out to the wing for the Gasman to exploit that outside space. Calvin Kimani goes to the outside edge. There's lots of space for MKU to attack against Black Blood. Send it through their hands now. Well gathered and then transferred out. Now they attack. Running straight is Boniface Ombok, but he tried to kick it behind. Obert Kuke charged it down, and it's going to be maintained possession for the line out by MKU Thika. That's a good phase of play. That's good ball retention from the University boys.
It'll be a knock by MKU. So ends up being a scrum for KU Black Blood.
Full penalty for an early shove goes against MKU, and now Black Blood can attack through Gwandaro Arthur.
There are so many players there. Here they're going end to end. Ball to Major. Not rolling away. Played him right into his own trick. And that's some gain of ground. He's going for it.
David Milimu, what a power career.
With less than a minute to play.
Rather, Wesonga Shuaib for the other university team, Black Blood. Look at the power. He keeps pumping his legs. Two men trying to stop him. And he drags them along all the way to the whitewash. Beautiful, powerful try by Wesonga Schweib. There won't be many scoring opportunities, so you can take the 5 and you'll be happy with that. Defend that score. Remember, in the previous game, it was 0-0 at halftime. Ended 7-5. So leading 5-0 at halftime is a good return. And the conversion looked
just so close,
just so close, but sails wide, so score will stay as is. He did it himself, Schweib.
He kept going, he kept pumping, and was able to get it off beyond the chalk and into the try box.
So in some situations, I think we shall have a variation in the strategy once we go to the Cup quarterfinals. The restart is either short and contestable or long and deep, so that the team has to play from afar. We've not seen much variation in the Challenge Cup, but maybe once we get to the Cup quarterfinals, then we get to see the teams that have worked, that have drilled their strategy. We get to see how they approach these conditions today. Obert Kuke wins the turnover for Kenyatta University. Good transfer through the hands. Arthur Gwandaru still maintaining possession. Kenyatta Black Blood, they go back to the short side. They have numbers there looking for options. Attempts that basketball pass, but goes through Daniel Oyo. And yet again,
there's a turnover there.
MKU Thika are somehow managing to be the first to arrive at those breakdowns against the Kenyatta University Black Blood.
And this is an instance where I started moving backwards. I didn't quite figure, but that's a strategy which was he was running away from danger. Ball is knocked but still goes backwards. There's not much advantage, and Kimathi calls it back all the way to the mark. It was a high tackle.
For the high tackle, yeah. It was a good carry from Boniface Ombok on Arthur Gwandaru.
MKU have elected to just go into the halftime break, but they've opted to keep playing. The science is quite simple. If that ball is knocked, we go into halftime. But if they're able to, there it goes.
Now advantage for Kenyatta University Black Blood. They can level, they can extend their lead actually against MKU going into halftime, and that will be an even taller order for their opponents to come back after the break. Short ball, strong ball carrier, twists, turns, grounds it. Obert Kuke, try time for Kenyatta University Black Blood. Look at the power. He nearly grounded it on one side. He was held up, twisted his body, and grounded it on the other side. Good return for Black Blood after winning that turnover. They could have gone for halftime, but they've now ended up with 7 extra points.
It was a gamble by either team because MKU had the same opportunity to have gone to halftime. They tried to go for it. When they lost that ball, the advantage was to KU, who are right there, picked up the ball, took a run, and a good offload was given, resulting into a situation where I remember Steve Odhiambo, that's Biko, who was a good carrier, the number 6 was a good carrier, then a good offload to Obert Kuke. And halftime is Black Blood 12 and MKU Thika 0. And we are off for the second half. MKU starting it, playing it left to right. You cannot start an early line out. Cannot start an early line out and the ball belongs to your opponent. That's what MKU was attempting right there.
You can't do that.
Yeah, like a quick in line out, but then it's not your ball, like it's for the opponent. You're the ones who kicked it all the way out. And that's a very brilliant steal right there.
MKU Thika have started this second half with their tails up. They're looking to strike Kenyatta University strong. They have the advantage for offside on that restart. I think they should get rewarded by the referee for that.
Yeah, it's not 10. And I think it's a yellow card that's coming. Oh, he's just stopped it.
Just urging them to get back to the try line. Onto the short side now, MKU. Forced back inside on that carry.
Trying to take it wide. Step back in.
There's a contest by Kenyatta University. They forced that turnover from the breakdown.
I believe there's an infringement there.
I think it's been lost forward. Yes.
Black Blood are not really happy with the performance there. They ought to have made it better. Also, MKU had the opportunity to go for, I believe, the best they'll have asked for within when the penalty was called second time would have been a scrum. There have been a better chances, but hey, you read the game as you go. So, because you see, they're able to hold the Obat Kuke led forwards. And here is MKU. Good offload. But if you look at it, they've lost ground because they're now all the way at the 22. These are people who are at...
It's a full blow of the whistle and the double blow, meaning there's going to be hand going into the pocket. Yellow card it is.
Who's the player leaving?
That's Wesonga Shoaib. Scored the try at the first try of the first half. It's been, yeah, that's a seat belt tackle. It's been adjudged to now be illegal once you wrap your hand under the armpit and over the shoulder. That's judged as a high tackle.
That's very correct.
Yellow card is a bit harsh for that one infringement, but KU have committed many infringements in this red zone. I think the referee has had enough, and the next infringement has had to be punished.
Here's an instance, and let's see what MKU are able to do from this scenario. That's a, that player is offside.
And another double blow of the whistle.
Double.
7 became 6. 6 have now become 5. And Kenyatta University are living dangerously here.
Steve Odhiambo has been sent to the naughty boy chair. And how do you defend against such a... becomes tricky. You have to commit 3 players. This is a scenario where you'll not see a scrummer for KU.
You just have to now ensure that the forwards break off the scrum really, really early so that they can cover for their backs. Okay. And clearly that's what they've done. The hooker broke off early. They went to the open side and ensured that the winger had no space to run on the outside. Good defense from KU Black Blood.
And a steal from MKU. Let's see what they're able to do. Whoa! That's a fend.
And a good offload as well.
Oh, MKU confirming that they're part and parcel of today's challenge quarters.
Good carry from Wycliffe Angatia and an equally good offload to Boniface Ombok. 7 against 5. The outcome can only be a try. They've worked hard for it.
Considering in the first the charges were stalled a bit, but then they've been able to regroup, and with that they've been able to get a score. And looking at the conversion attempt, sails wide slightly to the right, and the scores remain Black Blood 12, MKU 5.
The good thing with Black Blood is that despite those heavy handoffs, they've eaten up enough time to at least bring one man back onto the playing field. So it will still be 7 against 6 at least. And from there, then we can get to see what MKU do with this power play. They had a huge advantage that they've not made use of. Ooh, kick needs to go 10. It goes 10. It was smart innovation. The execution wasn't the best, but that was really smart from MKU. And we saw that yesterday, I think, with Strathmore Leos. So that yesterday
they'd been kicking high and collecting. They were 3-on-3, and then the fourth one they decided to just go for
kick
a
it short. Yeah.
And they were able to still collect that one. So you're asking about what will be the innovations coming into day 2, and that's one of them we've seen. That was
flying
into the rack. MKU with an opportunity to equal the score. Let's see what they're able to do with their run.
They'll need to score the try and then convert. But yet again, another player flying off his feet. But the flag was already up for an infringement. You get to hear what the assistant referee says. The referee in the middle, Kyoko, as another player gets attended to.
I'm looking at Kevin Gathu talking to his compatriot. I'm like, just give me the ball. The guy's like, no, it's not your ball. He's like, just still give me either way. As ahead, I feel there's a head collision.
Yeah, the flag went up maybe for the high tackle. Flag went up before we had players flying into that breakdown. And it's just a penalty. And
they like to kick to gain ground.
Ooh,
whoa.
On that fringe. And with defend as well.
Very good chase. Tackle. Oh, he's seen the way he stabilized his feet to be able to keep the ball within his grip. And here's an opportunity for KU, who are now back to a full complement of 7 players. And the ball is lost forward. Space in the back with no sweeper. And it's a chasing game, but the runners coming against KU are not as fast. Obert Kuke with the ball going wide. And looking, whoa, that was powerful. He's very good, especially in the 7th series. You know, in the Kenya Cup, he's been very instrumental and was really part of, and there is a knock.
Just as we were waxing lyrical about him, Obert Kuke.
Shining praises on him, and then as fate will have it, he knocks that ball. I'm sure we still have a couple of seconds to play.
There's that pickup by Obert Kuke, and the attempted offload of that try-saving tackle just slips out of his hands. You can see the assistant referee just behind that score stinger. All smiles. I think the referees are enjoying these conditions more than the players.
I see for them, they're officiating. They're not getting tackled. There's an opportunity from MKU from all the way back inside, and there's another knock. Or did it go backwards? Oh, the guy is pushed all the way to the stands. Not the stands, but the screens, the advertising boards. Here is KU with an attempt, but that must have gone forward. I believe it's a wrap from here. Waiting for confirmation from center referee.
There's going to be one last play as the hooter has just sounded. There's a forward pass. He saw a shoulder coming in for his legs, and he just threw it as far away as he got rid of the ball instead of passing it as quickly as he could.
You said in Uganda you're told to do what when you go into contact? What's the word?
The word is yingiza.
Yingiza.
Enter.
To maintain, the guy has passed himself the ball, which is fine. It went backwards. He said he's not able to chase it.
I think in Swahili should be ingia. But I think you surely saw that video on how teams approach contact. And that's exactly what Kenyatta University Black Blood have done in the last play. They've just carried it and entered into contact.
And 17-5, last conversion just to wrap it up.
I think MKU have given it their best effort, but Black Blood have been one step ahead every time. They've played well, they've kept the scoreboard ticking, they've defended well, and they've been rewarded with a win in this final Challenge Cup quarter-final. We'll get a confirmation of the Challenge Cup semi-finals and the kick-off times, but now I think we're now going to turn our focus into the next phase of fixtures. We have now moved on to the main cup
just the full time
quarterfinals.
from that one is that Black Blood had 17, MKU Thick 5, and now it's another university derby.
Catholic monks, led of course by their faith, inspired by their Christian and Catholic faith, Catholic monks, against the Strathmore Leos. It is the first main cup quarter-final of the 2024 George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens. There's the Catholic monks. Team of really, really young believers. But they have to overcome Strathmore Leos with George Oro, an Olympian, and Kenya 7's international. Then these are the monks, led of course by Dennis Mulinge from yesterday's action on day one. Strathmore Leos will be kicking off from right to left in their blue kit for the Catholic monks.
Arnold Nyakego kicking it high, and it goes over, and monks are able to hold on to the ball, and let's see what they're able to do from this play. Monks have been a thorn, and there's a rip.
Double blow of the whistle.
Yeah, there's a high. He was actually informing the referee that I felt my neck being touched, and good thing is that the AR was able to confirm his worries, and the penalties awarded to the Catholic monks, who elect to go for touch. Is a line out right at the center. This is where we look at some of those tactical, unique things that will be done by teams. What do you do in your line out? Do you go for number 2?
The easy decision is to just throw it straight to the jumper at the front in the number 2 position. That's the safest and easiest decision. And that's what the Catholic monks are going to do.
Not successful.
The Strathmore Leos jumped at number 2 and they've contested that ball. Catholic monks appeared to be going to the front. They shuffled a bit backwards. Ball ended up on the other side. That's what you have to do given these conditions.
There must have been a high tackle. I believe there was a high tackle by...
Could have led with his elbow.
Monks.
And the other side must have led with his elbow. Yeah, you can see the forearm is out.
Oh, it was the form that he led with the form.
Yeah, he led with his forearm.
Quite unfortunate.
It's the first that we've seen on
Today.
day 2, but there were many yesterday.
And also this one there was none in the challenge quarters.
And this is the main cup. So I think it is now not a grassroots problem. It is a problem at the top of the game. Because there wasn't any in the Challenge Cup quarterfinals, but the main cup quarterfinals, first game, first player leading with his
Can I
elbow.
correct you a bit? The same teams playing in the challenge are playing the main cup yesterday.
Maybe
it's just that they
the
were
higher
just
stakes.
so people panic when the stakes are higher. Yet another collection of the lineout by the Strathmore Leos.
That's a heavy tackle. And the Catholic monks are making the Strathmore Leos pay on defense, winning that turnover. We take inset, another look at that shoulder from the side. He didn't expect him to come from that direction. The Catholic monks are not perfect on their set pieces, but they are leaving no stone unturned on defense.
I'd spotted Nigel Amite. The pack there. George Oro leading it, and Gabriela Imba on the outer side. Not sure how set And there's a penalty against Strathmore. And here Aquia making it all the way into the try box. As you stated, Monks, not the heaviest built, not the biggest built, but they'll take the opportunities, they'll take the chances, and they draw fast blood into this fixture of the main cup quarters, and they're leading Strathmore by 5 points to nothing.
And just a reminder that Strathmore Leos were flawless on day one in Pool A. They've been rattled fast in this cup quarter-final. We take another look at that set piece try. Quick restart, goes to the short side, transfer it through the hands, commit pass. Strathmore Leos look like they are jogging on attack, but wouldn't expect the same on defense, and that's why the Monks have sped past them, you know, breaking through the tackles. Even on the kickoff, you can see how Strathmore Leos are unusually relaxed in this game.
It moved from Samuel Owino to Samuel Omolo, and then Wambani Osundwa finished it off with a try. That was very good ball movement by the Catholic Monks. And there's an infringement here that was called.
Tackler not releasing, at least not showing enough daylight for that contest, and Catholic Monks are making the right decisions for their penalties. They are choosing, you get a penalty, instead of going into contact, go to the corner. The line out might not be successful, but at least we've gained the territory. They now need to beat this Strathmore Leos line out defense, jump at the front at number 2, because there's no way how you're going to be beating Ayimba and Oro up in the air.
Because this is the third line out they've lost.
Jump at number 2.
That's a good chase. Let's see, that's Nigel Amaita. The proper chase is about to pounce. Player stays up. He figured he was smart about it. He knew he was going against. And here they are, electing to gain ground and be protective of the ball. Where will always keep the ball, will always keep the ball. As you said, simple things that they do, that ensures that they stay within the game. Gabriel Ayimba being smart on how he handled that. George Orok, the good shove, goes into the second contact and is handled.
I think there's a player on the floor in pain. Must have got a high contact from Oro,
yes,
with the ball in hand, but now the Strathmore Leos have to attack 7 men against 6. And oh, that's a fancy offload. Oh, that's even better defense from the Catholic Monks.
Just when you thought Strathmore Leos had gotten one, ball is lost.
What a try-saving tackle. That's the fighting spirit the Catholic Monks are bringing into this game. The door had opened. You can see the celebrations have almost begun 5 meters out, but the try-saving tackle from behind ensures that the Strathmore Leos have not scored yet as we come to the close of this first half.
That's Andrew Matoka. Not able to capitalize on that one for the Catholic Monks.
Again, I thought it was slapped backwards, but the tackle holds the hand and then to the thigh. As he was trying to, Matoka was trying to keep the ball, he knocked it on his thigh and lost it forward. It's a very good defense.
We're on a medical break. I believe this player went into contact with George Oro, and he got, so he came out second best from that, and he's looking dazed.
Yeah, and that should be the end of his tournament.
Yeah. HIA has to be figured.
I'm not sure about the concussion protocols. We can ask with the tournament organizers, is it recognize and remove, or do you go off and do your HIA examination with the medical team and then you get cleared to come back on?
The same game or just within the tournament?
Within the tournament, there's a time frame for which you must pass that head injury assessment protocol. Yeah, so I'm not sure if the I'm not sure if that's what we have here, but the safest decision, of course, given the playing conditions, given the investment in the sport, and thinking about player welfare and their health, the safest decision is recognize and remove.
Another infringement by Strathmore leads into a penalty for the Catholic Monks, who elect to go for a line out and just to go into touch and enable us to go into the halftime break.
Producer, can you hear me? Just say that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
And the second half has commenced with a kick coming from Monks to Strath, and there was a knock, and here we commence with a scrum. Samuel Owino with the scrum half duties for the Monks, alongside his compatriot, the one and only Arnold Nyakego. The Monks are being smart with their play. They like to go all the way with a kick, but since the ball goes dead, it's a drop off from the 22. There is an opportunity for Strathmore to figure how well to take it through. He just needs to cross the 22-meter line. Yeah, so if there's a space where there's no one, you can just kick it over and collect it. But it's way easier to try and attempt to go slightly deeper. That way you gain more ground and you offload the pressure from your side.
Some cheeky teams will just tap it quickly and play, but Strathmore have decided to go long, and you can see the kicking game. One kick by Strathmore, one kick by the Monks. How much net distance has been gained by the Strathmore. They've come from their 22 and now have a line out in the other 22. The first time we're seeing them on attack. What do the Catholic Monks do on defense? They just let them throw it easy and quick.
And it's well collected there. And here they are going to the wing. Matoka is being held with an opportunity to strike. A pass goes slightly wide. Here's Strathmore with an attempt. See what they're able to do with this. Ball is available, but it's being played. Advantage is being played. Georgie.
Big ball carry. Jojoro.
And Matoka.
Sometimes
Nigel Amaitsa with the try.
Sometimes the try is good, but my oh my, the assist is even better. Jojoro with Amaitsa made in Kelvin Bling's notebook that try.
Don't forget that Nigel Amaitsa and Jojoro are part of the the Kenya Shujaa team, both of them with Oro being an Olympian. That's what the experience all the way from France. He's come a very good friend of the defender.
He stamped him like a passport.
at immigration. Mesha Kopagala will have to review
and
his
for
decisions.
for all the hard work that the Monks put in the first half, one try in sevens is not enough, and the score is now back level. Strathmolleos now have their tails up. The momentum is on their side even from the restarts. They are certainly going to work forward on this and get maybe the lead.
It's a ball off. That's Gabriel Aimba.
Oro, no?
That's
Yes,
George Oro,
Oro.
sorry. They should be careful with the scenario avoiding was what you called the, what do you call it? The seatbelt tackle. Very good in and out.
They have advantage, the Strathmolleos.
There was a high tackle or an offside position.
High tackle. And back to the short side. Just as advantage was over, it's been lost on a quick intercept by the Catholic Monks.
See what the Monks are able to do with this possession that they have. He figured George Oro with so much power. Let's see what the Monks are able to do from this position. They like to kick all the way inside the 20. They have. Oh, that's a forward pass. That's a forward pass.
More like a knock-on-ish.
He attempted to float the ball. He didn't go backwards.
You can see the center referee urging the teams to get it going. It's likely that, it's not likely, but it's possible that the two are looking to wear down the clock, and then maybe the last play can be the decider. Catholic Monks not in any rush to restart from that scrum.
Oh, yeah, smart play right there, and he's going. Oh, proper running right there, Brian Nyamboki, smart play. The dummy that's going to pass it off, and he goes all the way round. Nyakega tries to go for a tackle, but quite unfortunate that he's not able to match it.
I like seeing big men running, but the joy that a small man gives me on the rugby pitch is unmatched. You can see how happy he was. It was a smart play.
And the conversion is successful. Giving all the pressure to Strathmore, who were perfect from day one.
That's the magic of rugby. You have to stay awake for 2 days. Ah, what a smart finish. Did it himself. And the celebration to match it as well. Catholic Monks, what a game.
Brian Nyamboki, they're dazzling and enjoying his try right there. And he kicks off the remainder of the game. Now pressure on the Strathmolleos. George Oro liking to go into tackle. He does not lose the ball. And the Monks are charging and charging and charging. And here they are. They're still in pursuit. They misplaced that ball.
The final hooter has gone. Strathmolleos need to score with this possession.
Any misplay and they're out of this tournament.
They need to score fast and then convert at least to level matters and send us into extra time.
And they're deep inside their own half. Let's see what they're able to do with this position of the ball. George Oro with the ball. Nigel Amaita to his side. He elects to step, bring it back in. They see space. He knocks the ball.
Kick it out, kick it into touch, Catholic Monks.
And the one and only Brian Nyamboki.
The first major scalp has fallen.
Even gives him the mustile deadly. There we go.
Strathmolleos wameanguka nayo.
No, you say, Kwea, wameanguka nayo. Wameanguka na. The Strathmolio's. That was marvelous. That was great. And my man of the match, or my man of the second half, has to be Brian Yamboki with his dazzle to get the second try for them to give them the win.
How the table was done. Strathmolio's flawless on day one have fallen against the Catholic Monks by 12 points to 5 in this first cup quarter final. This is the story. This is a statement that will set everyone at attention for the remaining 3 fixtures in this cup quarter final. What a match, what a game.
And for the second fixture, we have a scenario where the defending champions KCB Rugby are taking on the Daystar Falcons, another university side.
University sides have proved to be tricky in this tournament today, but Daystar Falcons were just about lucky by mathematics to go into the main cup quarterfinals. They were in the same group as the Harlequins. Harlequins won 3 games. The rest of that pool won 1 game. Daystar Falcons went through by virtue of points difference, just +5. Has earned them a quarterfinal against the defending champions KCB.
And there we go, the first kickoff. KCB playing on defense. That's Floyd Wabwire, number 14. This is Jacob Ojek on defense, and just as they did yesterday, what they've done is they've put the players on proper defense, and you can see there is Patrick Odongo, and penalty goes against KCB side. Was someone who approached the rack from the side. Must have been,
I think the kits,
Festus Chiasi.
The kits are both blue. It's going to be quite a challenge for those watching on TV.
The only difference is that there is a dark blue by the Daystar Falcons that has a shade of light blue. The KCB one is dark blue with a shade of green. For identification purposes, dark blue with a shade of green, that's KCB, and dark blue with a shade of light blue, that's the Daystar Falcons. KCB will have just played with the white kits to enable a scenario where people can be able to see.
They used it yesterday, and we saw the first game, one of the Challenge Cup semi-finals, where Stallions had to switch to the Nakuru kit to avoid
against
the kit
Impala
clashes.
For KCB, you can see Elvis Olukusi there with Vincent Onyala going for that. And Falcons elect to go for a shot.
That's a big man running.
Tackled on the side. It's Floyd Wabwire, and they've lost the ball, and someone dived. And it's a relief for KCB as they elect to make a run all the way from inside their 22. It's Vincent Onyala offloading the ball to the one and only Jacob Oje. He's one of those players who I feel you can never count him out. What they call traditionally, here you say Chuma Areli, he's always firm and reliable. That's Jacob Oje.
It's the easy stuff that does it for KCB. Just send it through the hands. You have 2 playmakers, and Vincent the big men catching and committing. Jacob Oje into space. And then very few men in this country can match Jacob Oje for pace.
Once he's on full throttle, that's it.
You can see his running form, purely athletic form.
Yeah, you say the knees go high. Yeah. Yesterday we had Taiso doing the same thing. In his first run, his second one, he was contained. KCB take an early lead, 7-0. They're playing defense. They were way deep inside their 5. There was an infringement by the Daystar Falcons, and a quick tap into the penalty. Ball is moved end to end, moves from Asati to Onyala. Onyala offloads it to Jacob Oje, and Jacob Oje with a cut in, and is able to make a very lengthy run. And the time is back on. Ball is kicked high. I'm guessing he's targeting Onyala. And it's a KCB ball. They're able to collect it. As you stated, Anes, is more of how well a team is able to capitalize and ensure that you do not lose out on an instance where you have a line out. So you have Kabeberi on the short side, Olukusi and Onyala.
They'll be going to the front.
They elect to go.
They go to the back, wow.
And they're still able to collect. Asati just put the ball right into the space. Ball to Vincent Onyala. And a knock there. They've lost possession. That's Floyd Wabwire.
Yeah.
The youngster.
It's a good set piece. I thought KCB would go for the safe decision, but as a defending champion, you're the big dog. You're the lion in the pack, so you can do what you want at the set piece.
A scrum. These are Falcons. Their star player is Patrick Odongo, playing at the center right now. And the ball, I believe, the ball has gotten to him. KCB. You say this is tradition, this is what has become the Kenyan culture, holding the player up.
He's put a knee to the ground, but the maul had already been called, so KCB had no obligation to release and roll away. They've won the turnover.
Opportunity for what comes out from the set pieces that are done at the training ground. This is an opportunity to see what KCB able to do, and then also for Daystar, how well do they defend this one. Samuel Asati playing the scrum of position. Floyd Wabwire at the far end, number 14. KCB had a very strong team to start it off. Here he goes. And Asati, Tin, an Olympian also, making it smooth, swift, and easy. Versus Shiasi giving him a hug right there. And
he's through. Samuel Asati. We saw that match-winning try for the Catholic Monks, and now Samuel Asati just adding to the scoreboard for KCB. The number 9 on defense needs to. There are two options. If you follow him on his side, you're working so hard.
You're going against yourself.
Going against yourself. But you also need to be aware. Samuel Asati had that dummy to the open side, then went to the short side, and that's what has opened the gate for him to speed away and score the try. You can see his opposite number trying to chase him, but that dummy to the open side and then to the short side is what has opened the gate.
Manuel Opondo was able to get the conversion, and he kickstarts it. Ball is tapped backwards. Here we have. That must have been a high tackle. There's no release.
There's no
clear release.
Just about as the player was hitting the deck on his knees. The objective is the goal is that you must release before ripping the ball away, before contesting for that ball. But KCB will make the argument that they had ripped the ball away already. Because there's Vincent Onyala. He rips the ball out when the player has already hit the deck.
And it's a scrum for the Falcons. Tony Goma.
Half-time hooter has sounded.
Proper tackle right there by Asati.
And he's on hand to make a second one almost immediately. That's the kind of work rate you'd expect from a team that are the defending champions here.
That's Floyd Wabwire. And you have Kabeberi. Patrick Odongo. Good offload. Floyd going on to defense. That's versus Shiasi. Has been cleared off. And it's a Daystar ball. They're deep within their. They're deep within their half. I'm not sure whether it was smart of them to continue playing, as they ought to have just gone for the halftime break. But here is KCB.
It was okay for them to try and play, but they lost possession after hitting contact, and that's one of the things that the teams have been struggling with, trying to offload after contact, and that
felt like a forward pass.
The same thing that Jacob Oje has done. He's into contact, throws a forward pass, and now Daystar Falcons will look for a point just before halftime.
He touched the ball well on the ground.
Onyala is making the argument that the ball has been played on the floor, and it's a legitimate case he's trying to make to the referee. Hits the deck and then just pushes it backward. Should be a penalty for Onyala, but referee has said he's had enough of this first half, and we shall go into the break.
Patrick Odongo looking all tired.
Confirmation of the halftime score: KCB 12 against the Daystar team that have been relentless but are yet to score. Break one.
And we're back for the second half action. Kicking off is Daystar from left to right, looking for the 10. But you went for the ball. I doubt KCB have a case when you state that it wasn't 10, but you went for it. As long as you went for it, you committed to it.
Call from the referee is
it's a scrum to Daystar. Yes, it's a knock-on. Antonio Goma.
Yeah, that ball clearly crossed the 10-meter line.
Look at Asati.
He has to stay onside.
Elvis Olukusi was there to cover for him in case of any eventualities. And here's the run, Festus Chiasi. And that's Floyd. That's there's Patrick Adongo making his run, gaining much ground, tackled. Now the ball coming through the Daystar ranks. Floyd Kibwire. Daystar have now camped inside the KCB half. KCB are now back to their form where they push you back to your half. And that's what we call hallelujah passes. You're given a pass and someone is right there to handle you. After all the ground that Daystar had done, this is them back inside their half, and Asati tap and go, and here KCB making the run. Oh, and that's Opondo going for yet another try for KCB Rugby. They go 17-0.
KCB simply too strong for Daystar to match.
You talked about big men running, and right there was Michael Odhiambo.
You can see
you can see the laughs.
He knows he's not going to win that foot race.
No, but like he pushed him further from the center of And there's a conversion. You see, he denied them the 2 extra points. So he can't say he didn't add value to it. Emmanuel just with the side, took a turn and left his compatriot, Tonio Goma. The laughter from that one is very contagious. You can see KCB have made changes, and you can see now Brian Wahinya.
It's like plug and play, taking off Asati and bringing on Wahinya.
Asati still in. I believe
it's double trouble. It's double trouble then.
For whoever is playing against them. Jacob Oje. And we have an instance.
Yeah, tackler slow to roll away. Quick restart, Daystar. Get it through the hands.
That's Michael Omalo has also joined in, and Taiso is also in the game. There was a knock. Kansiki Mathi indicating to the center referee that I've seen that one.
There's a 2v1, small man against 2 big men on defense. He slapped the ball out of his hands and it went forward.
Saying it's double trouble when Asati is offloading the ball straight to Wahinya. So the scrum has Jacob Oje, Tyson, and Elvis Olukusi.
I'd like to see how Daystar Falcons will defend this set piece. They keep the,
Asati.
keep the number 9 out, and Asati pulls that move again that just about opens a half gap, and now the winger has space on the outside to run, but he's being chased by Patrick Odongo. Not many will beat him for pace in this country.
I doubt in the 7's setup or in the Kenya rugby setup, doubt there's anyone who beats him in a foot race. Michael Omalwa. Wahinya collects and he's seeing some space, but has to offload. Here is Asati. He knows support cast is Wahinya right there. And Jacob Oje bringing in some support, and here is Elvis Olukusi, and even for him, he's a big player. There's no stopping him. Well, it's on his ranks, and he goes all the way straight to the center. KCB extend the lead 22-0 against the Daystar Falcons.
That try is just a result of teamwork and hard work from the entire team, but that final pass is what has made the difference, has opened the gate for Olukusi to hit. The ball carrier ran at just an angle and committed who would be Olukusi's tackler, Olukusi's defender, committed him. Once he beat on the move, ball went out. Just take another look at it again. Commit and then pass into space.
It was Michael Omalo who made the commitment and enabled the offload to go to Elvis Olukusi. To Tyson Minor there. Wahinya for the restart. Kick is high. Davis Nyaundi being part of this remaining part of the game. An opportunity for the Falcons to get some consolation, some points on the board. Let's see what they're able to do with the remainder of the time that they have here. Olukusi playing in the wing.
That's good interplay from Daystar, and they're keeping the ball alive. I think
they've lost the possession, and here is Elvis Olukusi. Not the easiest to.
They'll win the ball back, Daystar Falcons. So they have another opportunity still to attack. The player is still on his feet, so it's not a tackle. And now you have to release.
That's a good step.
Unfortunately.
He's in isolation. There goes the hitter. Get that ball, you get tackled. 2v1. he was able to collect it. And the restart should be to him. And Festus Chiasi against Patrick Adongo.
Ball assault forward, good defense from Patrick Odongo, at least to save Daystar Falcons from conceding even more points. 1v1 situation, Patrick Odongo against Chiasi. Patrick Odongo comes out better, but in the grand scheme of things, Daystar Falcons far from good enough against KCB. Information of the full-time score then, we have KCB sailing flawlessly into the Cup semi-final against the Daystar Falcons by 24 points to 0. On to the next big clash in the Cup quarter-finals. Menengai Oilers in that colourful kit and taking on the current series leaders, Kabras Rugby. Shifting from green to white to avoid that kit and color clash. Kabras were unfortunate to have lost the first round tie yesterday to Strathmore Leo, and they find themselves finishing second in the pool. Menengai Oilers were unplayable in Pool B and they came out on top, and that's what has led us to what was an unlikely quarterfinal fixture. Expected later in the day, maybe semi-finals, finals, but we have it in the quarterfinals. Menengai Oilers against Kabras Rugby.
The Brian Mutua-led team is all set, and here is the kickoff from left to right, from Oilers going all the way to Kabras. Kabras with the first possession. Let's see what they're able to do from this angle. That's Dennis Abukuse. Kabras able to secure the ball. The ball moving from end to end. This is number 19, this is Mutua. And that's a forward pass.
It's about the motion of the ball out of the hands. It needs to go backwards out of the hands.
He tried.
Yeah.
Seeing
it's the fine margins.
It's fine margin, true. You can blame the eyes of the referee, because from this perspective you can be able to see it was clean, but from his perspective, as you said, it's how the ball looks coming out of the passer's hand. So this is the first...
it can go forward a mile if it wants, but it needs to be backwards out of the hands. So if you're able to throw a spiral pass forward, it's okay, but it needs to be backwards out of the hands.
The scrums are all into perfection. Here we have Oilers making the charges. Abukuse goes into contact.
Kabras contesting that breakdown and winning the turnover. They will have the first score. 3 men with their shoulders in.
There was overcommitment by the Oilers. There was also a crack that was cleared. Kabras take the lead against the Wright brothers, led company of the Menengai Oilers. That's Jackson Sketter with an attempt to get the sec two complimentary, but not successful.
Menengai Oilers 0, Kabras Sugar 5.
Most of the restarts from the Cup quarterfinals have been short and contestable.
Jackson Sketter going for it, not 10.
This one's not 10. The objective was to make it short and contestable, but it's not 10. He has a kicking routine like Taylor Nathan Wong King of the Black Fans 7's.
Samuel Moura gets a restart going. The Oilers are deep. Trying to look at whether they're trying to give space to Abukuse Dennis, who goes all the way, and it's an opportunity for them
There's going to be consultation with the assistant referee, and we shall have the benefit of the replay. Abukuse committing and carrying it hard into contact. He hits the deck, offloads just in time as the turnover was coming in, and
it's a good one, and it's been confirmed. So the scores are 5-all. The conversion attempt coming by Abutwalib Wesonga. Nicely high, but slightly to the right. Misses the uprights. Ball was taken end to end. That was my query on whether they're just trying to look for space for Dennis Abukuse, who has wheels for days. And a good offload.
Yeah, that's it, right. He rolled with it.
From the first angle, you thought it was it?
I thought he had lost it forward at first. But it's that one motion over the line that has had that try awarded.
I would say there's a reason you're wearing glasses and I am not. Smart play right there by the Oilers, figuring that it's an opportunity for them to play away from their had some way of clearing the danger.
Victor Wanyama,
whoa,
didn't know that he was a rugby player as well.
Was a knock
in the Cabras ranks.
The Oilers, when the Oiler player started moving, his supporting cast were not in the same motion. He was moving backwards, he was moving forward. Trying to collect that pass is not the easiest.
Referee judged it to have been a forward pass initially, but has the ball been touched? It clearly went backwards, but has it been touched by the player whose arm was stretching out?
So there's a wrap. So I'm guessing
tackle.
Someone was being tackled without the ball, eh?
Yeah, the man without the ball. The pass had been made. There was no knock on because the hand was stretched out.
Oh, okay.
So that's good consultation with the assistant referee.
I'm seeing that your eyes are really working for you now. The glasses are doing it good.
Glasses are for correcting sight. So
here is this opportunity for a line out at the 5. That was a good kick for touch because it went all the way close to the line, to the flag, and results into a line out at the 5. They go for a 2, not a 2, but they're able to hold on to it.
It's a 4 ball.
Abukuse moving backwards, and now this is let's see what the Oilers are able to do with this possession.
Go back to the short side now because the numbers are plenty there for the Oilers. They choose to take it backwards. Whoa. And then the cross kick. That's a beautiful try from the Menengai Oilers.
Beldad Ogeta.
I thought they would be going back to the short side. The Cabras forwards had compensated to the open side, but that cross kick goes straight to hand. Beautiful try from the Menengai Oilers. And an unlikely kicker from one of the forwards for that cross kick.
And the conversion?
Certainly the conversion was good. There's that move, and then just as the defender was committing, he puts it to his boot. It's good height, well gathered, beautiful try. And there's the halftime hooter. But there will be enough time for us to have one last play in this first half. Menengai Oilers 12 points and Cabras 5. He goes long on and off the playing field. That should be the last play in this first half. I had the hooter. The referee still has time on his clock, so there's going to be one more last play.
I believe these Cabras have set themselves up badly because they should not have allowed the ball to go out. From a kickoff, you'd rather collect end, but they're able to collect their line out, getting themselves out of danger. But this ball looks to stay within the field of play. Look for favorable bounce. Defense is right there on him, but then he's smart enough to just kick it out of the field of play.
The conversion was not made. Menengai Oilers put it into touch and will take a 12 points to 5 lead into the halftime break against Cabras.
And we're back for the second half. The ball is moving from left to right. The kickoff from Sketa Cabras. Good deep kickoff all the way into the Oilers 22, who elect to place the ball back into the Cabras half. Move the pressure from themselves, and this is Sketa making a run. And there's an obstruction. It's an Oilers ball. And Oilers having another opportunity to go at yet another penalty.
Player not going through the gate. Oilers restarting quickly. And now the Cabras turn over that ball by kicking it ahead, and I think they've lost it forward. Menengai Oilers now with the turnover.
It's a very, very physical game.
Such close encounters, especially when one of the leaders has found himself in second place.
Another cross kick. This is Dennis Abukuse. And he's found space.
Abukuse too strong. Abukuse too powerful.
And there's no stopping him from that position.
Maybe this is the moment when the National 7's circuit takes a turn and Cabras relinquish their grip on the top step of the standings. Maybe this is the moment when we look back.
Unless Harlequins are winning theirs, I believe still not a point.
This is going to be one of the moments that we'll talk about. When you look back,
okay.
Yeah, with the benefit of hindsight, in Nakuru at the Prinsloo Sevens, when you look back at where maybe KCB could have lost it or where they fought back to win it, this is going to be one of those moments. Unfortunately for Abukuse, he has hurt himself in that try-scoring run, but breaks a tackle of
also
two
commendable
men.
on how Mutua did a whole round to come round to try and stop him, but I believe Abukuse is very slippery and he's in motion, being one of the fastest players on this field.
Abukuse has hurt himself, and I think there's going to be a forced change for the Menengai Oilers, but 19 points to 5, 4 minutes on the clock. 3 tries is not enough in sevens
You said it,
to consolidate the victory, but given these conditions and how difficult it has been to score, they might just have enough to hold on for the victory against Cabras. But
let me ask
we know Cabras will not go down easy.
If you look at how the placement of the Cabras players, if you're Oilers, will you kick just a simple 10 right here?
Just kick it deep and force them to work from deep inside their own area, and that's what they do. Force them to work over 80 meters.
Ball going all the way to Mutua. They like to go into contact, which may be costly. Ball being taken end to end. And here Kabras making their run. And they've picked it up from where they stopped. And just with that score, they're within 7 points when they convert this one.
You can see how quickly and how urgent Kabras are rushing through things with the conversion. 7 points on the board. It's now 19-12. They need to score again and then bring us back level. But this is what exactly we were talking about. Menengai Oilers kicking it deep so that Kabras can work from the long distance. But Kabras making it look so easy. And now Kabras know that the clock is ticking against them, but there's just about enough time for them to put up a comeback. They will not go down easy, Kabras.
Eric Cantona from the fly-off position at number 10. Elkins Musonya is in the game. Penalty against him.
It's contest in the air. Elkins Musonya appeared to have caught
Biden Hayo.
High.
Caught Hayo.
And High is holding his head. That's usually one of the ways of identifying a player who has had a head injury for the medics. For some cases, it's just a knock on the head, but given how he's walking...
He's looking dazed. This requires a whole HIA. Apologies to... We hope that he gets a right medical.
It's a penalty against Elkins Musonya for the high tackle. There it is. There's the shoulder to the side of the neck/head.
Kabras were good with their line out. Let's see how they elect to take this one. And they get the possession but then lose it again. Is that Abukuse? There's no advantage that was gained. There's a knock-on. I've seen someone with headgear. I just wanted to confirm whether Dennis Abukuse is back in the playing field because he had hurt his leg. 2 minutes to play. It's a 7-point game.
Yeah, that looks like Abukuse. And that's his jersey, number 13. He's isolated in contact.
He tries to hide the ball.
But no advantage for the Oilers with ball in hand. So he still needs attending to. This time he's clutching on his ribs. Yeah, and yeah, he's called for the sub. Abukuse is in lots and lots of pain. He's led his team.
He's put a shift.
He's led his team from the front, not just in this game, but the entire tournament from day one. He scored first in all their 3 matches in the pool phase, and now they have to defend against Kabras. One converted try for the next minute and a half or so.
And Oilers, who've maintained their scenario of play, is that they play it deep inside the Kabras half, just to get themselves out of danger. And Kabras are very good with their lineouts. And Kabras are returning the favor and also playing it deep.
That's good leg drive from both the defender and the attacker. Defender ensuring that he drags the attacker into as close as possible into the 22 and into touch. The defender working hard and waiting for the support to arrive.
Do they have a winger who can run heavy? Because that was some very good open ground.
Elkins Musonya on support as well, arrived right in time and secures that ruck for the Oilers. They have 30 seconds to play and defend their lead against Kabras. They choose to go outside their 22 and force Kabras to play from inside their own.
That's Eric Cantona. Let's see what he's able to do. You have very small, limited time to play. And that's a very good run. Heavy good running. And people are just grease after grease after grease. That's Mutua. Let's see what Kabras are able to do from this position. We're now playing into the referee time. There's an extra roll.
That's double movement on the floor, but referee says we'll just keep on playing.
And
the Menengai Oilers rewarded in defense.
Elkins Musonye with that.
Support tackler releases, goes for the ball. The full-time hooter has gone. Oilers need to put it into touch. He kicks it straight to...
Elkins knows the blunder he had done with that kick.
Unbelievable.
Because Eric Cantona, had he been able to collect that ball, it would have been lights out for them. And it's still not the end of the game because...
The referee says we still have a few seconds on my clock to
People
play.
are holding their heads, but we still have a scrum to play.
Oh my
God. I'm
word.
also wondering why was Elkins kicking to the side yet?
He was trying to kick it into touch, but he didn't kick it well.
But they confirmed that there was no time. So a scenario.
For some players, once the hoot has gone, then you know I can put it into touch and make the case for the referee. But
also there was when they started off the penalty with the run, which was not 10, then the ball was offloaded. I was expecting them to have kicked it out from there.
They have a chance to do it on this scrum.
Yes, play it wide. Now kick it religiously. You hope that it goes good. And as you say, the tables stand today. And
if there's a moment that Kabras will look back onto in the next rounds, it is that Abukuse try when the game just sped out of their grip. Menengai Oilers pull off a huge upset in this cup quarterfinal. They've beaten Kabras by 19 points to 12 in the cup quarterfinal. Just a reminder that last year at this Kabeberi Sevens, Kabras were going neck and neck with KCB in the quarterfinals. They lost that quarterfinal tie against the Menengai Oilers and handed the trophy to KCB, who just needed to reach the semifinals. Maybe this is deja vu, maybe not.
They're putting jitters into their thinking.
On to the final cup quarterfinal. The Kenya Harlequin, who play here against Masinde Muliro University. Kenya Harlequins were the best in their pool. They won 3 games. The rest of the teams in their pool won 1 game each. But Masinde Muliro coming second in that hotly contested Pool D.
Malwa, Weissman Aganya, Haman Humwa. And that's Lucky, the world, playing at 9-4, the Kenya Harlequins. This collision, all of them went for the ball. There was no malice from that. Harlequins with the lead, taking the charge, not the lead, taking the charge of this first part of the game. They're able to collect their own kickoff.
Your first possession is important in the cup quarterfinals. You ensure that you have the first chance to strike.
Ball to Herman Homework, to Lucky. Amon is looking for a pass. I know he can pull in defenders, but then he also pulls his own supporting cast of David William, and they lose that ball into touch.
Into contact. It looks like he has committed into the gap, and then as soon as the pseudo gap closes, he gets rid of the ball and it rolls into touch. I think he should have done better there.
Really, the ball was knocked by both teams, but Masinde Muliro able to keep the ball going. The ball goes wide. I believe there was no advantage, so there's a knock.
Yeah, there was a knock on fast in the air on that line out by
Harlequins.
By Kenya Harlequins.
The ball lands to Masinde Muliro player.
And
so
then he loses it forward as well.
Yes.
That's why we have the scrum on the 15-meter line. And all the backs have shaped up on the open side. Masinde Muliro look like they want to run it out wide.
The kick out of danger.
So if you were for kicking, then the outside backs needed to be just flat on the kicker so that they can have a better chance at the chest. That's why Harmony Wamalo had an easy pickup. He got there in time before the chasers.
You mentioned yesterday that the one and only, what's his name? You had mentioned yesterday that Herman Humo has a very heavy pass. He can throw it for a very good distance. And I've just seen another instance right now where he's able to do the same. And this is a good kick and chase. That one will go all the way wide. He'll have to go to the mark.
It's a decision for Masinde Muliro to make. They can either take the 22-meter drop or they can take the scrum where he kicked from. But most teams have...
You go to where it was
the
kicked
choice
from.
is easy. You have to go where the ball was kicked from. Speaking about that Herman Huma pass, it looks like it's a mechanical pass, especially when he's going. He looks like he's right-handed, so when he's passing to the left side, he has to work hard to ensure that the pass goes.
There's a twist of the body.
Yeah. It's easier for most players because there are more right-handed people. It's easier for most players to pass right to left. But when it comes to left to right, that's where the difference in the skill set comes in.
And just like that, Kenya Harlequins are able to maintain that possession. We're able to turn over that line out, the scrum. And the ball is in their possession. It's Lucky World played very well in the couple of games that they've been part of. It's a knock.
It's advantage for offside to the Kenya Harlequin.
The score is still 0-0. With 3 minutes to play, it's already halfway past the first half, and no team has been able to collect anything. I remember how Harlequins play. Definitely, I was expecting them to call for a scrum. They're very powerful in that. You look at that scrum led by Herman Humo.
What that scrum does is that it isolates every attacker and every defender. So you have your best men attacking the other team's best men, and that's what, if you are looking at winning the one-on-one situations like Amon Wamalwa is doing, that's what you want from the set piece try.
Quite theatric right there. He was very smart and he figured, he saw space, then went, cut back in and left the defender wanting, and he goes for the try. And here is lucky to add the complementary 2 points, which are successful. The score is 7-0 in favor of the Kenya Harlequins.
That's what you want from your set piece. You want to isolate your best attackers, to isolate the team's defenders. They might be the best defenders or not, but that's what you want, a one-on-one situation. And Herman Wamalwa comes out on top.
Veron Kaburu, Elias Mwalimu was taken back to class with that sidestep, and he had to figure how the assignments were being reported back to him by the students.
The celebration was good as well. It's one of those unique celebrations.
Duncan Kioko, the center referee. That's Duncan Kioko, yes. Are your glasses starting to fail you again, Ernest?
You know, Duncan is my personal friend.
This
so.
one you can't identify him from
so
a screen.
Thinking, oh, it's him. Oh, there you are.
Look at that scrum, and this time round, the Masinde Muliro get the ball out very fast, and here is them running.
Oh, that's good return. That's a good try-saving tackle, return to action and win the turnover as well. Harlequins putting in the hard work.
There's a player who's playing the ball in the ground.
You've just got to appreciate the hard work done by David Mwangi for the Harlequins. Amon Wamalwa was just holding the attacker and ensuring that he reduces his speed. David comes in from the back, makes the tackle, rolls away, gets back onside, puts his hands on the ball and wins the turnover for the Queens.
Amon Wamalwa, the last 2 days is just showcased that if you give him space, he'll regret it. He'll make you wish you never gave him space. He's a player you need to mark very closely. It's just the same way you saw what Abukuse was able to do against Cabras. They put it wide, I was wondering why, but then I figured once the ball got to him and he was able to just round the defender, it became way easier for him. And he has an opportunity for Harlequins to go at it again. Lucky the world. He's been held up. Queen's players have gone to challenge, and this one will be a scrum for Masinde Muliro. And it's a halftime break. Those are the views of the RFUA ground from an aerial perspective. Yeah, that's not smoke you're seeing there, but the level that the clouds are, it's a very chilly morning. This is day 2 of the Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. It's taking place at the RFUA grounds, and already we witnessed 2 upsets. Catholic Monks knocking out Day 1 perfect players Strathmore Leos, and we've had an instance where Menengai Oilers knock out Kabras Sugar. Now let's see what Masinde Muliro are able to do in this second half. Are they able to keep the Ngong Road? Don't forget, Harlequins are playing from their home ground. This is the RFUA grounds. Hamon Humwa goes up and collects. That's another knock. Quite unfortunate, quite unfortunate for David William. Would have been a very good run from him because he was just at the wing and there wasn't much stopping him from that side. Pass from Haman Humwa. It was an instance where he would have done wonders, but quite unfortunate for him. Harlequins have been stronger in the scrum. Duncan Kioko informing the teams.
Queens have been stronger in the scrum, but they're getting the warning from the referee. The shove from Masinde Muliro had them on their knees almost immediately.
Here's Masinde Muliro. See what they're able to do. He figures he has Lucky the World. And here they are trying to run. That was quite a smart and good tackle. They lost the ball. The ball is still in play. Queens players, I assume the ref had made the call, and there is Amoni. Give him space and he'll do for you wonders. He may not. That was not the wisest of
it's the safest decision.
He'll have kicked it to the side still, because this one now gives them a scrum at your 5. Yeah, but it's the spark of the moment. Really, you can't judge what will happen. It just happens. Spark of the moment. You're looking at the ball. You're looking at the defender. This Hamon Wamalwa. What do I do? Kick the ball away. There's others who slide and collect the ball. There's all man of techniques, but here's an opportunity for Kenya Harlequins to go for yet another try. Hamon Wamalwa with the ball into the scrum, and Lucky the World, he can play it here. See what he's able to do.
Back to the big man on the short side.
And easy does it. Easy play right there by Charles Kinyanjui. Amori Socheng.
It's that pass again by Haman Humwa. Cuts out 3 defenders and makes it a 1v1 situation at the wing with a bit of an overlap for Kinyanjui. And given the conditions on the playing surface, slippery, all he has to do is budge over the line and slide over for the try.
Fantastic, fantastic play there by the Kenya Harlequins, who are leading by 12 points to nothing. And the conversion is successful all the way from the side.
Make that 14 points.
What's still Amon Omalo? There is the pass from Haman Humwa. As you said, it cuts out 3 defenders.
Haman Humwa works hard to make those passes. But at the end of the day, as long as the pass reaches its intended destination, that's all you want. Lucky the world not rolling away there and impeding Masinde Muliro. It's been turned over back into the hands of the Queens.
And if as per the pairings that have been set, the winner of the first quarterfinal meets the winner of the second quarterfinal, and that will be the first semi-final, and then the number 3 quarterfinal winner meets the winner of the number 4 quarterfinal. That's a scenario that pits the Catholic University Monks will be playing against KCB, and Menengai Oilers will be playing against the winner of the Queens versus Masinde Muliro, who at this instance, with 2 minutes to play, looks as if the Harlequins will be playing against Menengai Oilers in the second semi-final. Harlequins elect to go for a scrum. Amono Malwa with the charge of this one. Ball comes out and the try box is right there. He steps right again. He's been the player of this game. He's been very instrumental for Kenya Harlequins this weekend, and quite the player, quite the marksman, quite the showman.
I think Amoni Wamalwa is doing enough. He's putting his hand up to be player of this tournament. From yesterday on day 1 and today morning, he's led from the front, playmaker, but not just playmaker, finisher as well, especially those solo efforts.
The Paul Murunga Chargers are doing great and are doing service to the training that they go through. And then he left there. Ombima Washington being sent to Quickmart Lavington. Check on the grocery department. Amona Malwa, you need to be respectful to your opponents. Ball is kicked deep, stays in the field of play, then goes out. So it's a line out. It's a Masinde Muliro line out, but deep inside their half. Really not giving them. The Harlequins are ensuring that they're not giving Masinde Muliro any opportunity to thrive in this fixture.
They've had no opportunity to thrive. They have one more chance at least to force something with this line out in the very last play.
Here they are. Let's see what they're able to do with the ball in hand. They still maintain the possession.
Aman Huma is in an offside position, so he cannot take part on that defense.
Plays it's a penalty again. Let's see what Masinde Muliro are able to do. With that, they lose the ball, and Kenya Harlequins elect to kick the ball out. And this is a wrap for all the first 4 quarterfinals pairings for the main cup. We started off with the Challenger quarterfinals at 8 o'clock, and we've winded up with the main cup quarterfinals, and we're moving to the ladies fixtures, which will be having a ranking scenario where rank 1 will go against rank 4 and rank 2 will go against rank 2 for the next 40 minutes.
Just a confirmation then of the cup semi-finals. Catholic Monks will be taking on KCB, and Menengai Oilers will be taking on the Kenya Harlequins, and those matches are going to be played in the afternoon session beginning at 1 p.m. Right now on the playing field, the Mwamba ladies, the home team as well, taking on the Nakuru ladies in the first of 2 semi-finals in the women's competition.
Subhashaya current score. Mwamba RC ladies 14, Nakuru RC 0. Half-time score. Mwamba RC 14, Nakuru RC 0. Are we also saying that kama ngozi yako imebarara hivi, don't look further. Amara here for you. They're the official skincare partner for the 7's. They show up keeps dominating confidence, reflecting the strength and resilience of African excellence on and off the field. This year's Kabeberi Sevens tournament has been sponsored proudly by Sportpress, our title sponsor, CIC, our official insurance partner, 7's, our official equipment partner, Reality Media, our official streaming media partner, and the Kenya Rugby. Right now, Mwamba RC against the Nakuru RC ladies. Current score, Mwamba RC ladies 14, Nakuru RC 0. Northern South standing next to the tunnel. Servants, kindly head to the tunnel. Northern servants, kindly head to the tunnel. Mwamba Kabeberi. Conversion was successful. Current score, Mwamba RC 9.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the second part of the action-packed day 2 of the Kabeberi Sevens, and we have that's a shot of the beautiful Nairobi. Don't forget what you're looking at, the clouds. And then just a wrap-up of the results that turned up today. Nakuru beat Kisumu 12-0. Mwamba lost to Nondis at 6-0. Stallions won 7-5 against Impala. Black Blood beat MKU Thika 17-5. And in the cup quarters, you have Queer Monks beating Strathmore 12-5. KCB winning 24-0. And as we now take into the first 13th place semi-final, we have Kisumu RFC taking on the hosts Mwamba RFC for this fixture. That's the first one of the fixtures. I can see everyone is all set for this fixture. This is the first 13th place semi-final, and will be followed by Impala taking on the Mount Kenya University from Thika. Just some slight consultation by the officials. Kisumu RFC has John Otieno, Francis Obini, Peter Morgan, Beverly Ocheng, Henry Odhiambo, Felix Otieno, Walter Ambe, Teddy Ogutu, Job Nambili, Dozi Wadeni, Jodo Cha, Samson Hela, and Eugene Omunyizi. And here we have the kickoff from Kisumu side going towards the Mwamba side. It was kicked from right to left, and there's been a loss of the ball by Kisumu. They knocked the ball forward. That's why we're going straight into a scrum. Fuel, ball moving end to end. That's Daniel Tabu. A force to reckon with in there. And he picked the ball from the side without even due notice to the reason he was doing the collection from there. And Mwamba cutting in. And here is Mwamba making moves and going into space. Good offload. Play is held, and the ball is being moved end to end. The hands of Daniel Tabu going all the way further ahead. Two. Very good cutting in back into the center, and they're able to secure the ball. Offload outwards, coming towards the winger to the right. And here, Mwamba, they may lose this possession.
Mwamba have not taken care of the ball at the breakdown. They were there, but just a slight miscommunication on whether to take the breakdown or to take the offload has left the window open for Kisumu to turn over that ball and win the penalty.
Kisumu electing to go for overhead kick and make a chase. Still knocked backwards by Mwamba. They're able to maintain possession. Well collected there by Idris Kaikai. And Kisumu are informed by center referee to leave that ball. Mwamba elects 4. Mwamba prefer to go for a scrum. It's the 13th place semi-final 1. Second one will pit Impala. Let's see how this one goes. And ball is pushed wide by Daniel Tabu, but the recipient on the other end was not able to collect it, and he knocks it forward. Scores still remain with half the period gone. Scores remain Kisumu 0, Mwamba 0. Samson Hela with a good input and output of ball out of the scrum. They've gained some good ground. Advantage has been called by the referee. Felix Otieno with a good carry. Job Nambili. Ball is being taken, moving end to end. A good step, and he's able to release himself from the hold that was set on him. And here Kisumu making their way. And I'm not sure whether they put the try.
That's a good finish from Kisumu. They've built up as a team from inside the half-meter line off that scrum.
The
Shuffling the ball through. And that final offload is just bang on the money for the first try of the game.
By Ambe Walter. Born on the 31st of August, I think he'll be turning a year older in a couple of days. The year is 2000, a proper Gen Z.
Conversion unsuccessful.
Ernest, what were you doing in the year 2000, the streets of Kampala?
I was barely a toddler as well.
So you're totally smack in that Gen Z scenario.
I may not be Gen Z, but I was still, I could barely write my own name in school. I've not yet reached the age where I need to worry about my knees cracking when I wake up from my bed, but we're getting close.
Is a forward pass. Second attempt of that overhead pass from using one hand, trying to deceive the referee that's being pushed backwards. And
it's a fine skill that you need to work on. And I think most of these clubs, if not all of them, I would expect them to work on these soft skills in that first session of training. Do they play some touch rugby as part of their warm-up? Do they go through those soft skill sessions to help them execute such difficult passes and at full motion as well?
Daniel Tabu at a scrum of position. He deceived the other scrum half to follow him all the way and just left him gasping for air and looking for where he's gone. And here is a good line break right there by Gino Giambo. Ball is taken wide to the other side. Let's see what Mwamba are able to execute with this one. Proper fend off. Ball is well collected. He didn't lose it in contact. Joseph Odoyo. Ball is being moved from left to right. And a good line break right there.
Mwamba making use of that ball, spreading it left and then right. Then once you have those mismatches, you've created that mismatch between a playmaker in the middle who has been doing all the hard work with the winger brought inside. That's when you get that quick burst of pace and the gaps begin to open up. There's those two defenders overcompensating after doing all the hard work on defense, and the gap has opened up for the winger who has come in to look for the ball, find some work, contribute to the finishing. Good try, Mwamba.
Mwamba. And we're on the halftime break. And we're back into the action. The second half. Oh, from the kickoff, Kim started off from the Mwamba side, but then as they did the chase to collect it, they lost the ball forward. Simu come out of the scrum well, and there's a run, running into space, and he's able to break that line. Now it's a chase. And look at the guy making the pursuit, going all the way, but not successful to make it all the way.
Oh, Sevens. Sevens is such a beautiful sport. And one of the exciting things we like to see is players running at full throttle through the middle. Look at the intent and exertion of force on his face. The chaser as well in pursuit, but not quick enough, not good enough. Try for Kisumu under the uprights.
Felix Otieno with that try, given a good chase, but he came out best.
Kisumu RC 12, Mwamba 7.
It was a very good line break. He just identified the spot, and even credit to the scrum who just offloaded the ball straight to him. Kisumu RFC leading the proceedings 12-7. Ball being taken wide to wide. See what Mwamba able to do from this angle. There's that pass. It was well executed. That was knocked ahead by the Kisumu players. Was it a leading arm?
Yeah. The referees have been strict about it. I just had a chat with Duncan Kiyoko.
Here's the ball.
And you can see Daniel Tabu leading with his elbow. It's the explanation from the law clarification is that teams with either the big men or the small men are trying to compensate to try and win that contest in terms of the collision, because the player has gone low, so you want to get him to the ground, and that's when you send out your forearm before contact, which is not safe for the players because it risks the forearm, the bones of the forearm or the elbow hitting the head of the tackler, and that's why the referees are very strict on that. It's not a Kenya rugby thing, it's a world rugby thing, and Kenya rugby referees are doing well to enforce that regulation and ensure that safety is kept paramount.
Fantastic on that one. Feedback from Duncan Kiyoko, who's our resident, one of the best referees in the country. I had a chat with Duncan, with Ernest, and brought him to speed. And you can see the big fender from Beverly Ochieng, and he goes all the way. I remember him yesterday with the stare and run, pointing at Daniel Tabu. Clearly, totally not being a Mwamba, been a Mwamba tournament. He's just theirs by hosting rights, but totally dismembered from day one.
I mean, the opponent is already down. No need to punch them even further.
You say they finished, their best finish was position?
Was position 12.
And that was
last weekend at the Dallas 7's.
Because this one they'll be playing for the 15th place.
There will be nothing more to play for. It will now be on rankings, because this is the 13th place playoff semi-final. So those who play for 13th place, they will play the final. Then 15 and 16.
It's just a placement.
It's just a placement, depending on how many points you put on the board and so the points difference that you've had.
So we look at the second 13th place semi-final, and we see where they'll be placed by how the other team plays. And that's a good steal. That's a forward pass.
It's not just about one game, it's about all the games that you've played this weekend. Every team has, let's call it a balance sheet of points for, points against. And
I can see a share of crisps from one gentleman to two ladies, which is a very good gesture. Honest, you wish that they could call you there to just have some bite of the crisps or more. But here we are. You have to do this commentary work You Ernest will not forgive me till the end of the day. But here we are. Scoreline still in favor of Kisumu RFC, the first semi-final. I've seen Tony Omondi did not come for this fixture. He played the first one earlier in the day when they lost to Nondis. And here Mwamba making a return.
They're still alive. Remember, we kept mentioning it that you need 3 tries or more to be assured of the win. But look at how Mwamba just transferring the ball through the hands, catching, committing, and passing. It's the basic stuff that wins games of sevens. And when you do it so well, something that's hard becomes easy. That's what Mwamba have done for this try. Make the conversion, and they are within a try to score. They miss the conversion, they're still well within a try, score, and level the game.
With the game being at, had they converted that, it would have been 14-17, which would have been putting pressure to the Kisumu side. But now Kisumu know if they deny you the center and push you to the side, if you have to put a try, it's still the advantage. But for now, let's see how this boils within the last few seconds of the game. High kick, not well collected. It's deep inside the 22. Kisumu RFC making a run. Player is tackled.
I think that's sealing of the rack. Ah, yes, very good call from the referee.
And here's Mwamba, Daniel Tabu. Referee indicating give 10. As a player.
You can see the arrival at that breakdown. We'll take another look at it. You can see the arrival at the breakdown that the tackle has been made, and you have 2 players, one getting back on his feet, another one arriving to contest. The regulation is that it's an aeroplane taking off, aeroplane landing.
Yes.
No aeroplane lands with its nose facing down, and that's
with the rear side.
Yeah, you have to ensure that at all times your shoulder plane is higher than the plane of your hips, and that's what has resulted in a penalty for Mwamba. They called for a scrum.
That's Ernest Karebirungi taking us through a class of planes taking off and landing in the visual of a human being securing a rack. Thank you, Ernest. And the cold has really beat this man from Uganda. He's been complaining from 7 o'clock in the morning when we arrived here. We've tried to give him hot tea, but he says he's looking for other options, which we'll see by the close of the day. It's Daniel Tabu cutting back in. He's trying a one-man show. There's a high tackle. It's been spotted. And here is Mwamba.
It's the last play. They need to make it count. Mwamba. Tackler is slow to roll away. Another advantage. And the try. I believe that's the try.
Even if you knock, you still have the advantage. So
that's
I believe we're now all square with the conversion to come. Remember when I was saying that conversion had been done earlier, this would have been it for the game. They would have been leading by 2 points, but wasn't successful, though it wasn't from a divide of tricky positions. Let's see what Mwamba able to execute with this one. Not successful. We'll go into sudden death.
I think we shall have extra time, and then from there we have sudden death first to score. There's that try scoring moment. Kisumu slot roll away. There's 4 men in that zone against 2 on their feet. Very quick to ground the ball, and you can see the 3 players trying to argue with the referee, and you do not want that to happen in a rugby game. The players do the playing, the referees do the managing, and that's why we have a 17-all tie at full time in this 13th place playoff semi-final. Match will return in extra time. I believe it's sudden death. First to score will win the match and proceed to the final.
Get into someone's 22 and they foul you, you can take a drop goal and win it from there. If someone delays, you're able to put a try, that's it. At the end of the day, the first score wins it for whoever takes it. It's a recap of the score by Walter, by Felix Otieno. And then The good carry by Beverly Ochieng. Mwamba really picked it up from where they were trailing. That's Beverly Ochieng. A good carry and the stare down to Daniel Tabu. That was the Mwamba try. There's also a coin toss that usually happens before this, and I'm looking at, I think Kisumu won for the kickoff, and here we go. Remember, the first to score, you have 5 minutes to play each half. First to score in whichever period wins this one. And Mwamba knocked the ball. Referee, please. Still a Kisumu ball within, right outside the Mwamba 22.
I think that's playing the ball on the floor.
You're playing advantage.
No advantage gained.
That player figured there's no support. My guy was secure in the rack has been cleared from here. Number 10, Walter Hambe had been shoved away. The guy, the floor figured, let me try and rescue. It's illegal to play the ball when on the ground. You've already committed to the rack. So,
but they had advantage.
They had advantage. That's why the scrum is still theirs. And here, Kisumu in pursuit.
He's been cleared off that breakdown, and he's trying to delay the quick play from Kisumu.
That's Beverly Ochieng. That's Tabu. And he's gonna. He ensures there's the advantage of the just play.
It's open play, any man's ball at this point. The judgment has been made for holding on against Kisumu. It's two-man tackle. There's a third, but you can see the quick release.
Wow, that was a unique pass. It had gone to the right full, gone to his, I would call it teammate, but then the ball is knocked, and we have a scrum and also a medical scenario. This time we'll have to stop here for the medical check.
I wonder why Mwamba are playing in this zone, and I wouldn't want to say they are missing the services of Tony Omondi in this last match. Everyone that's been selected to play is capable of playing and knows what to do in such situations, but score is tied 17-all. Mwamba have clearly struggled to come from behind and level the game. I wouldn't understand why they are playing from inside their own 5, given how below par the ball handling has been.
That's correct from you, and it's a scenario of how well will they try and get out of danger. As I said, that ball had been released off, but then was well collected, then knocked forward. A scenario of how well do they recover, and Kisumu will be without the services of Job Nambili, who's limping off the field of play. It's a scrum in favor of Kisumu, who, if they're able to put just one score, it's a wrap for Mwamba in this tournament which they're hosting. And here's a scrum. Let's see how this one goes. Ball is out.
Appeared to be looking for that cross kick, but the winger was standing a little bit too deep.
Loses the possession. You know they're not 10, so you can run it.
And Mwamba need to be careful not to play in this zone, given their handling errors. They need to run it out or just kick the ball. They cannot be playing from inside their own area.
That was a good line break. Step back in and rescue the host, Tendwa Sabala. Tendwa Sabala with a very good line break, getting back into the game and being able to make a dash for it. There was a chase by the Kisumu player, but he was not able to stop him from getting over into the try box.
One moment of Mwamba getting out of their 22 after struggling on defense from there. They've managed to just about put smiles on the faces of their home fans and progress not so much ahead, but into the 13th place playoff. They've won this one in sudden death after full time by 22 points to 17 against Kisumu RFC. Move on to the next 13th playoff semi-final.
Impala taking on MKU Thika. And MKU going high with that one, but Impala able to collect the kickoff. And here's the play coming in from Mwamba, moving from left to right. And he's not held down. Derek Nyari with that carry. And the ball is knocked forward. After these semis, we move to the 9th place semi-final, with the first semi having Nakuru FC taking on Nondescripts, and the second one has the KU Black Blood taking on Stallions Rugby. Then the 5th place semi-finals, and then the main cup semi-finals. Derek Nyari with a very good carry, but not a good offload as he offloads straight to the opponent. Moving the ball from left to right. MKU electing to go deep with that kick. The Impala player is isolated, and hope it doesn't become costly for him. They've secured the ruck. There's Derek Nyari. Good offload. Impala secure, and a very good pick and a dash on the wing by Churchill Obat, who was held back and then released the ball. And Impala lose the ball. And just like that, MKU straight through the middle. Derek Onyango Shimenga
I mean, Mwamba, rather, Impala had kept the ball for many phases of play, and then they switched from team strategy to a player deciding to carry the ball into contact, isolated, gives away a turnover, quick restart, and there was no one in that right place to chase and stop the try from being scored by MKU Thika through the smallest man, probably in the entire tournament, Derek Onyango. And there he is, Onyango. Quick restart in front of the referee on the mark, and he's as fast as a hare in the grasslands.
He's been put into touch. Duncan Kyoko on the assistant referee duty is able to spot it, and the ball is called back.
They didn't convert the try.
MK with a penalty. Still in possession of the ball. Here they are making their moves. All the way now to their 22. Smart and brilliant play right there. And that's a try.
Assistant referee is running on in agreement with your judgment of it being a try, but the referee says it's a knock-on, and yeah, I think he attempted to gather.
I will not blame the referee.
He attempted to gather but lost it just before. However, once the ball has been kicked, you have your task is to just ground the ball, and I think the referee will have to stick with his on-field decision of ball lost forward. Once he attempted to gather the ball the first time, he needed to maintain control of the ball, and losing it forward meant that the try would not count. I think that's a fair conclusion of and deduction from the pictures that we got, and good observation from the referee with just one view of it.
That's Derek Kinyarik. MKU matching them in all sectors. They've not let it just be that they're not part and parcel of this day. Good pass to the left, and here is a good another pass to the left. They maintain possession, then lose it. That offload, still ball is moving backwards. MKU deep inside the 22. They have to figure how well to come out from here. That's if the ball is dead, it'll be a scrum at the 5. 4. Impala. That situational awareness also becomes tricky at times.
Yeah, Impala have forced MKU Thika to play from inside their own red zone. And you know, when you're not able to get rid of the defender in front of you, then you're forced to look for the quickest exit, and that quickest exit is going to be behind you. Impala have the whole short side to attack, over 25 meters of the short side to attack. If the number 9 can recognize that there's space behind him, then he can take that side. If he decides to go just to the right under the uprights, forced and pushed over is Timothy Makia. There's only one direction that Impala had decided to go in this last play of the first half. route moja straight under the uprights, and they've been rewarded for their efforts. The conversion is good as well, so they will take the lead into the break. Timothy Makia has been one of those big ball carriers for Impala, but he's walked out of that contact with a certain limp. Breaks the first tackle, takes 2 men to try and bring him down, but he has moved the meters that he needed to and grounded the ball for the try. There's that halftime score. Impala 7, MKU Thika 5.
Taking it back to the second half of this 13th place semi-final number 2, pitting Impala going against the MKU team from Thika, Mount Kenya University team. Good chicken wing pass, and just like that, I believe the player should have just kept going. He loses that ball in the contest. That's Abi Omondi Obochi. Loses that ball, and it's back to advantage Impala, who will have a 2-point lead. That was a very direct pass. Victor Dwyer was there to just witness the holding as it happened. So nice. There was a release and a capture right there and then.
You know, most referees will want to ensure that continuity. So once the tackle has been made, they want to see you play the ball. So the tackle has been made, tacklers roll away, and there's the first man on the ball. He has done enough to lift and try to play the ball. That is what the referees want to see. They do not want to see players jackling and just resting there. They want to see that attempted lift before they can reward you for that turnover.
Held on to the ball. And here is Impala making a dash. Loses the ball forward. Though if you ask me from my position, there was
like a
tackle to the neck.
Tackle.
Yes. There we have it again.
Yeah,
from the number 15.
Yeah, there's the seatbelt tackle. But he lost the ball in contact. We'll just get a reverse. He landed on the ball, and I think that's what has hurt him.
Got out of gas, eh? And definitely the smoke coming out from there is not the one we saw from the aerial view. That's definitely very different smoke. And there Impala electing to go for a scrum.
You can see a number of fans with coffee mugs and the disposable coffee mugs, and maybe Kenya is the capital of tea in the world, is one of the capitals of tea in the world. Maybe it could be tea, but that's just an indication of how cold the weather has been today.
I'll leave it at that, Ernest.
If the home fans are struggling, then clearly you would understand. For some of us, the visitors.
You may have ulterior motives with your statement, but let's keep it at that. Ernest has noted that everyone is using whatever hot item they may partake to stay hot in this weather. Very good fake off the pass, and is not able to stay within the field of play. Is shoved out.
You know, one of the things that you get to experience when you're playing in such conditions is that as a player, there's not much you can use to stay warm. The warm-up, which is usually maybe 10 minutes, needs to be longer. You need to do an activation before you're allowed into the warm-up zone so that you can get warm. Then you can use your warm-up period to maybe a couple of minutes.
That was totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary from the Mwamba, from the Impala player. He rushed straight onto his neck like he was in a wrestling match.
I think he's lucky to get yellow, and you can see the concern on the match officials there. Should be one of their referee assessors. He's lucky to have got just yellow for sure. Went straight for the neck with force in an upright position.
Benjamin Madaga pulling off his feet, the naughty boy chair, and his compatriot commences the play right there. Ian Jack looking for favorable bounce, and that's knocked. No advantage. Victor Dork signals for the brawl to be brought all the way back.
I think
the knock. Close the 10.
I think David Milimo has kicked the most in that number 23 jersey for MK. He has kicked the most in the entire tournament, probably averaging about.
Apologies, that's not a
kick and a half. Averaging probably a kick and a half or two per game. Just one man. That's quite a great deal of kicks.
But also, if that's the strength that they're playing with, I will not fault them. To break the lines may not be easy, so how well do we try and do a run? So
they've surely practiced those moves, I want to believe, because their chess is good, and that's why Impala find themselves with a scrum feed inside their own in-goal area, inside their own 22 area.
Ambrose Genga.
Oh, that's a beautiful offload.
That's Kederik Kanyari. Good dummy, good offload. He set him up because the opponent was right there coming. He's not going to be picked up from there. That's a good step right there. Goes into the space.
Yeah, Milimo got stuck in there trying to roll away. The ball was available to use.
They didn't take advantage of the extra man within that period, because in the next few Impala winding up the clock, and they've lost the ball. They can't. There's someone who's in an offside position.
You know, some officials as well will not allow you to throw the ball away.
That's a straight yellow.
once the penalty has been awarded against you. You must place the ball down gently and walk away from it, not to toss it away in whichever direction.
They're opting to go for points.
Yeah, they're down by 2 points. They convert this with a few seconds to play. They are leading by just 1 point.
It's successful. As you stated, they're now leading
by just 1 point. MKU Thika. That's Milimo.
That's a brilliant, as you say, the scenario of ball game management and figuring. Instead of us going for a scrum, instead of us going for a line out or tap and go, we need 3 to win it. Go for it, because now what they do, you kick deep, chase, keep them within their half, and try and wrap up the game.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be hoping for.
Deep
but
into it.
Even better, the ball will bounce into touch, and that's going to be the last play.
That's the most brilliant play from today.
Good conclusion of events in this 13th place playoff. MKU Thika winning it late with the first drop goal of the 2024 Kabeberi Sevens. Willie, I would like to ask you, given how much tea is taken in here in Kenya and coffee. What are some of your best snacks that you would recommend for fans who have made their way here?
Cookies will do. Some biscuits. Nandazi.
Local Kenyan snacks, yeah.
Local Kenyan snacks, I'll say sweet potato will do. If you get fried, well fried, that'll do. If you could go, you can take it with groundnuts and lindazi, as it's pronounced in Uganda.
That's quite a variety, and I think they would go well with a hot cup of tea or coffee. But also, if you're one of those who indulge an ice-cold Tusker Lager, the official pairing partner of the SportPesa National 7 Series, would serve the purpose right. It goes down cold, but it has the ability to warm you on the inside for sure.
I do not partake, and I'll not have a comment on that one. I'll let it slide.
It's only for persons aged 18 and above, just for clarity.
You have to put in the disclaimer.
There it is. It's for the fans who are trying to stay as warm as possible. And of course, if you've not informed your people that you're here at Ngong Road for day 2 of the Kabeberi Sevens, you might want to make a call, as our camera crew are keeping an eye out for the fans enjoying themselves as well.
I believe even the biggest concern is your pastor knows that you are attending service and you are further away on Ngong Road, enjoying another form of service. That's Ronnie Omondi.
It's good service if you're a fan of the Catholic monks. They delivered the first service in the morning against Strathmore.
And there was another service that was well executed by Menengai Oilers against the series leaders, Cabras.
Lots of church service for all denominations.
Nakuru looking to get themselves into the scoreboard early. They're camping inside the Nondis 22, and that was a step in and out. They've been able to secure the ball. Ball being moved left to right now. They've been held. And let's see what they're able to do with this. They're playing advantage. They figured, let's attempt some kick over just through the players. It's a fun zone that is very well entertaining. We were there a few minutes ago during the break, and it was captivating. There you get to hear all manner of comments, and if you're a player, they can make you really wonder why you elected to come to play in this weather, especially if you do a mistake. Nakuru not having the easiest of tasks, but they're able to maintain possession, then lose it. And here Nondi's, someone has lost his headgear. Yes, Ronnie. Ball has gone to the far end, and the ball is lost. Too many knocks in this game.
You know, just for clarity, for those who have been here with us from day one, from the first match, you will be forgiven for thinking that this is Stallions Rugby, but Stallions Rugby used the Nakuru kit to avoid the color clash with Impala, and now Nakuru are playing with that very kit. So just for clarity, this is Nakuru in their kit, and for those who are just joining us, that won't be much of a challenge.
Bonventure Pandey with the task of a scrum of position right next to Ronnie Omondi. And Nondis were playing against Mwamba. We had an instant that we had 3 Omondis in the playing field at the same time. Tony Omondi, Ronnie Omondi, and Charles Omondi. And in that instance, still we had an instance of 2 Charleses in the game. Charles Omondi and Charles Odhiambo, both playing for the Nondis script team. There's a knock-on that has been spotted.
Outside. So the playing surface has slowly, let's call it, has evolved from wet and slippery. It's now dry, and the ball is dry as well. So the ball handling should be better from both teams.
Good ball movement by Nondis right there. Charles Omondi, back to Ronnie. Good offload, gets into the space, loses that ball in possession because there's a player who attacked it from side.
Omondi had made that switch play, and once the tackle was made, he had to work twice as hard to get back in position to secure that breakdown.
On a medical break as Charles Omondi requires some checkup. Timer will stop for a few seconds as the referee and the medics attend to Charles Omondi.
There's that switch play from Ronnie Omondi. He drags the defenders with him, but delayed. He delayed to come in to secure that ball, and he was just forced to come in from the side.
Kabeberi Sevens second lead. Today the final day. Mwamba anataka kumua mmoja kushinda pasi. Wenye wavulana mtachomeka. Get ready.
Mwamba fans, I love their kit. I like the Mwamba kit. And yeah, there's that bucket hat. They have colorful tops and jackets and all. In your view, is that also the most colorful kit that we have here in Kenya Sevens?
Most colorful, yes.
Or we could say beautiful. I love color.
There's the one by Oilers. Is also another well-colored jersey. But I think the one that stands out at any given time is the white KCB jersey.
Ah, okay.
It's a very unique, well thought through jersey that was well executed. I usually find it very well done. But this one for Mwamba, especially for the reggae lovers, you can't tell me nothing when I'm wearing that one.
Yeah, for sure. Most times nobody can stop reggae.
Until you're playing for Mwamba at your home tournament and things are not going your way. That's the only time. In a difficult tournament for them, they'll be playing in the 13th place final. As you say, the closest they've played is, the highest placement they've played is 12th, which is also not an easy feat, meaning they lost in that
in the Challenge Cup. In the Challenge Cup 9th place playoff, yes, which is where we are now between Nakuru and Nondis.
And the scores are still tied at 0-0. No one has been able to get something going. You can see the fans are having a good time. Every way that you can, every manner that you can find to just keep yourself warm with the music playing, please do enjoy it. Nakuru FC. And I've noticed some of the key players are now playing, like Felix Okot. And I saw him early in the morning. For those who are here, Ernest, you remember him lamenting on waking up at 5 a.m. Good pass. He went straight with the waiting shoulders. As they've been called, it was knocked forward.
It's a bait pass. We usually call it the ground nut pass. When you've been bait, the shoulders are waiting for you, and your teammate, your playmaker, gives you the pass into the two waiting shoulders. Clearly, the gap, it's a pseudo gap. It was open until you got the ball, and then it closed. And that's...
He was able to do those passes by Herman Humwa. They've got to the number 7, was wide open, and that's the halftime period. Scores made Barren, Nakuru FC 0, Nondiscript 0. Nondi's kick-starting the second half. Scores a barren for those who are joining us now. This is the 35th edition of the Kabeberi George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, taking place at the RFUA grounds. Traditionally, this would have taken place at the railway grounds where Mwamba used to have a grounds until the construction of the expressway led to them losing their grounds. And a power carry right there by Benjamin Wanimo. Great carry right there, and to get them into the scoreboard. Nondi's 5, Nakuru 0. The conversion doesn't go well. That's a repeat of the push by Benjamin Wanimo. Nondi's take lead. The crowd totally enjoying, and there just passes some of the supplies which Ernest and I were having a conversation about, the groundnuts. Nondi's going deep. Nakuru not able to collect the ball off the kickoff, as Christant Ojwang is not playing today. I've seen as a replacement of him.
I wonder what the reason could be. Some of the key players missing out in this second round of matches. So Tony Omondi with Mwamba, we've seen Christant Ojwang now with Nakuru.
Also wish to note, and I had word with Gibson Weru, and John Okoth will not be part of the remainder of the weekend. He picked up an injury yesterday, and wish him quick recovery. He'll be out for some period.
Okay, it's not maybe to worry, but that should concern the Kenya Shujaa technical setup. You know, the players are. It's getting closer to the start of the season. We have the Safari Sevens next month, and then in October rather, and then the Sevens 2025 season begins at the end of November. You want as many men with enough game time under their belts, but also maintaining some health from the local competitions.
Ronnie Omondi able to secure that, and made some advancements, and here they are at the halfway line, Wanmino, and this is Charles Odhiambo. Charles Odhiambo with a very good ball carry. Wanmino floating the ball, he's moving end to end and goes straight through, and with a smile on his face, because he knows he's not stopping him now at this moment. The one and only Bruce Odhiambo. Very, very unique team setup. Two Charleses in the field of play, two Odhiambos, Bruce Odhiambo and Charles Odhiambo.
Nondis have woken up in this second half. It was 0-0 at halftime, but you can see the intent with which they are playing. Ronnie Omondi pulling the strings and putting the big men into space and onto the weak shoulders of their opponents. Good finish, good team play from the nondescript.
And is leading 12-0. That's a knock. Actually, it's he collected the ball from an offside position. Ronnie. Good ball carry. Fend right there. He's able to go all the way to the try box, and that is Benjamin Wanimo.
It's a big man at the wing. You know there's only one purpose for which he has been put there, and that's to carry it strong and hard along the touchline. Not very many defenders would be able to stop him. The key to that is just to go for the legs. The man is only as quick as his legs, but the defense opts to go high on him, and he uses that feint to just continue on his way unscathed.
The kick was high, direction was good, but it was not successful. 1 minute to play. This is the 9th place semi-final. Second round features KU Black Blood taking on Stallions Rugby. Stallions who've been showcased the reasons as to why they've been here. They've not really had the easiest of tournaments, but they've made a very good mark. And Nakuru there just finding space, and that in moving from out back in by Nakuru, and they've said we're not leaving this game without points on the scoreboard, and that's their first one straight through the uprights.
It's a beautiful switch at full throttle. Opened up the defense, sliced through them like a hot knife through butter.
Abakuk Ouma. Kevin Ombogu, center referee, assisted by Oscar Ndereva and Joseph Mumo, called this game to his completion. It's a very good offload right there by Jojo.
That's a beautiful switch. That's what you want from your wingers. That's what you want from your finishers. Hit the ball at full pace. The defenders who are running across need to stop, turn, and start running. No one would ever be able to catch you. And that was just the consolation score for Nakuru as they lose this game by 17 points to 7 against the nondescripts.
But Kuke led Black Blood here to take on the Stallions. I believe there's another scenario. Ernest, Stallions had to take some longer time, and your guess is as good as mine as why they had to take longer, because you'll see the color of jerseys they're wearing. Don't forget their normal jerseys are red in color, and KU Black Blood have these ones which are maroon. I want you to watch the other side and see which jerseys they're using. They've gone to their very good friends Nakuru RFC, who've been very gracious in sharing their jerseys.
You know, we mentioned colorful kit, but I think we forgot to, and my best friends will be killing me for this one. We forgot to mention the Harlequins kit.
Oh, it's a pretty one.
They have a beautiful kit.
It's a beautiful kit. I know Oliver Fuller, who's listening to me, he will be wondering why am I not recognizing the beautiful kit of his club. He handles communications for the Kenya Harlequins team, who've been very instrumental in the last couple of series, and they've maintained their goal as they're in yet another semi-final.
And they're playing at home as well.
This is their home ground, and Stallions pick up that kickoff, and they are going all the way, trying to make an early score. I believe that player was in an offside position. There's a knock. We've lost it. Linus Kamande is the center referee. For this one is being assisted by Rodney Kipkoech and Duncan Kioko. This is the second semi-final for the 9th place trophy. Deep inside the 22. Black Blood making an attempt. That's major. They're able to secure the ball. They don't lose it. Rack is formed and the ball is out. Captain America Arthur taking lead of that. Songa Shui. Ball moving end to end. Let's see what Black Blood are able to do. Very good run, very good offload to Major. And he's still running, pumping his heels high, his knees high. Still good carry. They maintain possession, the ball is being played wide. What they want to execute with this one. He went straight into contact.
And he's played the ball on the floor, playing it forward as well. Advantage to the Stallions in that Nakuru kit.
Both teams have gone into a position to try and make something and lost it. Here Stallions making a run. He played the ball on the ground. He's lost it. It's a penalty against Stallions. The ball is being input right there by Captain America Arthur Wandaru. And here they're making their charge. He's been tackled, still well in pursuit. They've secured the ball. See what Black Blood are able to do with this possession. That's Obat Kuke. He has a heavy fend. He attracts all the other players, and that is Major. He's been one of their best players this weekend.
Ole your Major. Good finish. I like how he runs at the wing with intent, with purpose. He transfers the ball from the inside arm onto the arm on the outside, and he uses the free hand to make the fend and then speed away for the try. Good finisher for
Mulongo.
The Kenyatta University Blackbird.
You said he had a poise. You said yesterday he had a poise like he was serving in the army.
Yeah. Maybe it's in the name.
he grew up knowing that he'll be in the army at one time. Very good play right there by Black Blood, taking advantage of the fast fender from Obat Kuki, and he offloads the ball going all the way to Major Mulongo, who runs through the wing round the Stallion players and ticks to make it into such the setting. And this is a guarantee that Stallions will still be playing in the next...
I think we can take a look at the run of fixtures, and
they're way ahead. There's those who are playing 13th place. They're in the 9th place. So
there's still lots to play for. Will only determine who will continue with just at least one more game to play, because Nakuru, rather Stallions, have had a score of their own.
I'm saying their play from this weekend, that they've not been a pushover. They've made it into the...
Or they've stayed in Division 1, so yes, they will get a play for the other weekend's games in Driftwood 7's.
Mombasa.
Yeah. And that's the bigger picture that, you know, that all the teams need to look at. How many points can they gather? How much work can they put in, or do they need to put in to ensure that they stay active in Division 1 as opposed to dropping down to Division 2?
I'm worried about Mwamba. We'll also just be checking around from the players that are in Div 2 just to confirm, because we'll have in our fixtures for today, we have the Div 2 We have the Div 2 finals, which will be played the main stand, the main arena, and also the ladies final, which will be played there before the main cup final for Div 1. So we'll be able to see the teams that will be coming to play in Div 1 in Prince Driftwood in 2 weeks' time. A very smart move right there. It's well collected, though it wasn't the intended pass. That's Major Mulongo again. As you said, he runs with intent. Controlling away, advantage has been called. And with the advantage, you can be smart with how you take it. Going all the way for a try. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful running right there by the Kenyatta University, Kelvin Gathu.
Kelvin Gathu realized that he had the advantage, so it's a free play. He kicks it forward. The defense is still trying to get in shape. The cross cover is there, but he has his back turned, so Gathu is able to win that foot race, gather the ball, and then use the momentum to drag himself over for the try. There's a slow roll, the advantage is out, and that's the cue that Gathu needed to pump the gas, try and beat his opposite man on a foot race, and he's been rewarded there. He's earned a beautiful try for his team, and at this point the Black Blood are just going to take a safety cushion into the halftime break against the Stallions.
Very good step right there. Right there. Stallions number 12.
I think that player is still on the ground. The way he landed didn't look to be safe. There's
a player still on the ground.
Yeah, that was very, very concerning in the way he landed, and the match has to be stopped to attend to him. Please don't show it. Please don't show it. The referee blows for halftime, but we keep our fingers crossed for the player who landed dangerously and hurt himself.
I think because they're going to go into the medical break, and then let me go. I think I'm taking a lot of water. Let me go.
We have a confirmation of the halftime score in this placement semi-final. The Kenyatta University Black Blood just safely ahead of Stallions Rugby by 14 points to 5. We'll return after this halftime break and the medical stoppage as we get to see the hurt player walking off on his feet. That's a good sign of recovery, but it will be the last piece of action we have in this first half, and his last piece of action in the tournament, as the head injury assessment protocols here in Kenya Rugby are recognize the injured player and remove from the competition. We're back for the second half, and Nakuru, or rather Stallions, have been caught unaware immediately after kickoff by the Black Blood. Black Blood striking early in this second half through the man called Captain America. Arthur Gwandaru, but it is the hard work of Obert Kuke with ball in hand, breaks the first tackle, fends off the second defender, and then frees his hand for that offload plus switch play for Gwandaru to score early on in this second half. Black Blood stretching away from the Stallions by 19 points to 5. And now we await the conversion from Zolik Buyuni, from Elvin Gatu rather. Look at Obert Kuke at full throttle, ball in one hand, he's holding it like a small pill, and then the offload into space for Arthur Gwandaru. Black Blood go deep on the restart. Stallions have to work from inside their 22. Stallions still alive with ball in hand. There's space on the outside for the man at the wing to exploit. Zolik Buyuni is quick. Zolik Buyuni will go over for the Stallions. End-to-end star from the Stallions. And the shark fin is out as well for celebration. Stallions are ensuring that they do not make it easy for Black Blood.
Men and kids in the Green Kids Stallions Rugby, jamani. Singapore RFC.
Conversion by Anthony Onyango is not good enough, but there's a replay of that move. First the switch, and then he stays alive. Zolik Buyuni on the open side got that ball back. A team play, but that's what it means to be a finisher. You also get a chance to contribute in the build up to the tries.
Stallions scrum. It's a direct feed in. He didn't even try and place it straight behind the ball, behind the leg, and the player was not held, so he's able to continue ramming. That's Obert Kuke. He's already complaining the ref. These guys are not, they're in an offside position. I believe that's Stallions line out.
You know,
5.
in some situations, to try and prevent that quick line out, teams get ahead of themselves and forget that you can only do that from behind the 5-meter line. Otherwise, it's obstruction and can be penalized.
And actually, if a ref is very strict, you can get a yellow card.
Yeah, because you're obstructing the quick line out, but Stallions will have a chance to throw in the line out properly.
They'll be cleared from that. I figured that track will be cleared. The way the Black Blood were approaching came with vengeance. And it's a foot race. So he was able to get there first. That's the scenario I was telling you on how well. There's a hand around the neck, which is really uncalled for by the KU Black Blood player. And Stallions are here now making their run. Good dummy. Second one is well offloaded. He gets through the space, and now it's just battle of the run, and then knocks the ball forward.
Stallions, come on.
This was the opportunity to have added more points into the scoreboard.
Yeah, and apply some pressure on Black Blood. They score, they come either 2 points or 4 points, and that makes it a winner takes all, you know, conclusion to the match. Direct running from Black Blood, and they go back to the big men who have just gotten into shape from that scrum feed. The big men are making the work, are making the attack count, and now to the playmakers. Oh, you beauty.
Kelvin Gathu. This weekend he's been instrumental for the university side from Thika Road. Kenyatta University.
Nearly in contact, Kelvin Gathu. That's guts.
Gathu got guts.
It's a chip and chase. And now he can put the cherry on the ice cake and what is an individual try with the conversion. But this attempt is short and wide. There's the big man, and then now to the playmakers in the middle. Oh, I love that move.
Gathu really executed our kick and chase, and it just went over and collected it. He didn't even land. It's the same player. Yesterday we were talking about having picked up a couple of stuff. No, that was Emon Omalwa, saying he must have picked up a couple of tricks from PW15. That's Philip Okorach.
There's now Major looking to put the Stallions to bed with that last try in the last play of the match. KU Black Blood won the restart, and they've gone all the way to score and put this match to bed against the Stallions. 29 points on the board. Conversion to come, but there will be no more action in this match. David Mirimo ensures that he converts. There, ladies and gentlemen, is a conclusion to this placement match. Kenyatta University Black Blood 31 points, Stallions Rugby 10 points. Now on to the 5th place playoffs. It's the semi-finals between Strathmore Leos and Daystar, and later Cabras against Masinde Muliro.
3 universities are taking place in the 5th place playoffs. You have Daystar, you have Masinde Muliro, and you have Strathmore Leos. And first one, you have Strathmore Leos going against Daystar Falcons. Strathmore Leos had a perfect day one, winning all the 3 matches, causing an upset by beating Cabras. And then when they moved to day 2, they had a tricky affair in the first main cup quarterfinals when they met the other university side, Catholic Monks, who had a very different approach and were able to cause, that was the first upset of the day, and then followed by not really an upset when Oilers were able to contain Cabras. It's considering for Oilers they were number 1 in their respective pool.
Yeah, Cabras
set himself up.
Cabras had a disastrous day 1, and it spilled over into day 2. They lost both their first games on both days. Daystar, on the other hand, figured out a way of getting into the cup quarterfinals. They used the points difference. They piled points on in the first game, and that's what led them through. And now they're up against the Strathmore Leos, who are flawless on day 1 but had a disappointing start to day 2.
Strathmore moving the ball end to end, looking for a weakness in the Daystar defense. That's Gabriel Aimba being taken to the ground. The ball starts moving back from one side to the other. It's Matoka handing over the ball to George Oro. Tries to float the ball. It's kept in play, but then they lose that ball, and it's an opportunity. And Oro was smart in how he tackled it, because he knew if that pass was offloaded well, and if he knocks it, it's not a knock because it goes backwards. And here is an opportunity. This is Matoka. This is Nigel Amaitsa with a very good run just to kickstart putting Strathmore into the scoreboard. Cabras fans just being left to be what you call the hate watch. Where you have all that you can do is to sit and hit, because you are not in the main cup. Nigel Amaitsa, very good player. Ernest, you're laughing at that. That's when you have when your nemesis is playing and you support the opponent. All not in this, all in the hate and lack of love for your nemesis.
Of course, if Cabras win their placement semi-final against Masinde Muliro, they will be facing one of these two teams.
They'll be meeting the winner. So whoever wins this one meets the winner of Cabras and Masinde Muliro. What I've also noticed is for Daystar Falcons is the absence of Patrick Odongo.
I think we might want now to start recording the players that are missing from this second round of matches, because the numbers appear to be high. I would love to figure out what the cost is to the clubs. Is it injury? Are they choosing to rest their players, especially given those who are out of the cup?
Is there really something to play for? Do we give the opportunity to the younger players? Are there other people in the ranks just to have a feel of the game?
Yeah, so we'll just, if we can, we'll try to figure out the reason why some of these players are not taking part. But for Strathmore Leos, they have.
That's Nigel again. One more time, getting over chalkboard, over the chalk, and it's a score.
Strathmore Leos, on the other hand, have decided that they will stay with all their men on the playing field. George Oro and Nigel Amaitsa are combining.
Gabriel Aimba on the wing. Arnold Nyakego at the 10. Steph Curry move.
Yeah, it's something for concern. I've not seen him do that in open play.
To do it?
Playing with his mouth guard out of his mouth.
Nah, that's just when he's going
when he's taking the conversion. Yeah. It's a challenge that we're having back at home in Uganda, that some of the players, when they're going to throw the line out to feed in the scrum, the mouth guard is outside. I think there would need to be a crackdown on some of those players. I'm hoping that for Strathmore Leo's kicker, it is only when he's going to take the conversion.
Only Steph Curry is able to execute that from a playing field and be able to give you some crazy scores like what he did in the Olympic finals. But here we are. This is the second, 9th place, the first 5th place semi-final, pitting Strathmore Leos against Daystar, and Strathmore leading 10-0.
That's 2 tries from Nigel Amaitsa in the corner. And they're driving towards the same corner again. Nigel Amaitsa still.
Let's see how he steps. Figures the position was there. In and out. And there is a hat-trick with 1:47 to play. Once you score a hat-trick, I'm your coach, and you're winning, you come to the bench and just chill with us. You're more important for us. Just giving us stories now. It's no longer about needing more scores from you. They're already leading by 3 tries, and the opponent is not really giving them much to work with. So,
you know, like
the number 14 for the Daystar Falcons, Chris Obuya, should be checked in the grocery section of not Quickmart now. I think they should go to Naivas at Prestige Plaza. They should check him there. He may be checking out some groceries for dinner. So
I think, like we've been mentioning the whole weekend, 3 tries is not enough. You cannot count your chicks before they hatch. Strathmore Leos might be having the 3-pointer, the 3-try advantage. courtesy of that hat-trick by Niger Amaitsa, but they cannot rest on their laurels thinking that they have this done and dusted. There's a whole half of Sevens rugby to play for.
Oh, my bad. My apologies. I had assumed because of the scoreline, this was the second half. So I'm looking at the score, I'm like, oh, Nigel stays. Apologies. I assumed this was the second half. They had a minute to play, a minute 40 when you're scoring that third try. But to imagine that he's already put 3 tries in the first half, what will he be able to do within the second half? So, yes, it's not a guarantee in the first half when you still have another whole 7 minutes to play. And this is the good move coming in and out by Daystar Falcons. And when we mentioned that they need to showcase their prowess, the number 13 Arnold Agonda makes a good breakthrough and drives straight through the uprights and gives them a very good fend. He issued a very good fend to the scrummer for Strathmore Leos and makes a very good dash for the center. Gideon Makumi was not able to handle him, nor Arnold Nyakego, and that was excellent play right there by the one and only Arnold Agonda. And looking for the 2 complementary points which are successful, done by,
you know, like we mentioned,
Tony Goma.
Strathmore Leos cannot rest on their laurels that they have this in bed. Arnold Agonda, no sooner had we mentioned it than he showed us that Strathmore Leos still have a lot of work to do to seal this 5th place semi-final. Strathmore Leos looked like they were going to sail into halftime unscathed, but with this score, 2 tries is all they need to bring it back level. And the tables, they know how to change, they know how to turn. There will be all to play for on the other side of halftime after this break. Strathmore Leos lead then by 10 points against the Daystar Falcons. It is 17-7 at the break.
And we're back for the second half. Ball moving from right to left. Strathmore Leos on the back foot with the ball, creating some space there. And a good fend executed there. And that's Nigel. Boy is good. Boy is proper. Putting it, trying to put it back to where he left it. Where he put in 3 tries. And now that's the 4th one in one game. This is the 5th place first semi-final. The next one will be pitting Cabras against Masinde Muliro.
Nigel Amaitsa working hard to speed away and then breathing out after realizing he has made the distance for the try. It's 4 tries in this game alone for Nigel Amaitsa. It's probably more than some teams have managed to score in this entire weekend.
4 tries.
Yeah, some teams have not been able to score because they've only played 4 games, so a try per game.
You think there are teams that have been losing proper?
Yeah, it's likely that there are some teams.
That was the offload that was given to Nigel, and he took the run all the way around. A good collection of the kickoff by. And here is Gabriel Ayimba. And you can be rest assured he's about to dance. There he goes. We're missing it out.
Surely this time Strathmore Leos can comfortably say they've sealed this one against the Daystar Falcons. Gabriel Ayimba with wheels for days and moves as well for the try celebration.
Conversion not successful. Scores remain 27 for Strathmore and only 7 for the Daystar Falcons.
Current score, Strathmore Leos 27, Daystar Falcons 7.
Appeared to be a good contest, but
He's giving them an extra 10.
high tackle.
Yeah, he's giving them an extra 10.
That's why we mentioned, you know, in the previous game about
Don't
throwing the ball away. You need to place it down gently
and walk away.
and walk away, not to toss it anywhere, because then you're impeding the opponent's attempts to have the quick restart. It's a
Less than 4 minutes to play, and we're having a situation where it's a scrum for the Daystar Falcons. They've been good yesterday. They made it to the main cup quarterfinals. They were in a pool which, apart from Kenya Harlequins, the rest of the teams won only one game.
The Falcons going through on points difference by just +5.
There's Patrick Adongo, he's joined in. He's there at number 11. Remember when we were asking about who are players who've not made it into the second game? Patrick Adongo is there. There is space there. The player should have taken the first instant. Play will be called against them, and Strathmore have a quick tap in, but not on the mark. And the ball is brought all the way back. The St. Kimathi.
Another stop for a medical break. I think slowly but steadily we've reached the point where the players are beginning to feel the impact of playing 2-day tournaments back to back.
Thank you so much, Rugby. Rugby has battled cancer and is still here part of the rugby fraternity. If you'd love to support the treatment that he's undergoing for cancer, we have merchandise items in support of him. And
This broadcast is on Mwamba TV on YouTube, and you can follow all the updates on Kenya Rugby channels. It's not about where we go, it's about what we bring back. Reality media capturing and relaying all the action in this 2024 George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens.
Purchasing merchandise items as we are helping him battle cancer. Pamoja tunaweza. Thank you so much, Rugby, for being here with us today.
The Falcons attempting to stop the scrummer from an offside position gives away a penalty to the Strathmore Leos. The Leos have been the better team in this university derby for the 5th place final. They're playing for the final.
It's a knock. 2 minutes to play. Arnold Nyekego not able to keep hold of the ball and knocks it. There was a chase that was coming right straight at him.
Leicester Falcons can be happy about how this tournament has gone for them. This is their first foray into the Cup quarterfinals, and for the first time this season they will be playing within the big boys, and hopefully at the end of the tournament the overall standings will see them gain a boost, a place or two in the overall standings. But unfortunately they've faced a much more composed Strathmore team, who are not new to the Cup quarterfinals. They were in the Cup semi-finals at the Christie Sevens here, and they dropped out for the following two circuits, finishing 9th. So you can see the kind of quality that the Strathmore have when you compare it to the Daystar Falcons. But when you look at the overall standings, Strathmore are in 9th place with 26 points and Daystar Falcons are in 10th with 19 points. So there will be some daylight at the end of the day when we look at these two teams in the overall standings. I think Ayimba there, he got tackled just short, stretched out, needed an extra blade of grass to have that try awarded, but maybe a thick line of chalk would have guaranteed the try, but he's got hurt. Looks like his knee in that attempt to score the try. And those knee injuries can be really, really painful. There's Ayimba again. Stretches out.
Is it tackle? Because he was being brought down.
Yeah, the player rolled on his, I think it's not even the knee, it's probably the ankle. And that's the signal from the referee saying that he was tripped in an unsafe tackle or tough luck Ayimba.
It's a very unique shot right there. If there's a photographer taking
It's the knee.
Gabriel Ayimba on the floor, Patrick Odongo.
And now, if I were to recall, I remember in last year's, in our 7 series across the border in Uganda, one of the key players was for Heathens, the current series leaders, was the captain Cloud Otema. He got an injury like that had him stay out for close to 6-7 months.
Wow. He's able to not limp out, but he's walking out of it.
Ayimba being able to walk is a huge sigh of relief, but those tackles where the players are using their legs to stop you,
yes,
to wrap you around, can be really, really dangerous, and will take the sign of Ayimba walking off as just hope that things are not as bad as we had hoped. And the referee had that spot on. He's reduced the Daystar Falcons to 6 men for that dangerous tackle. And in the end, when you think about it, if that was a dangerous tackle under the uprights with a try-scoring opportunity, maybe you could extend the punishment further to make it a penalty try.
That's correct. Here is Strathmore going for the penultimate end of it, and that is George Oro. Not the score they were looking for, not the place they wanted to be playing at. Strathmore had a very stellar performance on day one. They had won all their 3 fixtures, and they were ranked higher in their pool, and they met a second-placed Catholic Monks coming in second from the other pool, that's Pool B. But they lost to the Monks, and quite the scenes today. And there they are playing in the 5th place semi-final. They've already secured their win. The conversion not successful by Matoka, and it ends 32-7. We await their opponent for the 5th place position final between Cabras taking on the Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, all the way from Kakamega. This is what you call the true Ingwe Derby.
These two teams have had different fortunes. On the day, Cabras are the series leaders. Masinde Muliro are the team who have punched way above their weight in this series. They've pulled some major scalps. They beat the defending champions. Now they have a chance to beat the current series leaders. Masinde Muliro against Kabras. Different fortunes, but they have to make hay while the sun shines.
It's just that it's not shining here today. And also just a scenario, Masinde Muliro also made it to the main cup semis in Dallas 7's last weekend. So they've been good. Let's looking at the lineup of Kabras Sugar. I can see Mutua there, the number 14 position. And let's see how well they execute this one. Very good high kick there by Eric Cantona. Well collected by Masinde Muliro University. And here they are inside their 22, trying to gain some ground from here. This position, playing on reverse, not the best position that they may be wishing to play. And right on that, Kabras strike first, courtesy of Warren Kamadi.
Kabras Sugar meaning business early on in this placement semi-final. They had enough men to contest at the breakdown, did not leave it to set. Once they made the contest, the breakdown was open for Kamande to just pick the ball up gently and score the try. Though numbers are plenty on the outside, didn't use them. He makes the tackle, gets back onside. The two men engage their shoulders and open the gate for him to score the try.
That's a tricky situation. You're inside your 22 and you're being pushed back against a team like Kabras Sugar. When you get an opportunity to clear that ball, kindly be smart.
And just like that, you can clear it. The difference is that once you clear it like that, then the counter-attack, you open yourself up and you're at risk of a lethal counter-attack from some good counter-attacking teams, which Kabras for sure is known for.
That's Mutua with an offload there. Step in and out, and Kabras are not leaving any chance. Don't forget, this is Masinde Muliro, who've beaten Kabras before. They're not taking any chances. Humphrey Asiligwa taking his opportunity. Mutua creating the chance by getting into contact, pulling in two defenders, and offload to Humphrey Asiligwa, and he goes straight through the uprights for the score.
Has he hurt himself in the celebration? Yeah, you can see the bruise on his knees. And he's clutching on his hamstrings. Those side steps have not only hurt Masinde Muliro, but they've hurt him as well. That's a celebration. And then he gets up. Just would like to see how he managed to hurt himself from there.
Eric Cantona. As it stands right now, we may be having a repeat of the Pool A game, whereas Kabras was playing against Strathmore in the 5th place final.
Maybe a chance for redemption, but what's in front of them at the moment, Kabras, as Asiligwa matches off, he hurt himself going for that fancy dive finish.
He's also messed up his tights.
It's the surface, it's the playing surface. It has taken a beating for these 2 days.
There. Victor Dor is the center referee for this fixture, assisted by Linus Kamande and Rodney Kipkoech. And right after this one, we go into the main cup semi-finals with the first one. We'll be pitting the Catholic University Monks going against KCB, and the Menengai Oilers taking on Kenya Harlequins. Kabras with a good offload to the side, and here they are collecting yet more points against the university side from Kakamega. With 3 minutes to play in the first half, Ernest.
I like set plays. When they are well executed, they can be such a work of art and science to watch. It's the work of Warren Kamadi with ball in hand. He goes to the open side, carries it onto the gain line, offloads just before contact, and then that pump from Eric Cantona is what opens the gate for the try in the corner for Jackton. Also, that pump it causes the defender to hesitate and stand. Once he's flat-footed and you send the ball out, then Octo has an easy finish to make in the corner.
The first unfortunate restart by Kabras, as this gives the first opportunity for Masinde Muliro to cross the half in this fixture against a very well-oiled Kabras side. He goes straight into, he lost that ball. Masinde Muliro are not decided on who will be the one to do the restart. Here they go onto the ground.
Multiple handling errors.
Disadvantage for who? It's a scrum for Masinde Muliro.
Masinde Muliro.
That was Warren who came to wrap it up, right?
He slapped it backwards, and then once it landed in front of Mutua, Mutua lost it forward. Oh, that's an easy handover of the ball by Masinde Muliro to Kabras at that scrum. They tried to play a move going to the short side that not everyone was aware of, and the execution was not good as well.
There's a yellow card coming off from Victor Edwards. Mutua giving guidance to his team. As I told you yesterday, he's quite the leader in the team.
Yeah, and you can see again, this time the referees are aware of it, that you need to put the ball down gently. Otherwise, you're stopping your opponents from having the quick restart. He threw the ball away. Victor Odwar, highly experienced on the African level, quickly sent him to the bin.
It's a matchup of 7 against 6. Goes into contact and good offload. That is Eric Cantona. Quite some tackles are flying all direction. Mutua floats it to the side. Goes straight into contact. Good offload to Mutua. Goes all the way for an easy 5-pointer with a follow-up try to come up. That's Brian Mutua, born in 13th of December. The year is 2001. Proper Gen Z.
Kabras are still playing a blend of that old-fashioned Gonga rugby. The winger had space on the outside, decided to come back inside, dropped the shoulder, and then now the new generation of rugby, the offload just before contact. Brian Mutua is over for the try.
That's the end of the first half with Kabras Sugar RFC leading by 26 points to nothing against their Kakamega neighbors, Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, who have not yet drawn a score. And the commencement of the second half. Ball is being played from the Masinde Muliro side. And Cabras already kick-started heavy. Is an offload of a pass. And Cabras continue from where they left. Very simple score. The player tried to go and have word with Victor Duer and is silenced on his tracks.
That offload. It's fortunate that it went to hand, but for the series leaders to be throwing such loose passes is unusual. And you can see it's how such opportunities go begging. The referee has called it back, try not awarded. It's going to be a scrum feed. It dropped the ball in grounding it.
They lost that position.
And Masinde Muliro, they have been rewarded for that effort in the chase.
Trying to get out of the danger. Played slightly wide. He's playing that ball. Victor didn't call that one yet. Let's see what Masinde Muliro are able to do from this run of play. This is Warren.
There's a hand in there in an attempted wrap.
Was it deliberate? Was it through a wrap?
It was an
Victor just noticed that it was a wrap. If you ask me, it's a bit of both.
It's just a scrum. Ball still in possession of Cabras.
Warren Kamadi with the opportunity to start it off. And they have a stronger scrum so that you could just push ahead, collect the ball.
There's another player on the floor who has got a knock to the head for Masinde Muliro. They are now attacking with 6 men.
Looking at how his hands are, he's able to make a move.
The play needs to be stopped to have him attended to immediately.
The Dicks are on the field.
It was a collision with the hip, and this is what usually happens when there's two defenders trying to tackle one player. The one who goes lower usually comes out in a worrying situation, because the ball carrier is trying to turn and you've shaped up yourself, you've gone in for the wrap, but sometimes the hip sometimes can be the thigh with the femur, and you end up having a nasty collision. There is the collision with the hip, because there's pressure coming. You're trying to force him to fall on one side and there's pressure coming in from the other side. The player who has gone lower usually comes out second best. It's unfortunate. Two-man tackles in the game of rugby, very risky business, unfortunately. This is the second fifth place semi-final between Cabras and Masinde Muliro. Later, after this, in the afternoon session, we shall have the cup semi-finals and the ladies bronze match. Cup semi-finals for the men: Catholic University of East Africa Monks against KCB, the defending champions of this. Mwamba hosted Kabeberi Sevens, and while we take a look at the tries in this game, all from Kabras on the open side. This is the latest try. Old-fashioned as Kenya Rugby comes, and then the new style of keeping the ball in motion, of letting the ball do all the work. That's the last try that was scored by Brian Mutua. Kabras, should they maintain this score, will be facing the Strathmore Leos in the 5th place playoff. The second cup semi-final will be between the Menengai Oilers and Kenya Harlequin. Both teams have had a flawless campaign so far here at the Kabeberi Sevens. Stands yet to fill up. Perhaps the fans delaying to make their way owing to that early morning downpour, but we expect more to fill the stands as we go into the cup semi-finals, the business end of things. At the end of today's matches in the Kabeberi Sevens, the 2024 SportPesa National Sevens Series will take a week's break, and after that we'll return with the last two events. An arm raised by the player being stretchered off is a sign that he is conscious and well, and the first steps of his recovery has begun. We wish him a quick recovery. The National Sevens circuit will resume on the 7th and 8th of September in the Driftwood Sevens, all the way at the coast in Mombasa, before a quick turnaround to Nakuru for the finale on September 14th to 15th in the Prince Lou Sevens. Kabras appeared to have gotten the score that extends their lead, but it will not count, as Warren Kamadi received the ball from a player who had made a double movement. Or has it been awarded? Yes, it's been awarded by Victor Odwar. 31 points on the board. Ball kisses the uprights for the conversion, making it 33 points to nil. Kabras against Masinde Muliro. There's been no contest at all from Masinde Muliro, as Eric Cantona makes way for Jackson Skater to bring this victory home. Kick goes short, and Jackton also takes a player in the air. Referee says get it on to Masinde Muliro on that quick restart. They're being forced to work backwards, the university team. Cyprian Ombaso goes to the short side. Ball lost forward in contact by Hope Clarence, and the pressure is mounting from the Sugarmen, putting their shoulders in. That's a good tackle from Derek Ashiendu, one that you will have practiced on the training ground, and that is what is forcing those handling errors and turning over possession back to Kabras. Still a long time, still a long way before the full-time whistle, so Kabras could probably go into the 40s if they are able to put more points on the board. A bit of miscommunication between the playmakers and the finishers hands possession back to Masinde Muliro. There goes Kelvin Bukala. Masinde Muliro working from in front of the uprights, they shuffle it through the hands. Numbers are plenty on the outside. Overlap has been created. Derek Ashiendu closes that gap and wins the turnover, but yet again another player holding his head high count of the high tackles. Bevan, of course, loses that ball to Brian Mutua. Brian Mutua running across and then goes onto the switch trying to find Hilary Salano. Salano caught behind the would-be gain line. Ball was open, says Victor Odwar. Falls backwards, chanced upon by Ian Odwar for the Masinde Muliro, and this is messy rugby from both teams. Kelvin Bukala on to Bevan Okoth, and then switch play back to the short side.
So
Ian
these are the
Odwar.
two teams that are playing Kanyama.
It's not the finest of rugby, but if it can get you some points on the board, then you will take that home. Masinde Muliro with possession. Cyprian Ombaso into contact, held up, trying to wrestle his way. It's been ripped backwards by Ashiyundu, but the judgment is for a high tackle from the center referee, and we shall have a stoppage to allow the player fasten his laces. That's Hope Clarence. There's that high seatbelt tackle on initial contact before he managed to change his bind and put it under his armpits, almost like a baby curry. Scrum feed for Masinde Muliro. Ferron Kaburu will feed from the edge of the playing field. There's some space for him to explore on that short side, but Cabras will have that very well patrolled. Huta for the final play has gone. Masinde Muliro go to the open side. Running the loop with their playmakers. Cyprian Ombaso. Ombaso out to Kelvin Bukala. Bukala still fighting. Masinde Muliro need at least the consolation score before they bow out of this 5th place semi-final. Reshuffling it out. The pass not the best. Bounces in front of Ian Odwar. Odwar into contact. Still on his feet, managing to find a break through the middle. He's being chased by Ashiyundi. Ashiyundi makes that try-saving tackle. Odwar tries the offload to an unexpected support player, and that is the conclusion of Masinde Muliro's fight against Cabras. You can see the frustration of all the players. There's that Ian Odwar offload to a player who was approaching to ruck. Bevan Okoth first to arrive, but didn't expect the ball, and it's lost forward. Cabras dispatching Masinde Muliro by 33 points to 0, and this is now where the focus is, the business end of things. The Catholic monks were able to baptize Strathmore Leos in the first Cup quarter-final. They have an opportunity to baptize again another giant, KCB, in this first Cup semi-final. First Cup semi-final, then Catholic monks against the KCB boys from Ruaraka.
It's an affair of Thika Road going all against Magadi Road, and he goes 10. No good landing there. Yeah, the monks.
They are judged
There's
for
a holding of the ball.
Held on.
And monks relinquish position of the ball, give it off to
Elvis Olukosi won that contest at the breakdown. He was there, placed his hands on the ball.
the guy on the ground touched it. Here's a ball movement by KCB.
Take a look at that Catholic monks lineup. Brian Nyamboki in the number 9 jersey was such a sight. Number 15 jersey was such a sight to watch in that first semi-final, that first quarter-final. But he has to contend with a KCB team that have put no foot wrong today.
He's judged not to have released the player upon that tackle. And this cup semi-final is being officiated by Joseph Mumo, being assisted by Innocent Kimathi and Kevin Wambugu.
A good call from the referee. You need to show daylight. You need to clearly release before you can go for the ball, and that's how the penalty has gone back to the way of the Catholic monks. They find touch just outside the 22. They have to throw the line out.
That's, now it finds Olukusi and Onyala. See how well they're able to execute it.
They go for the smart play by throwing it direct to the front of the line out, but KCB are quick to contest that.
And powerful.
That rack.
They're being moved backwards. It's not the best of scenarios. Every team wishes to play moving forward, and that was well at the wrap. I believe it will be called back into a knock. KCB are taking advantage of their size, which is working for them. I remember even in the semi-final, in the quarterfinals when they're playing against Daystar, they did the same, where they keep the opponent on the back foot at each and every moment. So let's see how the monks are able to come out of this.
Catholic monks are able to keep the ball moving. They're able to offload before contact, just before contact.
The ball came straight through the tunnel. Sati was quick off his feet, but he's been recalled. Momo says, let's have a redo of this one. And just like that, Jacob Oje. KCB, as stated, they're using their prowess, which is in. They have better size compared to.
Pressure coming in from the KCB scrum. Quick off the bind, Jacob Oje, you can see he's shoving, and then once he realizes the ball has popped up on the other side, pounces on it, dives over and scores the try.
KCB taking an early lead, 7 points to nothing. And the kick is high, and it's well collected there by Vincent Onyala. Floyd Obwire there, a new addition to the KCB lineup. This player finds himself. And here is Asati. And there's a knockdown, deliberate knockdown there. Deliberate knockdown. Oh. Dennis Mulinge, the deliberate knockdown, and he's sent to the naughty boy chair, where he'll have to spend the next 2 minutes. I believe KCB will opt for a scrum.
That's the easiest decision that they have to make, and to go into the cup semi-finals, you need to, into the cup final, you need to make the easy decisions. Call for the scrum, isolate your best attackers against their best defenders, and once you throw the dice, you're hoping that they will fall down in a way where you come out on top. And that's what KCB will be looking to do. That play, just see how their backs have shaped up. They've split the field into two, but unfortunately for Monks, they can only cover one side.
There's a Sati. Ball is offloaded, and here just going on, that's Floyd Wabwire. He's been quite instrumental. He was knocked on the head while the player was going for the try, but Floyd making easy work of this, in and out. There's usually that follow through by players once someone has scored a try, which is usually risky, as the call should just be made to be easy and over.
Floyd Wabwire looks hurt after that contact. The KCB just about able to double their lead in this power play. Conversion not successful, however. Kabeberi will still continue in this playing field. There's that strong scrum. Asati looks for his half-back partner shifting to the short side. Floyd Kabeberi is powerful enough to power over. And we've seen this a couple of times
That's
before.
it. Collected it from a high up. Once he collects it, that's it. Puts his head down, you know, once he puts his head down, you know, there's no stopping him. He's done this in the World Series, and now back to executing it for his club, KCB Rugby. First team to have 1 foot in the final.
We've seen it many, many times on that kick routine. It goes high and just the perfect distance for Onyala. He's not a very fast man, but just enough hang time for him to chase, gather that ball with his 2 hands, score, and you can see he's making the signal to the bench that he has done his quarter for this half. It's rolling sub, so he'll be able to come back on, but he's going to have to take those few seconds for a breather before the halftime whistle. There's that kickoff. Nyala goes up with his 2 hands. Then defend. I think the only way to beat Onyala in the air is to have a pod where there's a player lifted, but one-on-one, Catholic Monks yet again are not able to match KCB on that restart.
Floyd Kabeberi, the 9th position for that play. Asati taking it off. Just Jacob Oje not stopping him. Asati. But I believe Catholic Monks have turned this over. Yes, this is a Catholic Monks ball. Now here they come. And the tackle causes them to lose possession of that. That's Elvis Olukusi. Look at his play. End to end. Asati now setting up. He changes direction. Plays it wide. Jacob J collects it. And now that's Floyd Kabeberi. And he has wheels for days. Steps back in. He leaves the defenders wanting. And that's Tyson Minor. Asati always making the defenders come. He draws 2 defenders, and with that try by Austin Sikutwa.
KCB using that numerical advantage that they have. Catch, carry, then commit and pass. The numbers have created that overlap on the outside, and Austin Sikutwa is just able to dive over easily. Conversion is good as well, so that sends us into the halftime break. But look at how KCB are making use of the numbers, especially how swiftly Jacob Oje shuffles it out to Asati, and then Asati commits his man, creating that overlap for Sikutwa to score. Halftime score then, KCB leading against the Catholic Monks by 24 points to 0.
A look of the Nairobi skyline, courtesy of shots taken off the Nairobi Expressway. And the sun is finally out. Now the hoodies, if you want to make it to the stadium now, you can come with a sunny dress. The weather is now more appealing. Opondo with the high kick, it goes 10. And they lost the ball, and that's Austin Sikuto, and all he can see right in front of him is the try line, and he goes easy, 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 easy for him. KCB cementing. The second foot is now trailing the first one to join the first foot in the finals.
Catholic Monks trying to orchestrate a set play move on the switch, but it was a hospital pass into a waiting shoulder. Ball is lost forward. Sikutwa pounces on it, and what looks like an easy job is tough, but he's managed to get his brace in this match.
Some of the fans who have gathered here today to enjoy some beautiful rugby, and this is also a social event. You can just come here and just hang out with the beautiful people that are here. Ernest, what have you seen that is making Nairobi now sunny?
It's the rugby.
Clearly. The director is not helping you. And we're back. Wahinya is now in. Kicks it high. Monks are able to secure this. For those not in the know, Catholic Monks were able to stop Strathmolleos in the ranks.
Well, you've been mentioning the whole day that not many players will beat Jacoboje for pace. We've seen one of the very few on the short side. Gives him a little fend. Jacoboje urges Brian Wahinya to cover up, but Brian Wahinya, even at full throttle,
all Brian could do is just prevent the player from coming all the way into the main setting. So he sends the player wide to deny him to get an easy conversion for the two complementary. Let's see how they execute that one. It's kicked high, but it's wide. So the scores remain KCB Rugby 31, Catholic Monks 5.
I mean, Osundwa Wambani, he's running the support. He looks up, sees all the players engaged, and decides to test Jacoboje's pace. He looks up again, sees Wahinya, and he knows he will take on Wahinya on any day. Hop step again, dive in the corner. Wambani, good finish. Good solo effort for the try. And KCB appear to have been rattled now. They've given out another penalty to the Catholic Monks. They've not been able to do much with the ball, but they're making everything count. And there goes again Brian Nyamboki trying to dance his way past the KCB defense. He has a man on his outside, goes for the switch, finds Victor Omupere. Omupere is second best in that collision, and the ball's been turned over by KCB. Now KCB looking to straighten all the way through. Michael Wamalwa. Wamalwa going for brawn over brain, and he's lost that ball forward. Turnover again by the Catholic Monks. The Monks have some Holy Spirit in them late on in this second half of the first cup semi-final. Play has been stopped for a medical break. That's a hand signal out for a blood replacement.
I think it's Michael Wamalwa.
There's been an exchange of hostilities with the players. Catholic Monks to feed through.
With less than 3 minutes to play.
Brian Nyamboki on the outside edge. He's making an appeal to the referee that KCB are making the scrum unstable. Decides to go the short side. The gap is closed. Tyson Minor slapped that ball forward in the attempted drop, and it's a full penalty. Nyamboki again signals for the cross kick, goes high and long for his man to chase. There's two KCB players. The first on the ball is Floyd Wawire, who grounds it in the end goal area, and KCB have a 22-meter drop kick to make.
What I was informing you is that what is called the hate watch, whereby fans of a particular team, when your team is ousted and it's no longer in the main cup, your nemesis, you never cheer for them at any given instance. And here's Tyson Minor offloading the ball to Elvis Olukusi. And the ball is back to Floyd Wabwire. This boy is amazing to watch. And to imagine he's such a young talent.
What a turn of play from Brian Nyamboki to win that turnover, but he gives it away to Brian Wahinya, and then the Catholic Monks exert more pressure on the KCB scrum. KCB are being rattled hard here by the Catholic Monks.
In close play, you will not outdo the Catholic Monks.
Look at the little men punch way above their weight.
That's a seatbelt tackle. Definitely, there's the advantage that has been called.
Brian Omondi on the switch back to Patrick Vieri. Vieri with ball in two hands sends it out to the gasman Osundo Wambani. He has scored the first try for pace, but this time he's caught by Lionel Ageletti. Catholic Monks maintaining possession. They have another advantage. Brian Omondi.
With less than a minute
advantage
to play.
Not gained. It's all to play for.
There's nothing
in this final minute.
What do you mean all to play for?
The Catholic Monks looking for that consolation score. They are looking to make a huge statement, at least for the team that they will be meeting in this third place playoff.
They'll be meeting the loser between Menengai Oilers and Kenya Harlequins, who'll be coming in immediately after this for the Cup semi-final 2.
Catholic Monks have worked so hard. Maybe there might be nothing to play for in this game, but they're expending lots of energy. One would think that they have to save some for the bronze medal match, but
they've decided to go all out.
I know the athletic mindset is one for a never give up attitude, and that's what we would want to see in such competitions. Never give up, play up to the last second. The Monks, they would need a mega score that is not possible mathematically in rugby, but they've done well to put up a fight against the defending champions of this very tournament, the Kabeberi Sevens, the defending champions of the National Sevens circuit. Brian Nyamboki on the edge. He has Davis Nyaundi for company in that halfback position. KCB apply the pressure from the side. They've given away another penalty for illegal scrummaging. Quickly tapped. Wahinya coming from an offside position, but referee says play on. He was just 5 meters short of the try line. Catholic Monks working hard, isolated in attack.
As Tyson is able to turn it over.
It's a turnover earned by KCB. Wahinya attempting the restart. Did he lose that ball forward? Not in front of the referee, and now the full-time hooter has gone, but KCB will not take this lightly. They want to go all the way for the win. It's been turned over by the Catholic Monks, who will have the last laugh in what has been an epic finale to this Cup semi-final. KCB or the Catholic Monks, it will be none of them, unfortunately. Ball is lost forward by
the referee has left lots
Michael
of play on.
And we had hoped to see a good finish for this game, but Wamalwa, I think he could have got the penalty. The ball was played on the floor. Wamalwa, unfortunately, does not get the favor of the referee, but we have confirmation of the final score. KCB 31 points to 5 against the Catholic Monks. They will be playing in their third successive Kabeberi Sevens final here at the RFEA grounds. Can KCB make it a three-peat of the Kabeberi Sevens? We'll live to find out in this who they will be facing in the final between Harlequins or the Menengai Oilers. Kenya Harlequins playing at home. Menengai Oilers coming all the way from the beautiful Nakuru city. Queens will be kicking off with Lucky Dewald. Right to left on your screens.
It's going to be a very technical game. Gibson Weru-led team going against the Paul Murunga-led
I also want
Lost the ball forward.
Manhumwa going up in the air against the Oilers, and he has forced that handling error for the Queens to have first possession of the ball in this cup semi-final. There he goes, Manhumwa up in the air.
KCB, the main cup final. The loser plays against Catholic Monks for the bronze medal final. Bronze medal match. Is Lucky making a run and setting up.
The ball was open there, but
tempted him to come.
He was tempted to come in from the side.
Was isolated and became tricky, and I'm sure he's going to kick it again. And smart play right there by Amon Omalwa. He's from not necessarily an offside position.
It's unusual how the Queens have squandered possession there. Wamalwa had done all the hard work, and then suddenly the ball is popped back into his face by Jan Remke. He's not expecting it, loses it forward, giving an easy finish for
Belda Dogeta.
With the Oilers. They make the conversion as well.
He's been key over the weekend, even in the quarterfinals. He was key for them when they were playing against Cabras. And the fend just guarantees him an easy way straight through too.
Queens have handed the Oilers an easy try in this cup semi-final, and the hope is that maybe it does not come back to haunt them.
They're able to collect, and they are not able to holding well on the ground.
Yeah, you can see the players have learnt their lesson.
They've been briefed.
Tossing the ball away, they're now placing it down gently.
It's Amanhumo going against Abukuse. Abukuse, he was sure to match him.
He was ripped backwards by Abukuse, so it's still Queen's ball in possession.
Amanhumo sealing the ball. Unomalu are going to issuing the ball to Lucky, who splits the defense. He figured the distance between those two defenders was a bit wide, and he's able to split it through.
Just in the background, you can see two players still on the floor. One of the Kenya Harlequins, the other of the Menengai Oilers.
The side there.
Head collisions in this tournament have been through the roof, and one would have to be concerned for the players' safety at this point. The referees have been as strict as possible, but we still get those collisions, especially at the breakdowns. Thinking that's Abukuse and Wamalwa, or was it? No, Wamalwa is the one that picked the ball at that breakdown. And that dummy from Lucky, they were between two big men. Just because.
I think it happened while trying to secure the rock. And right there, Oilers just handed over the ball too. Ball is still live, and here's Belda Dogeta, and he knows to his side he has Dennis Abukuse, who is Aimon Omalo is no match for Dennis Abukuse. Abukuse is one of those players, once he gets 1 inch away from you, that's it. This match is turning out to be a cracker.
Abukuse is quick. He gets the ball on the outside and has enough pace to beat two of the Queen's cross-covering defenders. But you can see how much toll that has on him. He's breathing through his mouth, grounds the ball, takes a seat. That's incredible effort.
Mwanaganya trying to do a whole pursuit, but it was too little, too late.
Oilers now 12 points on the board. Queens still on 7. There's a Bukuse, quick man on the outside edge.
You see Omala dejected on the floor there. Left scampering. All he could touch was the grass. Not the best of passes. And the defense has already set here. Manumwa ball to Lucky. And he's just opened up space from nothing. Whoa. Cross. There was a knock while on the ground, so it's an Oilers ball. That's Duncan Kioko indicating.
Good try-saving tackle from Abutwali Bwesonga. He forces that handling error on the floor after contact. And you can see the applause that he gives himself for that effort. Scrumped for the Oilers.
Less than a minute to play. Scrum has been set. Oilers are an equally built team. Very well executed there. And if this was the Dennis Abukuse side, it would have been a totally different story. That's Belda Dogeta. Offloads it. And this is a very good match by Menengai Oilers. That was executed by Stephen Arunga, best known as a Rosto.
Straight out of the training ground, Menengai Oilers. It's that hop step initially. We'll just first take a look at the finish by Rosto after Ogeta has done all the hard work. Conversion is good as well. But there's that Tata step from the set piece. They shuffled it out quickly from the set piece through the hands, and then starter loop play. The winger at the outside edge bites, and then Belda Dogeta at full throttle breaks the first tackle. Wamalwa just about stops him, but he frees his hand out, and just a stroll through for the try by Stephen Arunga. The Menengai Oilers will take the lead into the break in this cup semi-final by 19 points to 7 against the Harlequins. Back for the second half. Queens with possession. They go to the short side. Well recycled and secured. Lucky Dewald picks. Herman Humwa decides to carry in the midfield. He gives out an offload to Harmony Wamalwa. Wamalwa has lost it, but the referee says the ball dropped backwards. Humwa has his hands on the ball at that breakdown, goes back to the short side, looking for a man on his shoulder. It's Dewald brought down by Abukuse at the halfway line. Humwa picks. Queens carrying it hard and strong. That one was Jan Remke. Now Wamalwa back to the short side. Queens appear to have found the gap on this side. Wamalwa with the step in front of Abukuse. Into the 22, the Queens go. The defense is there, hands on the ball, but first was on the ground, and referee says penalty to the Queens. Humwa now. Lucky Dewald late at the breakdown, but secures back to the short side, the Queens. Wiseman Anganya. Another penalty. Menengai Oilers giving one too many at the breakdown. They are contesting legally, but they need to approach that zone on their feet. And that's the message that's sent forward by Kiyoko to the captain, that players approaching that breakdown need to have their hands on the ball first before they can be judged to have arrived at that breakdown legally. Medical attention to Charles Kinyanjui is the reason why we have this stoppage in play.
12-point difference between Oilers and Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins are playing at home. This is their grounds. Well, the tournament this weekend is hosted by the Mwamba RFC.
Play resumes with a scrum. Lucky Dewald scanning for his options. He has an attack on both sides, but we've seen Queens go short side one too many times. Is it going to be a continuation of that script? Dewald feeds, goes to the short side again. This time he's by himself rather. Lucky Dewald with the finish. The Queens are meaning business in this second half. They've gone to the short side. That's where they've identified the gap. He sells the dummy, and then the acrobatic finish for the try. Pops the ball quickly to Harmony Wamalwa to convert. And the conversion was good as well. So the score is 14 points to 19. One score difference between Queens and Oilers in this cup semi-final. There's Lucky Dewald, the small man, going to the short side and finding that space for the try.
I'm seeing, Ernest, step up just for a minute, and I'm seeing Queens been able to secure themselves a bit. They're trailing, but now they've come all the way close. I'm seeing Elkins Musonye is in for Oilers.
Yeah, the Oilers are trying to secure their victory, but they are not securing possession fast, as Herman Humwa on the advantage is able to barrel over the goalpost and level matters in this cup semi-final. He had Elkins Musonye for company.
That's his former teammate.
Ball is lost forward. He puts it to the boot just a bit, picks it up. That's the soft skills that the big man possesses, and the conversion by Harmony Wamalwa puts the Oilers in the lead for the first time in this match.
It's Queens in the lead, yeah.
For the first time in this match. That's how easily Oilers have given away possession post-contact. Herman Humwa stays alive, and Elkins Musonye could only escort him for the try. Now Queens, what do they do with the ball? Do they keep it short and contestable? Yes, they do. Well taken by Abukuse up in the air. He's brought down just past halfway. Lucky Dewald contesting. Elkins Musonye carrying on this short side. Penalty for the high tackle goes against the Queens. They are not 10. Speeding away is Samuel Maura. He's caught just behind the 5-meter line. Referee says open play. He offloaded it. Maybe offside lines were formed at the tackle, maybe not. Referee says play on. Haman Humwa kicks it away.
Just being aware that there is we're in pending danger within your red zone. How well do you just get off from it? Haman Humwa, not a normal kicker, but gets them off from the danger.
The question I would love to ask myself, maybe we'll get clarification from the referees as well before the final, is when are offside lines formed? Are offside lines formed at the tackle so that all players, once the tackle has been made, all players on this side are in an offside position, or the offside lines are formed at the rack? Once the rack has been formed, there was no rack, so that means it's open play, but the tackle has been made.
So immediately after the tackle, whether there's an offside,
whether Haman Humwa played that ball in an offside position from that offload.
Oh, you're saying for this one right now when he kicked it out, or when he scored the try?
Just before, when he kicked
it out. Oh, okay.
Because there's a try-saving tackle in the corner. The attacker is isolated, and
here it is. Are you asking whether he was in an offside position?
Yeah, that was for the Oilers. I think Crispin Shitundo, was it? The tackle is made, he pops the ball back, but a retreating Haman Humwa picks it up and kicks it into touch. We'll just get clarification for that, just to be sure. We'll have a reset for that line out. Queens guilty of closing the gap.
Lucky the world almost assumed that it was a reverse of it. Oilers opting to go long. They're able to secure it. Now going all the way. That's Belda Dogeta. He able to collect it again. Belda Dogeta has been putting in pressure. And the overhead kick. They lose possession of it. Still we have time.
He was trying to find Abukuse, but look at the work rate from Haman Humwa first, and then Belda Dogeta staying alive, drops Lucky Dewald with his shoulder, and then the cross kick. Not the most of accurate attempts. Abukuse, had he caught it, would have a straight line for the try, but still the Oilers with possession of the ball. They stole the ball at that line out and now have the penalty. Lucky Dewald, the victim for not rolling away, with the advantage as well. It's going to be try time this time.
And there's not stopping.
Shitundo.
There's no stopping him from that position. Oilers have been made to work for this. If this ends up as a win, they've really been made to work hard for it. That player was not stand. That was also inviting a yellow card from the referee. Who did? It's Duncan Kioko decides, let's just play on. And Oilers are able to put it, to add the complementary 2 points. So it's 26-21. Are we still on?
Yes, there's going to be time for at least one restart. That's Crispin Shitundo, quick restart. There's a player in an offside position. He knows he's not going to be touched, Shitundo, so he continues on his way and scores the try. There's those celebrations from his teammates. They know how crucial this score is. But I will remind you of that ball that was given away by Harmony Wamalo at the start. The 5 points difference has come back to haunt the Harlequins. That first try that they gave away easily. Now they need to work hard. They need to score the 5 points, level the game, and probably send us into extra time.
Kenya Harlequins attempting to make a chase, and Oilers figure all they wanted to do is to get this off. They're just getting confirmation. Duncan Kioko.
There's not much deliberation there. It's the end of the match for sure, because the Queens have kicked the ball away. It's been charged down. Every player is in an offside position at this point. The first man to arrive at the ball just kicks it out football style into touch, and that is the full-time whistle. Queens have handed this win twice to the Menengai Oilers. You can see the disbelief on Harmony Wamalo's face. He's shaking his head, but they left the referee no choice. Confirmation of the full-time score. We shall have Menengai Oilers, who have won by 26 points to 21 against the Harlequins in the Kabeberi Sevens Cup final against KCB Rugby.
We now shift gears to a ceremony at the middle of the field.
It's a family-friendly event here at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens as we prepare for an awarding ceremony, and then we go into the medal matches. First will be the ladies bronze medal match after this awarding ceremony. Still urging all the fans to come through with their friends and families, and for those that are not able to make it, check out Mwamba TV for our live broadcast of this 2024 George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens. Producer, which ceremony is this?
Runners up, boys under 13 category.
We are now back for the final push at the 2024 George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens. Our focus turns to the women's competition, the bronze medal match between the Mwamba ladies, the home team, at this tournament against the northern suburbs. This is the second round of the women's competition in the SportPesa National 7 circuit. There's the northern suburbs ladies in green, preparing to take on the Mwamba ladies, who have been forced, in order to avoid a kit clash, to turn their kit inside out. The Mwamba ladies. Ball now in the hands of Merisha Negeza. She's running across on the outside edge, is brought down by two players, manages to offload to Michelle Atieno. Contest coming from Mwamba, but not good enough. Northern Suburbs maintain possession through the hands. And the space opens up in the middle for Lewin Mwevezi to attack. Try early on in this bronze medal match by the northern suburbs. Are you guys sure he Mwamba for the women? Are you sure this is Mwamba, the one in white? I'll have to take another look at that, but that surely doesn't look like it's the Mwamba team. The northern suburbs, however, we are sure, because that's their kit. But apologies for the mix-up as we await confirmation of this bronze medal match. Uliza Mwanje is just passing behind you, there. He's just outside. Apologies for the mix-up again from our production team. In white is Nakuru. They've had to turn their kit inside out, and they are taking on the northern suburbs. Northern suburbs leading by 5 points to nil, courtesy of that try by Michelle Atieno. The ladies' final will be between Mwamba and Impala. It's fierce rivalry in these rugby lands. Now the northern suburbs again finding it easy, finding it simple to split the Nakuru defense apart. Faith Acheng running the line on that short side, and she has the pace to score the try. Easy touchdown as well for her. Conversions are a bit difficult in the women's competition. This one is even wider. It falls short. The most important thing, what makes the difference for the women, is scoring the tries. The more tries you score, the difference will most likely not come from the conversions. Another look at that try by Faith Acheng. Nakuru now with ball in hand. It's difficult to identify them with their jerseys turned inside out. Shuffling the ball through the hands. Defense from the northern suburbs is not giving an inch away. And now onto the short side, attacking at that fringe, but she's forced into touch, the Nakuru lady. Northern Suburbs will have a line out to throw from the 10-meter line. We get a chance to take note of our center referees for today. Innocent Kimathi, assisted by Saidi Kenya and Kevin Wambugu. Line out goes to the front, shuffled through the hands. The forwards are wrapping up on the outside. They are urged to do it even more. Now on to the winger, Diana Mindiva. It's been turned over by Nakuru. No contest at that breakdown from Northern Suburbs after losing possession of the ball. Offload just after contact into space. There's a foot race now. Two players chasing, only one, make it three chasing and only one running support. Northern Suburbs get there first. Northern Suburbs win that contest. Turnover won by Lewin Mwevezi. And in order to catch a break, she calls for a scrum. There's that defensive tackle made by Faith Yacheng, the try scorer. She rolls away, opening the gate for Lewin Mwevezi to put her hands on the ball and make that jackal. Mwevezi changes her mind on going for the scrum. The Northern Suburbs opt to kick it out into touch and get that line out. Hooter for halftime has sounded. This is going to be the last play in the first half of the bronze medal match between Nakuru and the Northern Suburbs. And speaking of the Northern Suburbs, this, and in conjunction with the Kabeberi Sevens, this is also the team for which Benade Dolesia, the late, used to play the Northern Suburbs. And we continue to remember the memories of how good the rugby she played was and what a person she was off the rugby playing field as well, Olesia. Nakuru now with ball in hand after that turnover from the line out. Slow recycle of the ball. Pops up backwards, advantage not gained by Nakuru. Advantages for the high tackle. Nakuru still with possession inside the 22. They opt for the switch back to the short side. Nakuru will be ending this first half with some points on the board. They managed to have the deficit to the Northern Suburbs from 10-0 to 10-5.
Try time. Nakuru RFC ladies. Conversion not successful. Halftime score.
Conversion not successful, but we have another opportunity to look at that try that closed action in the first half. Northern Suburbs leading at the break by 10 points to 5 against Nakuru. Northern Suburbs get us back underway in the second half. They have a 10-5 points lead against Nakuru. Nakuru scoring last in the second half, so they have the momentum just about in their favor. But they have lots of work to do against this experienced Northern Suburbs side. Nakuru now to the open side, through the hands, running straight and hard into contact. She's been held up. We've seen this quite a lot with the Kenya Lionesses, both in 7s and in 15s. And it's showing in the national 7 circuit as well. Ball turned over by the Northern Suburbs. Lewin Mwevezi looking for the offload. Soft skills on shore. Northern Suburbs with power. Awora Tieno at the end of this move by the Northern Suburbs. Lots of effort put into the score, put into the finish. She had to break 2 tackles and speed away for the try. Atieno gets the job done, doubles the advantage the Suburbs have over Nakuru. 15 points to 5, the score, conversion to come. Conversion is unsuccessful from the try scorer herself, Atieno. All started from that turnover by Lewin Mwevezi, and then the offload. 1, 2, 3 in contact. The Northern Suburbs know how to move the ball, and they find their speedster under the uprights. Following on from here will be the men's placement matches, beginning with the 13th place between Mwamba and Impala. And then there's going to be the Challenge Trophy between Nondis and Kisumu. Should be. Just checking here with the match sheets. Appears to have Impala named twice. And then after that is the 5th place playoff, the bronze medal match, and the 2 cup finals. Mwamba ladies against Impala, and for the men, KCB against the Menengai Oilers. Keeping the ball alive are the Northern Suburbs, but they lose it to Nakuru, who kick them back into their own half. Ball secured by Awora Atieno. Atieno has numbers, the full team on the outside. It is shuffled all straight to the wing to Merisha Negea. Negea has lost that ball forward in contact. Like we mentioned earlier, this is a family-friendly event, so please come with your partner, come with your children, come with your friends to witness all of the action. The best in Kenya 7s, men and women, are here at the RFEA grounds for the 2024 edition of the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial 7s, hosted by Mwamba RFC. For those that cannot make it, you can still catch the action at home or in the comfort of wherever you are, on your mobile devices, on your TVs, on Mwamba TV. The games are being streamed live on YouTube. Now there goes the northern suburbs. Yvette Talia will score another try, or rather Merisha Negea in the number 12 jersey will score another try that surely puts this bronze medal match to bed. Northern Suburbs 20 points on the board against Nakuru for 5 with a minute or so to play, or barely seconds to play in this bronze medal match. The footer for full time has gone. There's the try scorer, Negea. It was sent through the hands quickly, committing and passing just before contact, allowing Negea to have the space to run on the outside. Faith Acheng forced, and it's the slowest track we've seen on the day. Northern Suburbs taking their time. It's the last play. They've been reminded that they can just kick it into touch or run it into touch and they will be victors for the bronze medal match here. And that's going to be the final play in this half. Northern Suburbs celebrating, and without further ado, the men run on for the placement match. But after quite entertaining bronze medal match between Northern Suburbs and Nakuru Ladies, it is the Northern Suburbs who will walk onto the podium after this 20 points to 5 victory over Nakuru. Now onto the 13th place playoff. It is the home team who find themselves deep and low in the rankings. They are flirting with relegation to Div 2 for the next circuit, for the next round at the Driftwood Sevens in Mombasa, but they've just about managed to save themselves, and they will be taking on MKU Thika in this 13th place playoff. Mwamba with possession. Daniel Tabu has Kiai on the outside. Kiai choosing to stay on the outside, is nearly forced into touch, has thrown the offload out for a supporting runner, and now recycled through the hands. Not the best catch, as there was some space to exploit on the outside. Mwamba, however, still in possession. That's a strong carry from the man at the wing. Mwamba will be striking fast in this placement match. A heavy carry, a heavy celebration as well. Try time, Mwamba.
Mwamba RFC.
What a power slam. You would think this is WWE, but the rugby is played on grass.
Mwamba RFC 5, MKU 0.
Daniel Tabu restarts. He goes short, up in the air, easy catch. And Mwamba maintained possession against MKU Thika. There's a huge gap in the quality of these two teams despite facing off in this 13th place playoff. There's Mwamba again. MKU Thika contesting at that breakdown, and they have forced the handling error. Scrum is the reward for them to feed from inside their own in-goal area. Pressure coming in from Mwamba at the back of that scrum, and they've managed to pounce on the ball and get the score from their halfback in that number 9 jersey, Mwamba. That's number 4, Alexander Gachiri.
Try time. Mwamba
He was in the right place at the right time to pounce on that loose ball and score the try. Mwamba double their lead. Both conversions not successful, so score stays at 10 points to nil. Look at that scrum again. There's the power from the forwards.
MKU Thika.
Actually looks more like MKU Thika kicked the ball out of their own scrum and lost it to Gachiri. Tabu goes short again, but a little bit further than he had intended. MKU Thika maintaining possession through Derek Onyango, and now recycling it through the hands. First is David Milimu, one of the most frequent kickers in this competition. Through the hands, Ian Mwendwa recycling it out for Wycliffe Angatia, and he sends it out now also to Charles Musimbi. David Mirimu back to the open side, fumbled by Charles Musimbi, but MKU Thika maintain possession of the ball. They're working backwards. MKU Thika, they need to change strategy and see how to break past this Mwamba line of defense, well secured by Boniface Omboko. Now through the hands, Wycliffe Angatia for Ian Mwendwa. Penalty goes against MKU Thika for double movement on the floor, and ball is in 2 hands with the little man for Mwamba. Dennis Ndayala is caught just at the 5, recycled through the hands. MKU Thika ensuring that Mwamba do not find it easy. Tabu goes to the short side. Try time Mwamba. There's the vision for Tabu. He isolates his best attacker with the MKU defender, and there was only one outcome from that phase of play. 15 points on the board. Looking for the first conversion in this game from Gachiri, and his attempt is still short of the mark.
Conversion unsuccessful. Current score: Mwamba RC 15, MKU Thika 0.
Through the hands, David Mirimu, the outside, is running that supporting line, but it's been chanced upon by Mwamba, and MKU Thika turn it over again. Derek Onyango now through the hands, tackle on Ian Jack, and back to the short side. Ian Mwendwa, Mirimu for Samuel Patrick at the wing. And finally, MKU Thika decide they will look for a different alternative way of going past this Mwamba line of defense. They kick it ahead to Daniel Tabu. Daniel Tabu waits for his support to arrive and he deploys them now to execute this counter-attack. What a barnstorming run there from playing the number 3 jersey. Mwamba will be striking at the stroke of halftime to extend their lead even further from MKU Thika. It's been a one-sided match under the uprights, of course, meaning the conversion will be a bit easier. And it goes in for our first conversion of this match and our final play of this first half.
Halftime score. Mwamba RC 22, MKU Thika 0.
Mwamba making light work of MKU Thika in this first half. They lead by a handsome 22 points to 0 lead over MKU Thika going into halftime.
Ball as though had been lost, and Mwamba able to collect it. And the ruck is being secured by all means necessary. Daniel Tabu offloading to the left. And here, Mwamba with a good step. And there's an overlap on that side. Ball being sent all the way. Trying to keep the defenders away. The tackler will not be able to move away from there, so a scenario for advantage. Mwamba, and Mwamba be able to secure through Tendwa Sabala. Tendwa Sabala enabling Mwamba to get another 5-pointer straight from the kick of the second half, and Mwamba pushing it well.
Try time, Mwamba RC.
Looking for the 2 extra complementary points.
Conversion not successful.
It's a bit wide.
RC 27,
Or is it short? He does not make it 2.
0.
Kickoff coming again from Mwamba, not able to go the distance. The half penalty goes to the way of MKU Thika, who pull crab to the center and then send the ball wide to get an advantage. Now end-to-end ball is being moved here at the center. Some good step, some good play there. Wow. Good step in and out by Derek Onyango. He's still at it. He's still at it. He loses the ball close to his 5. And it's time for Mwamba to make charges into a run. And I believe the referee acknowledges lack of advantage, but he has to consult. Checking is with his counterpart. Oscar Ndereba being assisted by Joseph Mumo and Joseph Kimathi. MKU penalty on them. Still the players the referee stops the play. MKU with an attempt to go for it, and here getting into the try line is the one and only David Milimu. Sahani David Milimu,
MKU Tika.
best known as T-Play. Conversion attempt was kicked high, but not successful.
Current score, Mwamba RC 27, MKU Tika 5.
MKU getting into the scoreboard, the scoreline of 27-5 with less than 3 minutes to play. Ball is kicked high. Mwamba with the assumption that the ball will go out, but it's kept in the field of play. And the ball is picked, and can see Mwamba taking advantage of this scenario. It was a heavy chase that was given, but Idris Kaikai was not being stopped today from putting in that try. Oh, quite unfortunately, it's been called back. Guessing he knocked it, and now it's a scrum at the 5 for MKU. And to lead the charges, Ian Jakabila. And with the opportunity, get themselves out of danger. Ball is well collected there by Tendwa, and he offloads the ball to Idris Kaikai. MKU with a quick start. And with the players playing wide for Mwamba, they have an opportunity to go for yet another try. And here's the opportunity, and making light work of it for Mwamba to be able to add to their tally, and the score is now 32-5 to Mwamba RFC. This is the 13th place playoff, to be followed by the Challenge Trophy final. Then the 5th place game. Then we go into the bronze medal position, and after that we'll have the Div 2 finals, the ladies final, followed by the main cup final that will be pitting KCB Rugby against Menengai Oilers all the way from Nakuru. The Raraka-based team will be looking to secure a 3rd consecutive Kabeberi win, Kabeberi finals win. while Oilers will be looking at getting, if I'm not wrong, their second. Kabeberi. Final. And Mwamba able to capitalize, and with that I believe they cement their win in this fixture.
Try time. Mwamba RC. Try by Idris Kai.
Conversion not successful. And it's a wrap right there from the referee as we look into the final scores of this fixture, which had Mwamba FC beating MKU Thickham 37-5. And we move quickly to the Challenge Trophy final. Nondis will be taking on Stallions Rugby. And we take it, just showcasing the view of Nairobi from an aerial setting, showcasing to you the RFUA grounds alongside the Ligindogo grounds and the Impala grounds from an aerial view. And here is where all the action is taking place, here in the Impala grounds, where we have the Div 2 matchups, and here where we're having the Challenge Trophy final that has Stallions. Nondis taking on Black Blood. Apologies. Nondis taking on Black Blood. The kickstart is coming from the Kenyatta University Blood side. It's kicked deep. Ronnie Omondi collects, shuffles it across. And Nondis with a good carry. Well secured right there. Here's Ronnie Omondi. And a blunder happens. Someone figured it was the easiest that I can do here. Miss Black Blood going straight into contact. The ball was lost in contact by Black Blood. There's a scrum. for Nondis in their 5. Bruce Ojambo just joining that scrum for Black Blood. Ronnie Omondi puts the ball into the scrum. And Nondis have been having a very strong scrum throughout the weekend. And here is a chase. Major bowlers put over, and Major here with an opportunity of in and out, and he goes round Ronnie Omondi. That is Major Mulongo executing it to perfection. He's been instrumental the whole day, and even from yesterday he's just been on top. Whenever he's been called upon, he shows up and executes. Goes round with an in and out of Ronnie Omondi. Conversion successful, so the scores are Black Blood 7, Nondis 0. Kelvin Gathu, he did some crazy move. He was tackling the player way ahead before he got to the ball. And I believe Obert Kuke will be getting a call, and that's Duncan Kioko informing the center referee, Robinson Kiplangat, of the happenings that took place in that scenario. Ronnie Omondi with the ball, alongside his compatriot there, the one and only Kelvin Gathu. Nondi is able to secure the scrum. Kelvin Gathu in pursuit. Charles Odhiambo with a good offload, and he's right there to offload the ball. He's moving end to end. Very good ball carrier right there. Benjamin Wanimo for Nondis, unfortunately loses the ball forward. He was very instrumental in their semi-final. Big ball carrier. He was executing a chicken wing pass, but then unfortunately his running winger was not aware where the ball was going to be as it went straight to his face, because the knock on. Kevin Gathu on assignment now. Both these scrums are well set. There's a penalty called against Ronnie Omondi, and Kevin Gathu just confirming that he was not on the requisite 10. He ensures that they're able to execute, and the ball is moving end to end. Here, Black Blood. That is Major Mulongo. The ball going to Obert Kuke. He's a strong runner, tackled by here is Obert Kuke again. Offloads the ball, but there's a penalty called by Robinson Kiplangat for the players, for Nondis players being offside, and Black Blood make an immediate ask for a scrum. There's a stamp stoppage there, as is a medical scenario being attended to. Stop the timer. Reset the timer to 01:39. Time on. KU moving the ball end to end, and this is Major Mulongo, who's been great over this weekend. Look at him leaving his defenders wanting, and he just dives there knowing that Charles Odhiambo will not be able to stop him there. Black Blood take a 12-0 lead against Nondis with some few seconds to play. Kelvin Gathu with a conversion attempt, and it's successful. And we go straight into the halftime break.
Conversion successful. Powerful conversion by Kelvin Gathu. Halftime score, KU Black Flag 14, Nondis 0.
And we're back for the second half. Sankara Fuller starting us off with the kickoff for Nondis. And Nondis are able to secure the ball. That's Charles. Very big and big ball carrier and good runner. It's a battle of 6 versus 6. We have Steve Odhiambo going all against Bruce Odhiambo. Wanimo. Kelvin Gath is not really helping his situation by just leaving his hands all tied with that seatbelt tackle. Even after the try has been awarded, you know, you may just be calling for more trouble from the officials. Considering that's how illegal that is.
Try by Benjamin Wanimo. First try for them in this game.
Daniel Okito. Daniel Okito from that very unique angle.
Conversion
Daniel
successful.
Okito from that very unique angle is able to convert the try that was put by Benjamin
Score,
Wanimo.
Black Blood 14, Nondis 7.
Ronnie Odhiambo, Ronnie Omondi takes the kicking duties. They're the hosts making a lap of honor after their day 2. Best they could achieve was at 13th placement. On the flip side, it allows them to play in the main cup at the Driftwood Sevens in Mombasa in 2 weeks' time. Nondi is now making a run. There's a health emergency. There's a health emergency there. Major Mulongo. Don't do the replay, just let it go. Major Mulongo picks up an injury. From the side, you can see the Mwamba players making their lap of honor. That's the host club. A very great crowd here at the RFUA grounds. If you're still wondering whether this is all that it's going to be, we have a whole other fixture beyond this, as we'll be having. You can look at the crowd. Flying kisses being sent out, and Anesi should be grabbing some of them and sending them back to them and telling them they're from Uganda with love. On your behalf, I'll collect those flying kisses and send them back to Bukoto Vidas. All the way in Kampala. After this weekend, we have a week's break, and then we'll have the penultimate 2 legs of the Sport Pesa 7 series as we head down to Mombasa for the Driftwood Sevens in 2 weeks' time, and then the following week we'll be going all the way to the Rift Valley, Nakuru. Good to see Major Mulongo on his feet, but I believe Anis, this will be the last of seeing him on this field. And Nondis have been reduced to 6 men. And Black Blood elects to go for a scrum with having one superior, the advantage of an extra player. Kelvin Gath with the ball on his hand with both hands. He's able to offload. Ball is sent out slightly further wide. We have a scenario where Swale Wesonga is able to just make a turn, make a step, and is able to go for the corner. And he still decides to want to make a push for the center, and with that, Black Blood push their lead further, 19-7 against Nondis. Nondis was 6 men in the field. That's Gathu boy, Calvin. Conversion attempt. He did a very unique one from a very difficult angle. Was able to execute it. Let's see what he's able to do with this one. Not successful. And you're back to the center for the restart. This is just a replay of what Wesonga was able to do. Takes the ball, moves back, runs to the center and finds very good space to go through to move the charges and to move the scores to 19-7. Kelvin Gathu right there. Kicks it high. Ball is lost. It's a penalty against them. And here's Charles Omondi. That's Ronnie. Kelvin Gathu. Ronnie Omondi, a very smart player. He knows how to play by the rules. There's a leading forearm there. There's a leading forearm. Was not spotted, but the next infringement was spotted where holding the ball while on the ground. Black Blood elect to go for a scrum. And this is with very few minutes, a few seconds just remaining in this fixture. And there's a half penalty issued there. Nondi's ball. There's communication breakdown from the bench. No medical break as you await a restart. The restart, a replay of the excellence of how Wesonga Schweib was able to split the Nondis defense and go to the corner 4. Couple of points for this team. And the game is back on. A penalty being called against. They are not 10. And Anondi's electing to go wide. And they're successful with that one as Isaac Karanja is able to get the score.
Try by Isaac Karanja.
Wafula Sankara going for the additional complementary points. which is not successful, and it's a wrap.
Black blood 19, Nondi's 12.
Not yet full time. The referee's clock has still a few more minutes or seconds in it. Dominic Osino, the high kick. Ball being moved end to end. He's been smart with those moves. That's Ronnie. Good pass, offload. Keep moving. Not really being their day. They had a good pursue by the referee. And it's a wrap from there. Full-time scores from trophy final leaves. (12-19) in favor of the Kenyatta University Black Blood against the Red Lion, that is the nondescript. And we go to the match, the 5th place playoff between Cabras and the Strathmore Leos. Can I have my charger now? You have good enough charging yourself?
This encounter in the 5th place playoff is how we started day 1 in Pool A, Strathmore Leos against Cabras. And as fate would have it, it is how we shall complete the 5th place playoff. On day 2, Strathmore Leos got the better of Cabras in the first one, dumping them out of contention for top spot in that pool. And Cabras ended up in an ambush that cost them a place, that gave them a tricky quarterfinal, cost them a place in the semi-final, and is going to cost them points in the overall standing. Strathmore Leos, on the other hand, are looking to punch hard against the series leaders and get as many points as they can to climb up the series ladder. Strathmore Leos are in 9th place with 26 points, and Cabras have 61 points in 1st place. Huge gap between the two, but as of the Kabeberi Sevens, there hasn't been much to tell the story when you look at the standings in that way. Strathmore Leos with ball in hand now. From the scrum on one edge to a ruck on the other edge, they're recycling it quickly. George Oro for Barnabas Owor. Owor finds Stanislaus Shikoli. Shikoli carrying into contact just outside the 22. Well secured by Owor. Now back to the open side. A long looping pass above the winger finds Matoka. And the Strathmore Leos have advantage for offside. They will restart that ball quickly through Barnabas Owor, but the big man, not familiar with those quick taps, loses it forward, and he needs two of his teammates to come and lift his spirits up. There is Barnabas Owor, taps it and loses it forward behind the referee. Cabras' first meaningful possession of the ball in this match. Warren Kamadi feeds, goes to the open side, and it's on the boat of Eric Cantona, who's looking for space behind Andrew Matoka. It bounces all the way into the other 22. Strathmore Leos look like they will return the favor. Matoka plays for, or played for, the Kenya Simbas in the 2023 test window, so he returns the kick to Eric Cantona. Good kicking contest in the end. Cabras win. Positive, they get again in net territory from their own 22 to pass the halfway line, but they have had to squander possession back to the Strathmore Leos. Another scrum, this time fed by Arnold Nyakego. It goes through the hands, running the loop, double loop actually on Andrew Matoka to create that overlap on the open side. And yet another head collision from the tackler. This time it was low, it was a safe tackle, but he had his head going into the hip section, and that can be a very painful situation to be in. Unfortunately, we have another player who has suffered a head injury. There's been quite a number on day 2 in this tournament. Maybe it is the fatigue, maybe it is the conditions, but the players especially will be looking forward to this week's break that's coming between the Kabeberi Sevens and the Driftwood Sevens in Mombasa in 2 weeks' time next month.
Can see the fans enjoying the music. And it's probably, I think, day 2 becomes tricky for players when they go on attack of day 2, where stakes are higher, and I think people become clumsy with the attacks, with the tackles, and this leaves very unnecessary head injuries that come out of it.
I wouldn't know the best explanation for such a situation, because they left early yesterday. They had enough time to rest and recover.
There's some very good smiles that were being shown there, but
and go through their analysis. So coming on to day 2, day 2 is only a continuation of day 1. They did well on day 1. Maybe this time it's harder, you know, to make decisions when you're fatigued. The spirit is willing, but the flesh might be weak, and that's where we end up with such situations. So hopefully quick recovery to all those players. Hopefully we get to see them again at the Driftwood Sevens, but also maybe this is, you know, one of those notes, that one of those star points, action points you'll add into your notes as a coach, as a strength and conditioning coach, as a physiotherapist, a team doctor, or even the tournament itself, on how to manage such cases and see if there's potential solution to the multiple head injuries that crop up on day 2.
Cabrasa with a good attack, seeing that there was an overlap on the side, and just like that, they're able to draw fast blood.
Jackton also straight off the set piece. They've just moved it through the hands at full pace. Jackton also beating Andrew Matoka for pace on the outside, and Nigel Hamaisa is not pleased with
dejected
the way the move has happened so quickly. It was just seconds and the try was scored. Cabra's 5 points on the board against the Strathmore Leos. They're playing for maximum points at this tournament. They are...
Oh, fantastic kicking right there.
That's a good conversion as well. Look at how Kamadi runs to the gain line. He's looking for the defender to bite, and once he bites, sends it out to the next man, and then also to the other one at the wing. All three running at full throttle from that set piece. Good try from Cabras.
This is the 5th place placement match. Everyone is looking for, as stated, everyone is looking for maximum points. As Shikoli stopped in his tracks.
George Oro gained some ground for the Strathmore Leos. It appeared that that ball was knocked forward in the tackle. That's the claim that is being made by the Strathmore Leos, but
let's look at the replay. It's Radio is in motion.
Chuckton, also the try scorer of the first try, is making a claim that he didn't touch that ball. The referees are having a word with each other on the outside edge. And
he's been given the try.
The try has been awarded. We'll have a second look at it nonetheless. But the points are on the board for Cabras. 12 with conversion to come. Eric Cantona, he misses it this time.
It was closer, and he was able to execute the one that was further out. That was a knock by the number 12. Hit his body.
Stanislas Shikoli could have done better as well with the pass. Just sent it out much quicker.
But you see the defender was coming straight at him. I'm guessing in that situation of panic mode, how do you react in such a scenario? Eric Cantona with a very high restart, and Cabras have done is to ensure that Strathmore play inside their half. Shikoli there's the ball moving. That's Nigel Amaitsa. He did wonders. In one game he had 4.
That was in the 5th place playoff.
But there's no advantage. The ball will come to be brought back all this way. And
brings us to the end of the first half between Cabras and Strathmore Leos. Cabras avenging early on the onslaught from Strathmore Leos on day 1. They have taken an unsailed 14-0 lead into the break against the Strathmore Leos in this 5th place playoff final. Cabras leading 14 points to 0 in this 5th place playoff match against the Strathmore Leos. They will have kickoff for the restart in this final 7 minutes to play. Eric Cantona hangs it long and high. But the chase was too eager to get underway, and the Strathmoleos have a free kick at halfway, restarted by Arnold Nyakego, asking his teammates to stand in a deeper steep. Goes to the forwards. First is Stanislas Kolish. Carried into contact by Barnabas Owor. And there's that cross kick from Arnold Nyakego, looking for a runner in the open spaces. Gideon Makumi loses it, forward advantage in the hands of Cabras. They recycle it quickly out of that ruck through Alfred Orege. And there goes that flyer. Brian Mutua puts it to the boot again. The bounce of the rugby ball. Oh, unfortunately, George Oro's try-saving tackle forces him to drop the ball in the in-goal area. And the opportunity to score from Brian Mutua goes begging. He put it to the boot again, and then the bounce up, and then Oro, ensuring that he has no opportunity to ground the ball, slapped it out of his hands. Ball lost forward. Scrum feed on the 5 for Strathmoleos.
So we'll have to dig deep. This is their 5. They have to run a whole 95 meters to the other side. Squad try. How well do they make a recovery all the way from here?
Time back on after that brief stoppage. Gideon, or rather Brian Mwendwa, the replacement halfback, will feed the scrum. He does so swiftly and yet softly, and then another kick from Arnold Nyakego, looking for grass behind the Cabras' first line of defense, well gathered by Warren Kamadi. Kamadi looking for the big boys to run into contact. Niger Maitza makes the tackle on Jack Tonoso, and Cabras have the advantage. Cantona, Mutua looking for that switch, quickly shuffled back to Cantona. Cantona isolated in attack. Advantage is over for Cabras. It's now open play for all teams. Kamadi through the hands. Jack Tonoso is there. The ball has been knocked into touch. Scrambled defense from Strathmoleos, but the referee's hand is out for a line-out ball to Cabras. Cabras have been jumping in that number 4 position, and that's what they continue to do in this game. Brian Mutua gathers at the top of the line out, recycled through the hands. Kamadi now also looking for the offload, does not go to hand, gathered by Arnold Nyakego. And Strathmoleos, still deep in their own area, have to maintain possession and put points on the board if they are to have any contest in this 5th place playoff. He's been held up and held up strong. Barnabas Owor. Maul has been called by the referee, so Strathmoleos have no option but to take the disadvantage, and matters get worse as Stanislas Shikoli enters that contest from the side and gives away a penalty to Cabras. Good defense from Mutua, combining there with Alfred Orege to hold up the ball carrier. And look at Shikoli. Maul has been called. He binds from the side there. Scrum feed for Cabras. They're doing their best in chewing up time on the clock. Warren Kamadi, stable scrum, he runs across, finds Cantona. It is sent out to Derek Ashundu, his first touch of the ball in this half. Now recycled. Kamadi looking for the switch, but does not find Alfred Orege, and it's a fortress for Strathmoleos, led of course by Stanislas Shikoli. outpaces the opposition and pulls that celebratory move in agreement with his teammates on the bench. That's the intercept from Shikoli. Initially, it was a switch to Alfred Orege. Orege maintained his line, leaving Kamadi with no option but to throw a loose pass. Stanislas Shikoli.
Bidenai was really pursuing him all the way from the other side of the pitch. And it's a 7-point going into the last minute or so.
Pretty sure there's a couple of seconds on the clock, on the referee's clock, because this
the couple of stoppages that happened, yeah.
Yeah, and we've been having running time in this half, but Strathmore Leos have done well to make this an epic conclusion to the match. Ball knocked backwards by the Strathmore Leos. George Oro now for Nyakego. Nyakego for Owor. Owor out to Andrew Matoka. Matoka cutting back inside, leaving two players, and then the third on the floor. He's stopped in his tracks by Bidenayo. Nyakego goes to the short side again for Stanislas Shikoli, the try scorer. Niger Maitza finding some space for Matoka. Matoka has Oro on his outside. It looks like an overlap for the Strathmore Leos. George Oro breaking the tackle.
And he'll go to the center. That's Georgie.
Look at him with intent. Only stopped by Ashiyindu from going all the way under the uprights. Try time for the Strathmore Leos.
And with the conversion, this will be a draw. Let's see how that conversion goes.
It was a bit to the edge. Good work from Ashiyindu to ensure that Oro does not go to the center. The referee urges
Arnold
Nyakego to get the kick going. Nyakego,
that's clean.
Clean and straight through the middle.
He was really composed and all. He was even telling the referee there's some players who still not clear the 22 mark.
The referee had to urge him to take the kick, but that was the overlap. After that quick shuffle of play, there's a player being attended to by the medics, and that's where the overlap was created. George Oro, too good, too strong. And we are back to square one in this second half. Strathmore Leos 14, Cabras 14.
He waited for Mutua to land, and he set him up. 4.
It's not a maul. Strathmore Leos need to carry him into touch. Ashiyindu decides to put the shoulder in, but it's too little too late. And that will be the final play of this 5th place playoff match. Clock ticks dead, and we shall have extra time. The second match in which we have had extra time at this 2024 Kabeberi Sevens. Strathmore Leos and Cabras tied at 14 points apiece.
It's all square from here, the RFUA grounds. And
now, Strathmore Leos Cabras Sugar. It's a draw.
If you can, keep an eye on the referee so that when they do the coin toss, we can see. There will be a coin toss. It's just going to be about 30 seconds or a minute's break. There's going to be a coin toss to determine who has the kickoff, who has the restart. Between these two teams, Cabras and Strathmore Leos. And you will need to remember that for extra time, first team to score will win the match. So winning the toss, it is important to decide between, do you want to kick for territory or do you want first possession of the ball?
Saidi Kenya, the center referee, being assisted by Oscar Dereva and Joseph Mumo, having wide consultation before we go into the coin toss.
It could be about confirmation of the score, because I'm pretty certain we had all the 4 conversions. But let's see what the consultation is with the match officials. Strathmore Leos appear to be making the appeal that they've won the match. And there's the celebrations. There's going to be clarification of the score.
So there was no conversion by one of the tries for Kabras. And Strathmore hand him the loss too.
That's unusual. How did we miss that? They converted only one try. You can see the referee, after getting clarification from his officials at the technical bench, the Strathmore Leos have shocked Kabras. And they've shocked
this one is
even
on,
us as well in the broadcast van.
This is on Kabras because they had the lead. They were leading quote-unquote 14-0 by halftime. It was theirs to lose. They didn't do much in the second half. Yet, with the assumption that it was 14-0, it was actually 12-0.
Well, after that dramatic climax, we have confirmation of the final score in the 5th place playoff. Strathmore Leos getting the better of Kabras by just one conversion, 14 points to 12, the final score. I think everyone watched that to see which conversion of those was missed. But the match officials had the most clear view of all, and they have decided that Kabras only converted one of their tries. But we move on quickly to the 3rd place playoff. Kenya Harlequins against the Catholic University of East Africa Monks.
For his battle against cancer.
This is the bronze medal match. The last of the men's home teams in action are the Harlequins, who will be receiving on the right side of the screen. Catholic Monks will be kicking off from left to right.
For this matchup, Linus Kamande takes charge as the center referee and will be assisted by Robinson Kiplagat and Saidi Kenya. Ball is kicked high. Does it go the full 10? Yes, it does. And here are the Catholic Monks. Not be able to roll away.
Was that a knock on the floor? Maybe not.
Oh, very good stepping, and he was able to leave Amanhumwa scampering to reach him.
The home fans don't have too many fans, despite being at their own home ground.
What
must
you
be the
forgetting?
hate watchers.
I told you there is hate watching, and it's being well executed. I know the leading personnel for that one. I'll not say which team they support and why they are not in the main cup final, but you can, your guess is as good as mine on who the hate watchers are for these remaining fixtures. Monks with the early lead. Here's how the ball came out. Victor Mupere with an in and out, and he was able to just open up the defense, leaving Hamanhumwa going for a health break. And there is Harmony, and there's a good chase for this one.
Catholic Monks players were so offside that they were running with Haman Huma,
but they could not
in the line of defense.
He's lucky. Harmony will not give it off, I figured.
But he's been held up.
He's been held up.
The selfishness has come to cost him Wamalwa. He's been having a flawless tournament up until this point. Could have sent it out. Decided to go alone, and the defense knew that he was not going to send that ball out. Two players, one under the ball. They have their hands and ensure that it does not touch a single blade of grass for the try.
Still an opportunity for them. So the scrum will be
good defense from.
Will be a scrum for the Harlequins. So
it's good defense from the Monks, even when it looked like it was a sure score for Wamalwa. Two players against one. and then a third for good measure.
I've seen the shot that had Lucky shaking his head, is wondering how was that one stopped.
It's pretty simple. He could have sent the ball out, have the 5. The mentality usually in training, I have the benefit of having played a bit of the game, is that 5 is better than 3 is better than 1 or 2. So you have to take the 5 first.
There's Lucky. He's very good. He did this in the extra time of Ingo 7's when they're playing against KCB. Very good. He knows how to step. Look at him. He sent him. And
he is the referee as well as a con, as a decoy runner.
Linus Kamande not able to move out very fast.
That's what Wamalwa should have done. You know, take the 5 first, and then we can go for the 3. There's Kamande there, and you can see the player pointing at him for the obstruction, but I mean,
you can't point at the referee. He's part of the game.
Only when the ball touches him or he is in contact with the player, but if he manages to get out of the way, then you cannot blame the referee for obstruction.
Well, I see for that one, I'm giving Lucky the benefit of being a very smart player. He's able to see how well to execute. And
well, suddenly the head watchers are silent as the Queens have momentum. The restart is maintained.
They kicked so high and deep.
Player slow to roll away.
Well, I see that the numbers are still good.
Wamalwa
is Lucky again. He gets just a snip of space and he'll punish you. Back-to-back tries by Lucky the World.
Wamalwa was trying to milk the penalty for not rolling away as he waited for Lucky the World, his halfback partner, to come across and make that J turn into the gap. And the World has the double. He's making the difference in this bronze medal match. Just look at how far he comes running the line. The only defender that could have tracked with him was on the other side of the breakdown, and it's an easy finish. All in the head, these two young men.
And here you go.
Lucky the World is a fighter.
A total fighter. And at times there are things that people do in this rugby field and you wonder who was tackling who. Was it the person with the ball or the one who was chasing the person with the ball? That was a very good run. In and out. Pass was well executed. And the Monks still with the run. He opens them up. That's Haman Humwa. He'll be told to release the player. He goes straight into... He played the ball on the ground, but I'm not sure.
And now the fans on the head watch
back and alive.
Voice.
I told you, each and every time the producer, the director allows for the camera shot from there, you know the jerseys that you will see. The head watch committee. The scores are now tied.
Maybe that's what happens when the rugby has refused. You begin to find joy in other people's misery.
Beautiful shot right there.
Show it again. With the makeup, please roll it back. Please roll it back.
I hear Quay going for yet another attempt of a score. He's taking the ball out, or is he going to for...
That's half-time.
Some beautiful scenes. This is the third place playoff between Catholic Monks and the Kenya Harlequins. And the scores are tied at halftime.
He's a power runner, uses that fend in the direction with which he's running to get that momentum. Beating Brian Nyamboki for pace. And the conversion, just to the right and short. Nyamboki has hurt himself in the region that will not be mentioned in making that try-saving tackle.
I believe the easiest you can see just the midsection. Leave it at that. With the stomach or anywhere else. Gives anyone benefit of doubt. But as the scores stand, the Queens are the bronze medalists with 5 minutes to play. Let's see if they are able.
It's just one try separating the two teams. And Catholic Monks are known to be the team that don't go down without a fight. It's a line out to the Catholic Monks.
And Harlequins are able to steal it. Here's Amoni Omalo. You know, he gets space, he gets ideas. Lucky the world. Ball is being moved end to end. Very good kick. Monks are able to secure it.
The call is for offside against the chaser for the Queens. He was ahead of the kicker when the kick was made. So the Catholic Monks will attack through Brian Nyamboki, but the young man loses the ball forward, trying to sell that dummy. He got caught by...
I didn't see reason for him to get into contact, as he still had players wide. As actually a hitter or a big carrier would have been the one to go into contact, but
he got tackled from behind.
That, yes.
Tackled from behind by David Mwangi, so maybe you can have the benefit of the doubt, but he should have shuffled the ball out quicker than that.
Lucky the world. There's the ball coming end to end. And just like that, Harlequins make progress. And here they are, just the trial line is beckoning. Aman Humwa decides to go all the way. And they've lost.
He was isolated, Haman Humwa. That's a seatbelt tackle under the armpit, over the shoulder, penalty against the Kenya Harlequins. Nyamboki taps quickly. There's a player in an offside position. He decides to attack that very zone. Gets the ball out of the 22 for the Catholic Monks, and another penalty goes against the Queens. They are still slow to retreat, and Nyamboki will match with them. Now into the open spaces on the outside. The starter inside-outside step from Victor Omupere. Shuffling it to the short side again. Brian Omondi well secured again to the short side, but Omupere throws a loose pass that is pounced on by Lucky Dewald. Dewald has Haman Huma on his shoulder. This will get to hurt the Catholic Monks. They've given away possession. And Haman Huma will make no mistake this time for the Harlequins. 24 points to 14, conversion to come.
With the 10-point difference with the conversion to come, and the trials put right next to the uprights. You know very well Harmony Omal will be going for that conversion.
Makes no mistake. 26 points to 14 the score midway through this second half. There's that loose ball that is thrown by Omupere into the path of Lucky Dewald. Lucky Dewald is a playmaker, but you can see how he was scanning for his options. For a moment it looked like he would go alone, but he set up Haman Humwa for that try.
Words are being exchanged there between players.
That was Nyamboki and Wamalwa. And ball was carried back into in goal by the Catholic Monks. That pressure from the Queens leads them to the scrum feed 5 meters away from the line. But unfortunately, Haman Humwa gives away a penalty for illegal scrummaging, pushing upwards on the pressure.
The shot had been repeated as fun. If you ask them about Cristiano Ronaldo, they'll tell you how he fared on the Saudi Arabia League. Don't ask me how I know, I just know. That's part of the Hate Watchers Anthem committee.
Especially the Sugarman in that Cabra skit with one of the most popular journalists on Twitter, Eric Njiru, in short as well.
Wow,
Nyamboki.
He left.
Tackler did not release Nyamboki. Nyamboki is quick on those restarts and then deploys his teammates on the outside edge. What a strong carry, but I think he's lost that ball forward in that contact. Was that a high tackle? No. The hand was out that prevented that head-to-head contact. And that's very strong defense coming off the bench, Maurice Ocheng. As the Hate Watchers complained that another opportunity for them to celebrate has gone begging. They will know that the Queens they are breathing down their necks. Cabras, they've finished 5th. The Queens are looking to finish 3rd, gaining a net difference of 4 points maybe, and inching closer to Cabras as we have 2 rounds left to play. Maurice Ocheng again with another crucial tackle for the Queens, but the Catholic Monks maintain possession through Mburu Kelvin. Still messy play, tacklers not releasing. The penalty will go for the Catholic Monks.
This is what you can say. Imeenda, as not much can be done within few seconds remaining of play. As
maybe they can give their fans just one last chance to celebrate in this game, and it's going to start with Nyamboki's carry from dangerous territory in this red zone. Catholic Monks looking to drive 80 meters or so from one end of the playing field to the other. Unfortunately, they hand it out to Lucky Dewald, and Lucky Dewald shuffles it quickly to the support runners. Now the space has opened for Harlequins to drive the final nail into the coffin and solidify their spot on the podium with the bronze medal. Amoni Wamalwa.
Very good runner.
Shuffles it out to Maurice Ocheng. He's had enough of the try scoring. He turns into provider, and the Harlequins
cement the bronze medal position.
Conversion to come will be the final play of this game. It's taken by Herman Humwa. Queens celebrating, and they will take a much and well-deserved bronze medal into the break. They've gained 4 points, at least 4 points on Cabras in the overall standings with 2 rounds to play, courtesy of that final play by Harmony Wamwalwa, who generously shuffled it out to Maurice Ocheng. And that is the result from our bronze medal match. The Kenya Harlequins by 33 points to 14 against the Catholic Monks. Coming up next are the allocation matches in Division 2, and then we will take our focus. We'll shift our focus to the women's finals before the men's finals. This is the match that will determine who has that first seed, that first call-up for the Division 1 in the Driftwood Sevens in 2 weeks' time.
time. Z-Tech University. Successful current scores: Kabeberi University 0, Z-Tech University 7. Conversion success with current scores: Kabeberi 0, Z-Tech Ox 14. Division 2 finals. Live right now, Kabeberi against Z-Tech Ox. Score Carrera 0, Zintel Ox 26.
always had. Impala have always had the advantage over Mwamba, and maybe today there will be a change, or maybe it will be a continuation of that advantage Impala have over Mwamba. We are underway in the women's final. Rodney Kipkoech, the center referee, blows the whistle to kickstart this 14 minutes of action in the Kabeberi Sevens Cup final. First in possession is Impala. Ball is in the hands of Judith Okumu. And the penalty has gone against Impala for illegal arrival at the breakdown. Mwamba will have a chance to attack from this penalty.
They like to go for a scrum down.
It's the defense of Diana Omoso ensuring that the arriving players have to rush through their paces, and they've ended up giving away a penalty. Paul is fed in.
They've lost the ball.
Lost forward even before it can move a meter away from the radius, away from the center of that scrum. Good pressure from Ann Jerry at that scrum down. Let's see what she can do with the ball. She's aware of her opposite number. The ball pops up backwards, played off the foot to the outside backs, then lost forward and played from an offside position. That's going to be a full penalty for playing the ball in an offside position. Lost first by Esther Juma, and then played by half-back partner coming in from an offside position. This time Mwamba do well at that breakdown. They take the short side for Edith Nariaka, and it's through the hands. Speeding away is Terry Ayesa. She will have the first score of this cup final. Edith Nariaka going to the short side, ball in two hands, commits to defenders and deploys Terry Ayesa for the first try of the game.
With some jig just to follow it up after the try.
Just a quick reminder that all these ladies here will be putting up their hand to represent Kenya at the Rugby Africa Women's Sevens in October, all the way up north in Tunisia. It will be a chance for Kenya to book their ticket to the Challenger Series and compete to go to the World Series. So it is at these points with such moves that these players get the opportunity to show what they've got to the head coaches and the technical bench at the Kenya Lionesses. And Jerry sends it out wide. Esther Juma. And the defense comes in hard on Judith Okumu. Still through the hands, well recycled. Stella Wafula, big ball carrier in the middle of the playing field. To the open side, they continue the Impala. Two defenders against one attacker. She manages to release the ball in front of Sheila Chajira and get back on her feet. Well secured by Mwamba ladies. It's a slow rock picked up by Faith Levoy, and through the hands they have equal numbers on the outside. Not the best of passes thrown by Diana Omoso, but it's picked up by the player at the wing. That's Lens Mora. Did she touch that ball? Maybe not. Ensuring that we have continuity of play up to that moment when she was dragged into touch for the line out. Let's see this set piece, the first line that we have in this game.
after more than 5 minutes of play. It's
Ball
quite commendable also.
Yeah, ball has been in play for quite some time, but only one team, Mwamba, have been able to make use of that possession. Stella Wafula there playing the ball from an offside position, and she knows well to place the ball down given her experience at the world level. But she came in from an offside position after that track was obliterated by Naomi Jelagat of Mwamba.
And holding.
Yes, Stella Wafula on defense, getting her hands on the ball and winning the turnover for Impala. Now to the backs. Judith Okumu cutting back inside. Contest is at the breakdown, well secured by two players at that track.
It's quite a physical game, and it's not a very good side in and out step, and she gained some ground.
There's Sheila Chajira isolated in attack. There's hands on the ball from the Mwamba ladies. That was Lens Mora. She was the first to arrive at that breakdown, or rather Terry Ayesa in the number 13 jersey, first to arrive at that breakdown and forces Mwamba to again relinquish possession. Sheila Chajira looked like she was gone. Terry Ayesa went through the gate, put her hands on the ball, as you can see, and won that turnover. She quickly restarts, but they are marched forward a further few meters ahead for that scrum. Faith Livoy with possession for Mwamba, and to the boat. Mwamba have had enough of this contest in the first half, forcing the ball to go in to touch. They will take the 5-point lead against Impala into the break, well knowing the result to play for at after halftime.
Score is 5-0 in favor of Mwamba ladies. Impala ladies will have to pick it up from there in the second half.
Back for the second half in this first of two cup finals at the 2024 George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens. Mwamba leading Impala by 5 points to 0. And Impala are looking to start strong. And Jerry now. Judith Okumu, she's been busy at the wing. Brought down in a heavy tackle, judged to have been high by the referee. Advantage for Impala. Stella Wafula offloads to Sheila Chajira on the floor, and advantage does not materialize for Impala. They have the penalty. Tap and go through Anjeri, or call for the scrum. Anjeri decides to tap and go. She sends it out wide to the backs. And Koki on the switch to Diana Kemunto, and now Judith Okumu again. Fortunately, she has lost the ball forward, and possession will change hands again. It's end-to-end stuff, really.
It's actually a very interesting game. I've realized I'm watching more than even commentating on it. I'm enjoying the flow, but also there's a couple of errors that are happening. What I'll say is that women's game is just similar to men's game, where errors appear in both games, and whoever is able to capitalize on the opponent's errors is the one who will end up being on top of this one. That's all we'll say about this. So you have to be smart, you have to be categorical in how well you execute the advantage that you have.
The most admirable stuff, the thing about women's rugby, is the show of soft skills from these players. They know how to keep the ball alive. They know how to move the ball. Anjeri finds Sheila Chajira. Sheila Chajira finds Judith Okumu. Okumu with pace to burn, trying to run around Naomi Kakai. But she's caught just on the edge of the playing field, and another penalty goes against Impala. Nothing is working for the would-be top seed in this final. Naomi Amuguni quick taps and looks for the player in the number 10 jersey, Anjeri, knowing that the backs are usually not the strongest of tacklers against the forwards. Now through the hands onto the wing. Lynette Mora caught just at the 10. Diana Omoso now running across, brought down by Wafula, but she manages to offload that ball out. Amugoni now on the outside edge, found by Judith Okumu. Through the hands they go. Levoy for Akoth carrying it into contact. Referee says it's an open ball, and then he gives the penalty to Impala. Esther Juma, the first on the ball with her hands. Anjeri now restarts from a slow start. Now the pace begins to pick up. Stella Wafula through the middle. She uses the fence to go away. She manages to offload to Chajira running the supporting line, and that's going to be Impala's response to Mwamba's lead in this cup final.
Try time. Impala.
Sheila Chajira on support for Stella Wafula, who was certainly not going to make it all the way. And we're back to square one in this cup final. And Jerry is a good kicker. Looking for the extra 2. It goes high, but it does not go through the uprights. Conversion is missed. We have all to play for in this final 3 minutes of the cup final. Look at how powerful Stella Wafula is compared to Edith Nariaka in chess, but like we always say in sport, it's not about the size of the fight of the dog in the fight, it's about the size of the fight in the dog. Nariaka was able to make that try-saving tackle, but Chajira had run a good supporting line, and there was no way Mwamba were going to deny Impala from scoring the try. And Jerry goes high and long on the restart. And it is Nariaka. Nariaka goes to Omoso. Omoso cuts through the middle. Recycled quickly by Nariaka to the open side. Terry Ayesa. Ayesa for Alivisa. Alivisa is pumping her feet and driving backwards in the right direction for Mwamba. They are now up to halfway. Ayesa for Akoth. Akoth is caught, isolated. She has lost that ball forward, and Wafula pounces on it, and Jerry recycles. Cross kick out into open space. There's no chaser on that ball, so it's an easy pickup for Omoso. Omoso is faced by Chajira, and she loses that ball forward. The window is open now for Judith Okumu, but she slips just outside the 22. How did she not find the right footing to go all the way? Good contest from Mwamba. That breakdown, they forced the turnover, but somehow the ball is wrestled back by the ladies in red, Impala. Now Anjeri twisting and turning through this Mwamba defense. She's back inside the 22 with possession, but again penalty. This time the blame will go to the player running support. She arrived off her feet. Naomi Amugoni with that try-saving tackle rolls away. And the penalty goes against Impala for illegal arrival at the breakdown. Scrum fit for Mwamba, fed in by Nariaka. She sends it out through Omoso. Not the best of passes. Was that lost forward on the floor? Referee says play on an offload just in contact. Back to Ayesa. Ayesa is stopped in her tracks, but she manages to offload it. Again, this is a show of soft skills that the women have. Nariaka isolated and ball turned over by Wafula. And the whistle has been blown. Obstruction against Wafula. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. She's trying to make her case that she was being held back by the defense. And Wafula is nowhere near pleased with that. There she is. She manages to offload. And yes, she obstructs the defender. Despite making the claim that she was being held by her hair, Stella Wafula still contributed in ensuring that the defender was blocked from reaching the ball carrier. A couple of changes in for Impala. On comes Micho Akinyi. After that first injury substitution, it's still a stalemate in this Women's Cup final. 5 points each in what should be the last play of the match. Time's back on.
The 5-all score.
And there goes the hooter for full-time. Thumbs up from the referee. We have our last play. Next team to score will win this Women's Cup final. Impala applying the pressure onto that Mwamba scrum, but they maintain possession. Mwamba. Omoso now has a yes on the outside, goes for the long pass out to the speedster to run, and look at that defense from Ukumu. Mwamba have been forced to accept and take the draw, forcing us to go into extra time. There was no other option. Mwamba ladies are not pleased that they have to settle for the draw, but maybe safety first.
There was nowhere she was going. There was no advantage from this position. Easiest decision.
Micho Alivitsa ensures that we shall have at least 5 minutes extra, or if we get a score in extra time,
if we lack a score, we'll go for another 5 minutes.
Another 5 minutes. And there's that confirmation of the full-time score. 5 points each between Mwamba ladies and Impala ladies.
Some of my schoolmates made it here. Boca fans, not the happiest. As also, I know he's also a Cabras fan.
Coin toss has been completed, and Impala will be looking for first possession. Restart is going to be taken by Mwamba. Do they go short? Do they go deep? It's the easy decision that has been taken by Mwamba to go deep. They kick it straight to Diana Kemunto. Kemunto caught just outside the 22. And that ball's been turned over by Faith Levoy. Good turnover from Mwamba. Muguni will send it out now to the backs.
Back to the forwards.
Back to the short side. Pressure coming in from Mwamba. Stella Wafula picks it up from Impala rather. Stella Wafula picks it up and offloads to Kemunto. Kemunto goes into the Mwamba half. Stella Wafula looking to break the tackle of Muguni, the two teammates in the Kenya Lionesses squad. She offloads it out. And there's acres of space for Judith Okumu to exploit. That will be the match-winning try. That will be the cup final winning try for Impala. And the full-time whistle is blown. Impala needed to come from behind, level matters in the match, force Mwamba to settle for extra time, and they've come out on top with first possession in extra time. Judith Okumu's try, the difference. Impala are the 2024 Kabeberi Sevens Women's Cup final winners.
Full-time score.
Stella Wafula needs help getting back on her feet. She was instrumental in getting that winning try. And the attention will shift quickly to the Men's Cup final. We shall have the trophy presentations after the Men's Cup final. Round of applause for Impala. They are the Women's Cup final winners, beating Mwamba by 10 points to 5. And another round of applause as well for the KCB players in the player holding area as they wait to take to the playing field. They've held a tunnel with the Menengai Oilers for one of their technical directors, Mike Shamia, who has managed his final tournament for KCB. Will be hoping to go out with a bang, retaining the Kabeberi Sevens for the third successive time. But KCB will need to overcome a Menengai Oilers team that have put no foot wrong in this tournament this weekend. KCB featuring in their second final. Their first appearance in the final was the Ingo 7's in Kakamega. Menengai Oilers have been in the final as well, most recently just once in Kisumu during the Dala 7. So it's all to play for with these teams. They've finished second. They've come close to winning, but unfortunately the final has eluded them. Now they have a chance to have a new team being named Cup final winners. KCB against Menengai Oilers in the 2024 Kabeberi Sevens men's final. KCB are in third place in the standings with 45 points. Menengai Oilers in fourth with 41 points. The winner will be taking a 3-point advantage into the next round.
As it stands, Kenya Harlequins are series leaders. They've lapsed of Kabras Sugar by 1 point. And for this match, whoever wins this one, KCB are looking at going for a third consecutive Kabeberi Sevens series win. Oilers are looking for their first, the inaugural win. So let's see how this one goes. The match officials for this one will be, there are 5 in total. The center referee, Kevin Ombugu, assisted by Duncan Kioko and Joseph Mumo. And also on the side will be Innocent Kimathi and Rodney Kipkoech. The ball is going end-to-end movement. This is KCB pushing and pushing. Ball coming to Opondo, and here is Asati committing all these players, and the ball goes wide to Elvis Olukusi, who turns in and is able to make quite some move, but loses the ball inside the 5.
He was looking for Jacob Oje running that supporting line for the offload, but couldn't find him.
And it's actually a KCB ball from the indication by the assistant referee on the side.
Oh, it was slapped backwards into touch by the Oilers. So it's a line out for KCB, 5 meters away. They go long to Vincent Onyala in the 6th position for the line out.
And here's the ball out. Vincent Onyala plays it wide. 5 is greater than 7, and that's Floyd Wirek, who's been instrumental all weekend, and for him to be the one to start off the scoring opportunities, that's a major plus for that young player, this being his first tournament.
Floyd Wawire gets the first say in the Kabeberi Sevens Cup final for KCB. They've started this final how they started their first match on the day, striking within just 2 minutes of kickoff. Floyd Wawire will take the credit.
And the conversion is not successful. That's part of the fans that are here. And I believe this is an Oilers scrum. The ball was lost in contact during the kickoff. Ball is lost in contact.
There's that pressure that's coming in from KCB, forcing those handling errors at the back of the scrum. The hooker has to kick it out, and that's what has caused the handling error, because the halfback expects the ball at his feet. Instead, it comes flying out off his hand and forward. And look at the difference in the scrum as Menengai Oilers are looking to return the favor.
They're playing advantage. Olukusik going heavy into contact. Ball coming to Jacob Oje. Opondo is Asati. This is Onyala. And he knows how to play the game of rugby. Opondo getting it off, and this is coming all the way to Oje. He'll go into the space. And the ball is still in play. Oh, it's called for...
Jacob Oje has lost that ball forward, but it appeared that he had kept it in his hands. Let's take another look at it. He hits the deck, it bounces backwards, but he plays the ball on the floor.
On the ground. That actually should have been a penalty. So we should be glad if he just...
He should be glad it's just a scrum for the Oilers.
Samuel Mauro with the ball in, and it comes to Belda Dogeta, who has no one to support him, and he'll lose this ball. Asati. And here's the ball again. And Opondo right there, able to make the move and run. And this sets him up for another try.
Menengai Oilers appear to be still asleep 5 minutes into this cup final. They've been caught napping first on that turnover and then on that phase of attack by Opondo.
This is the men's finals of the Kabeberi
Getting a well-deserved hug from the Vincent Onyala.
2024.
Conversion is good.
Successful.
I like how the referee has managed that phase of play.
Just a rerun of how it went. Opposite to Opondo, and then he figured there's some space with a step. in and out. Bukuse tried to chase him, but it's not successful.
Samuel Asati had his hands on the ball looking to get the penalty, but the referee urged him to play it. You can't just keep holding the ball, you need to lift the ball and play. And that's what has resulted in that turnover. Continuity of play, try time KCB.
Here we have Floyd Wabwire going round, releases the ball. KCB have more urgency going into contact. Lukusi all the way to Asati. Asati all the way to Vincent Onyala. And he has who on the side? Jacob Oje. And you know, whoa! Whoa! I felt it from all the way here. That is Jacob Oje. He's a bad man. Proper bad man. He hits hard and hits Dennis Abukuse. That's a very dependable player you can have on your side. I worry for
Abukuse. Is Abukuse okay?
He's still on the ground?
Yes, he still is on the ground. Was he taken high?
You know, problem is as a tackler, as the one who's coming towards someone with the ball, the onus is on you to take care of yourself as you take care of the person you're going against. If you stand in the way of a moving truck, it'll hit you and it'll hit you hard.
Same thing for Jacob Oje. He didn't appear to have led with his elbow or with his forearm. We'll take another look at it. It was simply power on power. Shoulder in, Abukuse sent to sleep with that heavy contact. Lion order from Jacob Oje.
That was pretty scary.
I still worry for Abukuse. He has had a brilliant tournament all round, and it would be such a shame for his tournament to end like that.
KCB Rugby are leading this tournament at 17 points to nothing. To see Abukuse to walk off.
Abukuse is back on his feet. That's a huge relief.
Here's Onyala ensuring the charges are all intact.
We await the conversion. These scores will be really important. We saw how much it cost Cabras in the 5th place playoff.
Try time.
So KCB need to make sure.
With an attempt.
Conversion not successful. Try was by Jacob Oji. Current score.
Jacob Oji's carry.
KCB 17. Menengai
how did he do that?
0.
He's the one who went low.
Simply power on power.
And here's a kick of 4. Continuation of the game. And Elvis Olukusi. He has Asati with a kick, and it ensures that everyone is caught napping, including Floyd Wabwire. And it's a line out to Menengai Oilers. Center referee is Kevin Wambugu. And on the sides are Duncan Kioko and Joseph Mumo. And just outside the try box are Innocent Kimathi and Rodney Kipkoech, just to ensure that any grounding is a complete one.
There was no head contact there. Abukuse simply came second best in that collision with Jacob Oje. Power on power.
Jacob Oje is bad news. Continuation of the game. And here Oilers looking to come all the way from inside. This is Beldad Ogeta.
Ogeta sends a KCB player, Fiesta Siasi, onto the floor. This is now a physical battle. No more messing around between those two teams.
Does this guy know who he's going all against? A ball going end to end is an opportunity for Oilers to do something with this possession that they have. And they've lost the possession. And here's Opondo. And the ball goes wide. That's Festus Shiasi. And KCB having quite the tournament.
Quite the tournament, quite the final. Festus Shiasi at the end of a good turn of play. KCB shifting from defense into attack. And Opondo with the quick restart after winning that turnover puts Shiasi in a straight line for the try, and KCB are flying away with this one against the Oilers.
Scoreline as it stands is 22-0. The conversion attempt to come. I believe we're going into the halftime break with this one.
It is about men's final Kabeberi Sevens tournaments.
All the way the technical side of
the
Oilers side. It's a halftime break.
Halftime score, KCB 22, Menengai Oilers 0.
KCB are having quite a tournament here.
And you can see the fan also joining into the celebrations.
That's the 247 that's usually done by the Strathmore Leos players. The Weather Festus jerseys honoring. That's the halftime scores. KCB 22, Menengai Oilers 0.
Show it again.
The Gong Road. Very great crowd. If you're still missing out in the action, there is more action right after the end of this match. Oilers with the restart of the second half. The kick for
Menengai Oilers have lots of work to do in this final. They need 4 tries to come within touching distance of KCB, the Oilers, and to make things worse, the first opportunity was on the restart and it hasn't gone well.
Samuel Asati, Tintin, he can be able to pull very big margin of people. And you see this is Opondo has created space from nothing, and there is Asati, and very elusive player just by the first touch of the ball. KCB with that restart, as you say, a set piece that has been practiced in the training field. KCB take a commanding lead, 27-0. What I need to bring our viewers to speed on is that John Okoth got a scary injury yesterday when they're playing against Kisumu, and he will not be featuring. He did not feature for the remainder of the weekend. We just wish to encourage him wherever he is. I know the Oilers team are missing his presence. Would have been great to see him in this final. As of now, we wish him all the best and look forward to seeing him back on the rugby field. John Okoth, get well soon.
That try just says one statement about the Oilers. Just call the village priest, call the parish priest. The patient looks like they will not be recovering today at the hands of KCB. They've simply overpowered them, outclassed them, and they are marching to a 3rd successive Kabeberi Sevens Cup final victory.
Musonye with a good pass of the ball outwards. And here's an opportunity for a counter-rack as the ball played on the ground.
It's been lost forward.
Took the ball from the side. KCB have just been much above Oilers in this game. Scoreline of 29-0 with 5 minutes to go and a player on the ground.
There's something about KCB and the Kabeberi Sevens since the turn of the decade.
You said they're the most successful since the turn of the decade. I think this is the tackle. This is Abukuse being put onto his back. And this is right next to the KCB fans.
It was the statement of interest from KCB, from Kabeberi, to ensure that they are here to mean business. They might not be the host of this Kabeberi Sevens tournament, but since 2020, they are the only team to have won it. This is their tournament.
He's saying so badly honest. He's saying since 2020, someone will assume. So, just for clarity, in the year 2020, we didn't have a tournament because of COVID restrictions. In the year 2021, we also didn't have a tournament for the same reason that there was COVID restrictions. But in the year 2022, the year 2023, and as it stands right now, this year, KCB are the ones looking at having a three-peat of the Kabeberi series. Seeing Asati running off, I'm guessing it's time for him to cool off his heels. As in comes Davis Nyaundi. Taiso has moved up. Taiso is in. Action resumes, and that's Brian Wahinya. Here is Taiso. Has he lost the ball? For KCB. Unless you really made the director enjoy a recap of that tackle.
Kabeberi. Unbelievable. How did he do that? He looked him in the eye, maintained that eye contact, showed him that he is in charge.
There's a company that sells very good mattresses. I'll leave it at that. Honest, you're overdoing it. Now you get me in trouble.
I'm only trying to maintain my composure, but at the moment nothing seems to be working for the Menengai Oilers. They say oil will float on top of water, but they have been sent to the bottom, and now Abukuse has a response to Kabeberi, but the man he's picked up is Brian Wahinya.
And you've had the hate watchers. And from here, I'm going to their station to just confirm on how good they are with the hate watching. Oilers with the ball, moving it end to end. And Elkins Musonye not able to keep the ball, loses it forward. Tyson Minor.
Nothing is working for the Menengai Oilers. Elkins Musonye, what would ordinarily be an easy catch for him,
proving tough today.
Yeah, you just have to power the medicine. The patient is not going to recover today.
Especially if their backs on a mattress.
I mean, it was, maybe the pass was a bit bubbly, was going down to his knees. Elkins Musonye on a different day would catch that ball.
Brian Wahinya lost the ball. And here's the action. Was scampering and looking for great ball movement. That's Floyd Wabwire. And there's a touch.
Good defense, good defense. Wabwire was looking for that inside-outside step, but the cross-covering defense at the wing was able to use that touchline as the 8th defender and force that stoppage in play for the line out.
With 1 minute 40 seconds to play. The Mwamba ladies who came out second best in the final, losing to Impala. There's a player who's being attended to in the middle of the field. And is there an opportunity for Oilers, or you agree with me that this one is gone?
It was gone by the time we went into halftime. Maybe now they can just get a consolation score, because they need to score 6 times in 1 minute. Not sure how that's possible.
There's Dennis Abukuse.
He picked his man.
That Tyson defense. Tyson is not the quickest.
Abukuse, that's good statement. That's good recovery. He had the heaviest hit, but he stayed in the game, and he's ensured that the Oilers do not go down easy. They've put points on the board in this cup final. 29-0 is a far different score from 29-5. And Abukuse has ensured that the Oilers will go down with their heads held high.
29-7 is the scoreline right now, with that conversion being successful. Less than a minute to play. We may have one more kickoff. Because he was smart with this one. He figured the guys on the wing were not as fast. Lionel Agility alongside Tyson Minor was not the combo to stop him on his tracks. The main starters for KCB, if I'm not wrong, most of them they've already unstrapped. Some of them must not be wearing their boots as it stands.
I mean, it has been a completely one-sided cup final. And the score is even less flattering for the Oilers now that they have for KCB, now that Oilers have some points on the board. But what a quick first half.
The start of that attempted start was not good 10, and ball moved to KCB, and the KCB RFC are the consecutive three-time winners, and this is their fifth Kabeberi Sevens series title, winning it back to back at the beginning of the decade. They're the most successful team in this fixture. No one else comes close to them. It was a one-sided final against Menengai Oilers. KCB have had a very good tournament, keeping it winning from day one, and they've been able to execute this one. I still wish to pass my good recovery message to players who got injured in this tournament, because it wasn't one. It's not only John Okoth. There was a couple of players who got injured, but for John Okoth, being that he's part of the Kenya Sevens team, wish him quick recovery as he recovers from the injury he picked yesterday. I believe that's one of the toughest moments for him. Let him get well soon. Some of the highlights of how it went down. That's Onyala taking it wide, picked up by Floyd Mabwire. Professor Shiasi pointing to him to where to take it, but he was comfortable not to go against Belda Dogeta and just winding it out there. The head watch committee must have been the most disappointed one. As I told you, as it stands, that's Opondo Emmanuel with his try that he created it from nothing. As it stands in the series standings, KCB still remain third, but there's a change in the first and second position as Kabras now trail Kenya Harlequins. But with this win, KCB is within pouncing distance of those two teams, as if I'm not wrong, they're 7 or 8 points ahead for both number 1 and number 2. And you know, this was a turning point last year during this series that KCB made a turn and were able to win their remaining series to take the overall standings of the Sport Pesa 7 series.
What a final by KCB. Completely one-sided, completely overpowered the Oilers. This is their first victory, cup final victory in the 2024 circuit. They are making it a heavy and you could say 3 or 4 team dash for the circuit victory, with the 2 left to play in Mombasa and in Nakuru.
Of the top 3 teams, and I call it here, of the top 3 teams, if you're able to win 2 of the remaining tournaments, it's yours to keep.
If you're able to win 2, that's all of them.
Whoever wins both 2, it's a guarantee you've won the series. If you're at number 3, you win 1 and you're second in the last one.
That's quite some mathematics.
So it's all a mathematical affair, but let's see how it goes down. We'll be taking a week's break before we resume at Mombasa for the Driftwood Sevens, and later on, a week later, we'll be at Prince Lu Sevens in Nakuru.
That Jacobo Jekare was a statement from not only him but KCB to show their interests for not just this final but for the 2024 Sport Pesa National 7 circuit. We would like to thank you, myself, Anesta Krevirunji, and Willie Wex in commentary, plus our entire production team at Reality Media, and all those that we've worked with on Mwamba TV for the broadcast of this Kabeberi Sevens. Would like to thank Mwamba Rugby Club for hosting us to yet another colorful George Mwangi Memorial Kabeberi Sevens. We will take a break, continue with the highlights, and when we return, it will be the trophy presentations for the Cup final winners Impala and KCB, and then for the individual winners. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
KCB. Who are you to judge me like say you be holy past? I did love my life, get my peace of mind, did I try so hard? We don't be sin, that's my body, nobody holy past. Jenga, who was the second chairman of Mwamba RFC, Max Muniafu, Samagutu, Tanko Tieno, and Speedy Avatsa. A round of applause for the Mwamba generals who are present with us today. Of the Kabeberi Sevens tournament, KCB. Chairman. Sasha Mutai, Kerry chairperson. Winners of the Kabeberi Sevens tournament, year 2024. KCB. Sport Pesa, Sasha Mutai, Kenya Rugby Union chairperson. Men's category of the Kabeberi Sevens tournament here. Winners of Men's Division 2.
As I've never seen
The tournament in honor of the late Mwangi Kabeberi. We're honored today to have one of the family members, Ken Kabeberi. Right now, I'd request for Z-Tech Ox, winners Men's Division 2. Nancy Wambui from Highlands, Daniel Murugi from Sport Pesa, Moses Ndale, Kerry Vice Chairman. He will receive the one from the Woyoli family. Most promising player, Joseph Odoyo. The one is given by the Woyoli family. Judy Tauma, please come close for the Giamini Award winner, Judy Tauma from Impala IC. you, Black Blood.